And that is where the whole value sits. Obviously, you need the full stack as the enabler, unless until you have those powerful GPUs, you have those LLMs, you know how to condition them, you have all the nice responsibility matrix, the guardrails, it will not work. But the value gets generated at the layer of business AI is what we call. I think we briefly touched upon how the value chain approach is very important because the value lies in the process. It's only an enabler. And so to say, I also say this is not a strategy in a way, it is a tactics. Strategy is still the process. How do you really solve your incremental problem is a tactics you apply with these technologies. Some examples also we talked about. Yes, the value, the outcomes can be very different given the power of this technology. Historically, productivity, hyper productivity was the conversation, but now it is extreme productivity is one side of it. But really unlocking value in the front office, in the core value chain has become quite possible. We have been working with one of the top 4 high-tech organizations where they are using a powerful LLM model, a Gen AI model to create a new product design altogether. So they have historical data. It takes months and months to really, first of all, identify the feature, the design, then obviously create a BOM, do a market fit testing, and then launch it, which takes almost an year. The idea is how can we do this in a few months? Take historical inputs, just feed in the design you want, the features you want into a smartphone, and the system will tell you what the BOM should be. Moreover, looking at the historical vendor landscape, who are the right vendors who can provide this right material at right time, depending upon the vendor performance in the past. And also will take some market fit test inputs from the past, the survey inputs, and will give you an early market fit test as well. This itself used to take 6 to 9 months, is curtailed down to a few weeks. And then obviously they will do the final mile testing once again. So those are the kind of value, which is functional value, competitive advantage is also being looked at with the power of this technology. But important is business AI, look at it holistically from a value chain perspective, be purposeful. Yesterday, we also talked about it's not a hammer syndrome. Obviously, point solution is the last thing to do. But still, even if you're looking at value chain, be purposeful in terms of which technology applies and what solution it's going to provide to me. So that's, I think, is how I look at your perspective as well. Focus on innovation and the business outcome. Obviously, that will then be aligned with the corp structure. And then comes the cross-functional collaboration, which is very important. Obviously, we discussed the lines between IT and business is blurring and how they become an enabler for such kind of change. But the citizen at large is very important, which is our workforce, the workforce of tomorrow, how it's going to evolve. The plumbing can happen, your LLM operations, your guardrails, your prompt engineering, the reflect prompt engineering, the agentic, all that will happen. Typically, the whole theme is how can we move from a service to a product is what the idea is with some of this technology. We have been hearing about software as a service. Can we make service as a software is the whole idea of having frictionless, zero touch kind of nirvana state. But end of the day, all of that boils down to those people. And what maybe we didn't touch enough the last day was we are poised extremely well in this whole landscape. If you look at some of the data points, there is a decline in working population in the West, almost a 3% decline in last a decade. The labor participation rate is also declining. So while the working population is declining by the age of it, but the labor participation is also falling. And moreover, the productivity growth has reduced to almost by 40% in last 10 to 15 years, which means India is going to becoming a skill hub. And again, if you believe some data point, 25% of the incremental working population in the next 1 decade will come from India, which means obviously we have that power, we have that capacity. At a mature and a large economy level, we would be having 1 billion of working population, which is 69% WAP. That's phenomenal. That's the huge asset we have. But the challenge is still ahead of us. How do we ensure that in the light of this changing technology, they continuously evolve? And end of the day, the mantra would be, how do we learn, unlearn, and relearn to ensure that with this asset, we are ahead of the curve as well. So that's maybe a quick wash up of what we heard from you, and maybe looking forward to the rest of the day, exciting conversations. Tell me, how do you want to go next? Pallavi? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, team.
Thanks very much, Sanket. And another something which couldn't happen yesterday was this inspirational address, 3 diseases that are killing organizations. And we have a very interesting speaker, Captain Raghu Raman, former CEO, NatGrid, inspirational speaker, who's going to join us online on Zoom. Captain Raghu Raman has a unique career profile that has enabled him to learn, practice, and teach first principles of organizational dynamics, strategy, transformations, and the mindset shift that is needed to lead in a complex and ever-changing world. He has operated in distinctively different environments of leadership. He has founded and led companies as well as complex global JVs. Raghu has also raised a new hybrid organization within the government, which had personnel from the government and private sector working together towards a common mission. So it's over to you, Captain Raghu Raman.
Am I audible to the audience? Am I audible to you, Pallavi?
Yes, you are.
Yes, if I'm audible, can someone raise their hand so that I know that I'm audible? Oh, okay, fantastic. Thank you. Thanks a ton. So firstly,
we can hear you well. We can hear you well.
Great. Firstly, my profound apologies that I'm not there in person. I was supposed to be there last evening, and I missed. Oh, I can see I can see familiar faces sitting there from Adani right now. So I really missed the opportunity to come and meet with you yesterday. Secondly, I realize that even while I am on stage or any speaker is on stage, it's a very, very tough call these days to retain attention of the audience. Matter of fact, even as the previous speaker was speaking, I was watching the audience and there were many people who were on their cell phone. So it is going to be a really big challenge to hold your attention for the next half an hour, 45 minutes on screen. And that's why I decided that instead of doing a PPT or a presentation or whatever, I'm just going to tell you a few stories. And I think those stories will probably be more useful. I've been sitting in forums like this, as I'm sure all of us have been sitting. All of us have been sitting in forums like this for the last, 20, 25 years, ever since IT came in. And most of the buzzwords sound exactly the same. Unlocking value and getting synergy, getting collaboration. I could actually be sitting in a seminar in 2020, in 2002, 2003, when the ERPs were just coming in, SAPs were just rolling out, and more or less the phraseology would be exactly the same. The phraseology would be, sort of similar. So I decided that, as Pallavi pointed out, I've had a fairly checkered career. I've spent about 12 years in the armed forces. I've spent now about 20 years in the corporate world, moving between Mahindra and Reliance, and now working with the Adani Group partially and with some other groups. And I also spent 5 years in the bureaucracy. Now, the reason why I gave you this CV is to basically say that out of these 3 distinctly different operating styles, a very authoritative driven style in the armed forces, a much more incentive driven style in the corporate sector where we try and drive our workforces using incentives, vis-a-vis a process-driven style. Anybody who's worked here with the government, in either government or interacted with the government, know what is the elaborateness of the process. The process is more important than the outcome. I found that there were some principles of leadership that were common across these 3 elements, and there were some diseases. And I like to call them diseases for the simple reason, this is a principle that we were taught in the armed forces, and I'm sure there must be a few other army officers as well in this group sitting over here who will sort of validate what I'm saying. We were taught that what great plan you have, what value unlocking, what you want to do, what synergy you want to achieve, what those big words are. The last 100 meters of that campaign is going to be delivered by Havaldar Santa Singh. I noticed some expat friends here. So it's Sergeant John Smith. He's the guy who's going to deliver the last 100 meters of it. Now, if he doesn't get it, it doesn't now increasingly she. If they don't get it, then it doesn't really matter how many slides of vaporware we have just witnessed. And what we have seen is actually Canva at work, not really the work at work. We have seen what nice pictures can be made and all of that, but does it really work in the background? Now, the reason why I've chosen these three diseases as a metaphor is because it'll stick. It'll explain what I'm trying to say, because no matter what technology changes, the fundamental principles of leadership remain the same. They have remained the same for the last, I think, millions of years. If there is a herd of people who have to be directed towards a certain directions at times, like in the armed forces, be taken into battle, into certain death at times without ESOP, pay hike, employee of the month, then those principles of leadership are universal. And those are the three principles I want to talk about in a different sort of treatment, which is how these three diseases start. And you'll see a lot of us will start nodding our heads when we listen to these three diseases, because they are going to be very, very deja vu for a lot of us. So can you see the slide in front of you, a yellow slide saying three diseases killing organizations? If you could just raise your hand so that I know that we're in business. Oh, yes, fantastic. Okay. So let me begin with my first story that took place on the 2nd of Jan 2016. I know that's a good 8 years ago, so most of us won't remember. But on 2nd of Jan 2016, a very major event took place in India. There was a major terror attack in the Pathankot base. And those of us who don't know this, Pathankot is one of our premier air bases. It's the air base where our most modern equipment is kept, naturally, because it's right next to the border and jump off. So a lot of our assets are kept there. This attack failed. It failed from the terrorist side, and it failed largely because of pure good luck. It wasn't because processes kicked in. You will see that in a second why. It wasn't because of various things happening. Matter of fact, there was a lot of chaos that happened in the response to it. But fortunately, this attack did not succeed. And by in itself, this wasn't the story I wanted to tell you. The story I wanted to tell you was an article that appeared 4 days later after the attack, which said that the premier airbase of this country did not have a proper wall around it. Now, this by itself is also not very shocking, but not as shocking as an article that appeared 1 month later, which said that the same establishment, which could not build a wall around its premier assets, returned close to 40,000 crores of the exchequer's money as unspent fund. So, ये नहीं कह सकते कि भाई पैसा नहीं था. That I didn't have money to build the wall. And we see these stories all around us. We know this for a fact that India wastes hundreds of tons of food grain and fruits and vegetables every year, while millions of our people starve. There is the food ministry, which knows that they have surplus and they will not be able to store it. There is a shipping ministry which knows that they have surplus containers. After all, these old unused containers, which can't be seaworthy, can still contain grain, because grain is contained in containers when it's being shipped around the world. And yet, these two secretaries and two ministries, which are housed in the same building, who often meet each other in structured meetings, are not able to make this handshake happen. Now, one could argue maybe this is a problem of India, maybe this is a problem of developing countries, but I'm sure you all recognize this building. I'm sure if I asked a question, there would be a shout in the room. Everyone recognizes this building. This building, by the way, controls, I think we may even have a gentleman from the country from where this building is from. This controls one of the largest defense budget of the world, close to about $900 billion of a declared budget. And how much of it is not declared is another story. This budget, these kind of resources were unable to prevent the Chinese from stealing the plans of the US, the blueprints of their computer chips, their technology. They even stole their Sony movies. Forget about jet fighters and stuff like that. They were unable to prevent the ISIS from leveraging Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, X, all of which are American-owned companies. And they were unable to prevent the largest known leakage in the history of espionage in the form of Edward Snowden, who, upon investigation, was discovered to be a civilian contractor working inside the sanctum of the Pentagon, but did not have security clearance. His background check had not been done. So the nation that taught the whole world, and especially south of India, what Bangalore, what background check is, that country's inner sanctum sanctorum, that process is not being followed. So very clearly, this is not an issue of resources. There is something else going on here. And that's what I want to propose to you. I propose that there are these three diseases that are killing organizations. And I told you why I use the parameter or the phraseology or the metaphor for disease to make it easier to understand and for you to easier tell this story internally to your own people. The first disease is arthritis. And I'm going to cover each one of them slowly. In a little bit of deliberation. The first is arthritis. The second is coronary hardening. And the third one is Alzheimer. There's a fourth disease. We'll talk about it if we have time during the Q&A. But these are the three diseases that are debilitating organizations. So let's start talking about the first one, which is arthritis. Self-explanatory. What you see in front of you is called a VLCC. VLCC is very large crude carrier. These are massive ships, like massive organizations that are sailing into uncharted waters. After all, the future is uncharted waters. You have no idea what will happen in the future. You don't know COVID is going to come. You don't know that the country will have a shutdown of 4 hours. You don't know that Putin is not posturing this time. He'll actually attack Ukraine. Putin doesn't know that the attack he thought will get over in 3 weeks' time is continuing for the second year running. So the future is uncharted. So as the ship is sailing towards the future, there is a lookout, usually a junior officer who's standing on top with the binoculars and looking towards the front to make sure there is no obstruction or whatever. And suddenly this man shouts, "There is a big iceberg ahead." Now, if this was an interactive conversation, which is the way I would have liked to do it yesterday, I would have asked you, what would have happened? What do you think would have happened in the bridge or the control room of this VLCC? And most of you would have answered loudly, shouting back, because I've done this many times, so I know the answers. The answer would have been panic and chaos and all of that. But I'm saying that's not how corporates work. That's really not how corporates work. Typically, what would happen, the corporate boardroom headquarters would be, कि यार किसी को भेजो यार चेक करने के लिए क्या बोल रहा है youngster, but in new GET is come talking some chat GPT, AI, CI, पता नहीं what nonsense he is talking. Send someone senior to go and take a look. He doesn't know the might of our organization. Or you have a massive organization now. ये कल का छोकरा, what does he know? Now the senior guy will go and he'll look at it and yeah, this is a major catastrophe. And now the debate will begin, do we turn right or do we turn left? Because if we turn right, certain units will have to be closed down, certain people will have to move, they'll have to shift their children from Bombay Scottish to some other city, some headcount will happen, So if you turn right, there are implications. If you turn left, there are implications. This implication, decisions, stakeholders, to and fro, negotiation committees, all of this shit is going on. And all this while what's happening to the window in which a successful turn can be executed, the window, as you are guessing correctly, is reducing. Finally, regulators call last minute, April 31st, some date, high command will take a decision, hard turn right, and the nose of the ship or the stern of the ship will miss it, but the butt will go and hit the iceberg and ta-da, there'll be a massive, sort of a sound, a vibration of impact, and water will start flowing in, and now the ship has started listing to the left. Now, this is visible to everybody. It's visible to the passengers in the ship. It's visible to the external people. It's visible to those observing the ship that the ship is floundering. So the only way the ship's management has to fix the floundering state of the ship and make it even keel in the mid-ocean is by flooding the right-hand hold. Now, this will stabilize the ship. It will make it straight. It will make it even keel, as we call it, but it will increase the drag. Because obviously now the drag of the ship will increase, so the speed will slow down. Now this is again visible to the external people. Attrition is increasing, share market is not, share price is stagnant, growth is not happening, quarter by quarter results are not looking very heartening. So the management of the ship has no option but to put more fuel in the engine to cover the same distance that they were covering before. Let me explain that to you in a simpler term. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the biggest risks that our organizations are facing. We are spending more fuel per kilometer of progress than we used to spend 5 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 10 years ago. It takes more tandav now, more dance, more processes, more sensitization to hire a 70 lakh resource than it used to take 10 years. 10 years, I'm not kidding you. 20 years ago, I hired my head of sales sitting, those of you from Bombay will know ICICI Bank headquarters in BKC. In front of that, there's a petrol pump in which there was a barista. I met my head of sales there, 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs salary, liked the guy, spoke to him for about 45 minutes, called my HR, said, pick up this guy. And the guy, notice period, jo bhi hai, wo sabji tarkari jo karte ho, karo, usko le lo. Today, in PPP terms, 30 lakhs is somewhere around 2.5 crores. Forget about 2.5 crores. A hire of a 70 lakh will today have to go through so MBTI test, this test, that test, isko milwao, matrix testing. By the time you roll out an offer letter, that bugger has gone and joined somewhere else. So we are actually becoming slower. We are becoming less and less powerful. And just like that arthritic man who knows how to pick up the cup and bring it to his lip, by the time he brings it to his lip, a nimbler competition comes, snatches it, and takes it away. You know, interestingly, for a large part of my career, I was involved in degrading the performance of organizations. I know that sounds funny. That sounds, usually the group of people sitting in this room would have a lot of speakers who would come and talk about building resilience. My job for a large part of my career was counterterrorism. And in counter-terror, my job was to degrade the performance of a terrorist organization. What you see in front of you is a terrorist organization, obviously anonymized, but most organizations look like terrorist organizations, including a lot of organizations sitting there, by the way. Just kidding. So if we realize, if we liquidated these people whom you see on the screen turning red, then by and large, the damage wouldn't be so much. Because as you can make out, these are individual contributors. These are contributors who add a particular skill to the organization, but they do that individually. In many cases, we realized that when we knocked off that, or that he was sort of neutralized, the incumbent who came historically has been proven to be far more vicious and far more dangerous. But if instead of this strategy, a different type of counter-terror strategy was leveraged, which is that you start knocking out these people, then suddenly you see the degradation of the performance increasing dramatically. Because as you can figure out from the screen itself visually, these are individuals who are nodal points. They make things happen. They are the ones who are the towns, the cities where different confluences come. They are the ones, the collaboration centers, the decision points, the choke points. You know it. Your file is stuck because an IAS officer is on leave. Your project is stuck because a certain committee which was supposed to meet every quarter, that committee has not placed your item on the agenda this particular quarter. And so you have to wait for the next quarter. So many years ago, I read an article in Reader's Digest, which was titled, How to Kill Your Husband. Ladies in the audience might want to take notes. So the article went something like this, that when your husband wakes up in the morning, make sure that you give him a lot of greasy food, encourage him to chain smoke, give a lot of coffee. When he goes to office, don't give him breakfast, again, greasy stuff. When he goes to office throughout the day, keep hassling him, WhatsApp, ye, wo, saas, bahu, in-laws problem, this, that, stressed out. When he comes back home, give him a lot of liquor to drink, discourage him from exercising. And you keep at it for about 5 to 6 years religiously, and he will be dead. Now, obviously, this was a tongue-in-cheek article, and the last line said, and in case, of course, you want your husband to live for a long, long time, then just do the opposite. So what if instead of degrading the performance of an organization, the mandate was to increase its resilience? What if it was to make an organization look like this, where every individual is connected to the other individual, not through the organizational org structure? So it's not the VP marketing talking to the VP finance, talking to the vice president photocopier. It is human beings talking to each other. It is people who know each other who are talking to each other. And the work of the organization is getting done on the phone, on conversation, on corridors. It's only the validation of that work, the ratification of that work, that formalization of that work, the proposalization of that work, which is getting documented. That, to my mind, is called a very high speed of trust and unlocking of business velocity. The only cure for arthritis is for the key leaders of the organization, and I mean key leaders at every level, key leaders to have a symbiotic relationship with each other where they are friends and colleagues first, and vice president marketing and vice president something else second. Now, there is a very good reason why this is important, and I want you to identify this man. And I'm pretty certain that barring one odd expat colleague that I see in the room on the screen, almost everybody would have recognized this individual. And I can ask for a shout out, but we'll just waste time in shouting out his name, which is Shakuni. Yes, you got it right. Now, most of us know, and I'm glad we have a couple of, I think we have more than one or two expat friends sitting in the room who probably don't know who he is. And I'm glad that they're sitting here because they will be the judge to the story that I'm going to narrate. So all of us kind of know him as the villain of the Mahabharata. Many of us would argue that he is the arch villain, the antagonist supremo of the greatest epic ever written, at least according to Indians, which is the Mahabharata. But very few of us know his backstory. Very few know Shakuni's backstory. So this is Shakuni. And for those of you who don't know, this is how the story goes. I'm going to tell you a very rough version, and it doesn't really matter whether the version is true or not. Because you go back sufficiently in history, you'll always find an alternate version. So listen to this version, not because of its historical accuracy, because of a point I'm trying to make. So this Shakuni's story starts when he's about 6 years old. He's a young prince, and he's the son of the king of Shambhal, the king of Afghanistan, whose name is Shambhal. He has an aunt who's Shambhal's sister, and she's considered to be one of the most beautiful women in the world, and she's the queen of Kandahar, and therefore she's known as Kandahari. Now, Dhritarashtra, who is the blind, impotent king of India, he wants to marry the most beautiful woman in the world. Go figure why. Blind, impotent king wants to marry the most beautiful woman. So he sends a message out to Shambhal. Shambhal obviously rejects the message. Then he sends Bhishma. Bhishma, being the undefeatable general, captures, subdues the entire empire, brings the whole empire, and Gandhari is actually forcibly married. By the way, those of you who know this in detail, you know amongst the 7 ways of marriage in Manuscripti, one of the ways of marriage is actually kidnapping the girl and taking. It's been done several times. It's done even now, even in recent times, it's done in many parts of India. So that's the way Gandhari is married. And after Gandhari is married, it is Dhritarashtra who gives the diktat that since I am blind, you also should not be able to see. And therefore, she puts a bandage in her eyes. Because if you read the detailed version of Mahabharata, you know that Gandhari suffers from the phobia of darkness. So she can't sleep in her room without a lamp being lit. And that woman is now subjected to the greatest phobia of her life. I don't want to get into a very complicated storytelling here because we don't have the time. But essentially what happens is that Dhritarashtra discovers that Gandhari, his wife, is actually a widow. There's a story there. She's the Manglik. Those of you know Mangliks know the story, and you can tell the other colleagues what that is because I don't want to waste precious airtime right now explaining the Manglik aspect to it. But technically speaking, she is a widow, and Dhritarashtra gets outraged that he has been cheated by marrying a widow, and therefore he orders the entire clan of Gandhari, which includes Shambhal, his kings, his brothers, sisters, aunt, brother, everyone, to be subjected to death by slow starvation. By the way, remember, Dhritarashtra is supposed to be a very, very self-centered narcissist king. He doesn't give a flying fish about anyone. This saying that we say, आंखों में पट्टी बांध के बैठा है, loose translation, a guy who's got blindfold on his head and his eyes and sitting in the chair. The origin is this man. This is the guy. His own daughter-in-law is being stripped in front of him. He doesn't give a... So he's a very cruel king, and he sentences them to death by slow starvation. At this point of time, Shambhal gathers the entire clan and says that one of us must survive to take vengeance and can't be the strongest man because I was the strongest man and look what happened to me. It has to be the most cunning amongst us. And he sets a test inside the prison. He can't do your this 360 degree and all. So he has to do a test. In that test, he basically tells that anybody who can thread a grain of rice, anyone who can put a thread through a grain of rice, that is the person we will choose for the person to succeed, the person to stay alive. And Shakuni manages to do that. And I'll tell you how he does that in the end of the story. Now, I want you to visualize the 6, 7, 8-year-old boy who is watching each and every one of his siblings die of hunger. The jailer comes every day, gives them a one nivala, slow starvation, which means their hunger will be prolonged. They'll be given some food every day, not enough to sustain them, but enough to prolong their agony. And that ball of rice, each one is given, each one of them takes it in their mouth, holds it in their mouth. They can feel their intestines burning. And when the jailer moves away, they take it out of their mouth and feed this kid. And one by one, every one of Shakuni's cousins, siblings, relatives, they die until only Shakuni and Shambhal are left. By this time, Gandhari manages to convince Dhritarashtra that leave at least one male member alive so that the lineage will not die. So Dhritarashtra says, okay, fine, I will not spare this guy Sambal, but ye ladke ko chhod deta hu. Spare the life of this boy. Tomorrow he goes to Kandahar as the prince of Kandahar and your brother is going to be executed. So this is the last night when the father and son are spending in the dungeon together. I want you to visualize that. The last night where the small boy is spending time with his father, where the father tells him, tomorrow morning I'm going to be executed and you will be sent to Kandahar as the prince of Kandahar. And once you go to Kandahar and become the prince, you will forget all this. You will forget what happened in this dungeon. And the boy says, no, I will remember it. And he said, yeah, you say all that now, but you're a kid. And when you go, that pomp and show of that wealth, wine, everything, it's going to just cover the whole. It's going to cover all of that. You will forget this. And therefore, I need to do something to you to make sure that you will never ever forget your real mission in life. And it is the father, Shambhal, who puts the kid on the stone bed and breaks every bone in his body and blinds him in one eye and cripples him so that every step he takes in his life, he has got only one purpose, and that is the destruction of the Kauravas. Now we come back to how he threaded the grain of rice. Shakuni actually plugged a hole through which ants would come inside the dungeon. And it's the ants which bored a hole through the grain of rice. Ironically, Shakuni has nothing against the Pandavas. He has nothing against the Pandavas. The Shakuni who designs the Lakh Palace to have them killed, and Shakuni who tells Vidur that there's the Lakh Palace designed to kill them. He just wants the enmity between the Pandavas and the Kauravas to reach a crescendo where the Pandavas will kill the Kauravas exactly like his family was killed. Now that you know Shakuni's backstory, do you still think he's a villain? Many of us saying, "Main hota to sala isse zyada karta. Meri family ko mara hota to I would have done more than this." Now here's an interesting thing. A person whom we all thought of as villains, in a 5 minute of his background storytelling, his backstory telling, our whole perspective about this guy changed. We completely changed. Itna asshole nahi hai yaar. Jitna lagta hai sala head of operations or this badi CEO is not that of an asshole. Iska backstory yaar manna padega, tagda hai. Whatever he is done. We don't know each other's backstories. We have no idea. We know each other's CV stories. And CV stories, as you all know, all gentlemen and ladies sitting here know, is an embellished version of you. It is not the true you. It is what you did, how many branches you handled, so many people, yeah, boy. It's not about how you betrayed people, how you were betrayed. It's not about your losses. It's not about how you were scared. 90% of people sitting over you over there, I know this because I do this for a living. 90% of the people sitting over there right now who are supposed to be leaders are shit scared of public speaking. You're shit scared, but you can't say that. So in many ways, this backstory is one of the first ways in which you can actually create that vulnerable leader, a leader who is vulnerable, who is remember one thing, being resilient doesn't mean unbroken. Being resilient means lot of wounds, lot of scars, lot of fractures, lot of fingers twisted. That is the person who is resilient, not a person who looks pristine, as if he's as clean and clear cut as the day he was born, with no scars, no embellishments, no blemishes, no. Those aren't veterans. Those aren't soldiers. Matter of fact, I would always be very, very scared of a soldier who doesn't have scars on his body because wo bheed mein chala tha raha. He's never had faced combat. Now, in my experience, one of the fastest ways to unlock the backstories in a group of people or their scripts, the scripts that drive those people, is to subject them to a common trauma. I know we don't have the time to get into details right now, and trauma doesn't mean that you have to make them do bad shit. Trauma means an ambitious target. Trauma means something that is really difficult. When Kennedy said we'll put a man on the moon, he created a sense of trauma. But how the hell are we going to put a man on the moon with 60,000 people working together, discovering, metals that are not. So a target, a dragon to slay, any one of those things can be something that will galvanize a group of people and subject them to trauma so that they discuss their backstory. I'll give you an example, simple example, you'll all get it. You remember let me put it this way. You drop a colleague of yours. You're going back from Gurgaon or BKC or whichever place, and you see a colleague of yours on the road and you say, let me give you a lift. You drop that colleague back home, discover that you both live in the same colony. and then decide to carpool. Now, during that journey, you discovered something about him. And when you start carpooling with that person, you discuss something more about him because phone pe chal raha hai, kaam, biwi se jhagda hai, kutta bimar hai, this, that, all these conversations you hear. But if you were trapped with this individual for 6 hours, 8 hours, like many of us were during the Mumbai floods, then you will know everything about the person. Matter of fact, there's a very good chance that the last line that you would exchange is, in case I don't make it, will you tell my wife and kids that, what up, you want to tell them. So shared trauma is essential to unlock the bond between individuals. And I mean shared trauma in a structured way, in a prolonged structured way. Not that we make them fight. This is what most organizations do, by the way. They encourage fratricide between the North Zone, East Zone, West Zone for 364 days in a year. Then one day they'll take them on an offsite, call someone like me and say, make them collaborate. Doesn't work like that. We have trained our next generation to first hide their creation like this in an exam and then write the creation. And 18 years of training later, we put them into the open world and ask them to collaborate. They're not going to be able to do that because their training has been very, very fratricidal. It has been very self-focused, self-narcissist, that how do I make sure I get ahead? So that, and that kind of leadership might help till a tactical level. But when you reach an operational level where you have to share credit, where you understand that audit guy is also doing his job. This guy is also, so the guy who is asking for the headcount to be increased every year and the guy who is asking for the headcount to be decreased by 10% every year is reporting to the same man. So this understanding will require a huge deal of understanding the human behind the portfolio. And I think trauma is one of the best ways to do that. I just want to touch upon this one slide because I think it's very important. Especially because we are going to be dealing with a generation that does not respond very well to authority. I'm pretty sure that this must have been covered as one of the topics. How do you deal with the Gen Next, whatever that Gen is? We are run out of alphabets now. But I think we were born, I can speak for myself and I think many of the senior people sitting here, we were born in an environment of authority where you joined as a second lieutenant, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, whatever, GM, you joined as a GET, junior manager, middle manager, senior manager, VP, P, and then CEO, whatever. And it worked very well in industries like oil and gas, manufacturing, because nothing changed. Everything was the same. By the time you got white hair or no hair, you had seen it all. You had seen an OPEC oil crash. You had seen a Bhopal gas tragedy. You had seen accidents. And so when you helmed the organization, you pretty much had a great view and worked really well till, I would say, the IT era. When the IT era started, then the equation changed a bit because now Nandan Nilekani, for example, who knew how to do coding in basic language, was dealing with an organization of 70, 80,000 people who knew coding in languages he hadn't even heard about. So just like Ramakant Achrekar, I don't want to explain who Ramakant Achrekar is because I'm sure many of the men sitting there would know who he is. Mostly men would know. For those who don't know, Ramakant Achrekar by himself in his entire life played only one first-class match, first-class cricket match. That was SBI against Hyderabad. But his claim to fame is that he actually went on to become legendary producers of batsmen, great batsmen, legendary batsmen like Sachin Tendulkar, Kambli, and several others. So like a coach, he did not know how to score a century and make it to the IPL and get auctioned at 27 crores himself. But he could produce leaders under him who could do that exceedingly well. And this kind of leadership, I think, worked pretty well till now. But I think the leadership will require in the future, especially with the next generation of the workforce that is coming in, especially the next generation of workforce that is coming in intellectual work, in creative work. We'll find our methodology has to change quite a lot. Our psychology has to be much more like a gardener. And I'm sure some of you in the audience must be interested in gardening. Anyone interested in gardening? Raise your hands. Okay, so I can see some people interested in gardening. So any person who's interested in gardening will write their JD, their job description, as the person responsible for ensuring that there is adequate nutrition, there is adequate sunlight, there is adequate water, there is sufficient distance between the plants so that one plant's growth does not overshadow the other plant, happens in the garden, happens in companies as well. You have to get rid of the insects and the vermin and the weeds that do not allow plants to grow. Happens in the garden, happens in companies as well. But very rarely will you see a gardener shouting at a cactus plant and shouting at him and saying, "Tu kaisa pura kanta kanta hai? Look at the rose plant, so beautiful. Wo promote ho jayega, tu reh jayega." Because the gardener knows that though a sugarcane looks like a bamboo, you can't make houses with sugarcane, and though a bamboo looks like a sugarcane, you can't take juice out of it. A gardener knows that every individual working in my team is a very unique plant, and that plant needs to be nurtured in a very unique way. Because if I try to standardize them, then I'll end up having a farm. And a farm is not creative. A farm is uniform. A farm, every product, every grain looks like the next grain. So if we are heading towards a world where we are looking at innovation and creativity being one of our key drivers, then you cannot have a world where leaders don't create a psychologically safe environment. Because no kid is going to open his mouth if he thinks that the environment is not psychological safe. Every kid is smart enough to know that if the environment is not psychological safe, it is safer and more career advancing to become a yes man or a yes woman rather than challenge the system and say ये गलत हो रहा है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए. मैं customer के साथ हूँ, I'm interacting with the customers, and I'm telling you this product that you have put or this service that you have put is cock and bull. It is actually not doing the job. But to do that, the psychological environment has to be such that I'm going to use this story or this experiment to illustrate the point I'm making, and I'm sure every person in this audience, given your background, would know the marshmallow tower experiment. But for the one odd person who may have forgotten this, the marshmallow tower experiment is when you're given as a group of 5 to 8 people. I'm sure many of you must have participated. If you haven't, just YouTube it, you'll get hundreds of videos which explain it. You basically take a group of 8 to 10 people, give them sticks of spaghetti or jhadu ka tilli or whatever, and you give them a piece of thermocol or marshmallow. Marshmallow is the original one. That's why it's called the marshmallow tower. You give, and the idea is to build a tower and some duct tape. The idea is to build a tower as high as possible. And this test has been done with different kinds of audiences, with CEOs, lawyers, kindergarten kids, teachers, special forces, soldiers. Been done with, and the results are astounding. Organization design specialists have looked at the results of this experiment, which, as I mentioned, are astounding, and I'll explain why they are astounding. So, of course, the one group that does the worst is management trainees, and you'll see the reason why in a second. The group that does the second best is, thankfully, engineers and architects. And I'm saying thankfully because you're sitting in a building designed by them. If you can't build a marshmallow tower, then you are in big risk. The group, however, that beats everybody else, everyone else, hands down, as many of you may have guessed by now, is the group of kindergarten kids. And the reason for that is pretty simple. That when a group of adults are given a task, the first thing they start doing is status management. That in this group, what is my status? Main kahan hu? Is that my senior, wo senior? So, gentlemen, we have been given this task, so let's all get together. That I'm now taking the position of that leader. Yes, what was your idea? Kids don't give a flying fish about 360-degree review and all that shit. If they have an idea, they'll grab the tape, they'll grab this, they'll do this, because they know they're mission mode focused. They're mission mode, mission karna hai. They're not focused on how would I get a good rating and ye mere ko baad mein ragdega accounts wala, what will he say about me? I will first say a statement and then look at the senior most guy to see what is his feedback about the statement. They don't give a shit about that. And that is why they are able to build the highest tower possible, because their energies go towards managing the outcome rather than managing the relationship and status within the group. Now, why we need this is very simple. The future is going to be fusion. Regardless of the company you represent sitting over here or I represent sitting over here, the future is not about one product. The future is about a fusion of products, fusion of experiences. And I would, like I said, if this was interactive and I could speak to you, I would have asked you to guess which company this is. And I know you would have all shouted Apple. That is not the question. The question is, which company is this? Is it technology company, pharmaceutical company, engineering company? Which company is it? And most of us would have thought that this is a technology company, but that's not true. Because when you actually look at what makes an Apple experience, you realize the components that have been put into it is a fusion of many things. It's the personal DNA of Steve Jobs, who was a passionate a student of calligraphy. Calligraphy is the art of beautiful handwriting, and that's why you find anything to do with fonts and anything to do with beauty is owned by the Apple environment. You may be working for a hard-nosed, bean counting company where everything is in Excel, but the marketing department, the communication department will still have a Mac, because anything to do with communications or beauty is owned by them. He was a practicing Buddhist, so you see his personal, sort of DNA in the design, which largely remained unchanged till now, till very recently. Where is one box, one button, on karo, off karo, koi battery khol ke dekhne ka, ye wo, something is Zen. He brought in leaders from Gap, from Burberry. His whole storytelling was in terms of the packaging of now, of course, everyone copies it. But that point, when Apple launched it, packaging was almost like perfume. There's something heavy. Wasn't his product made. There was something weighty. It was a passion. It was beautiful. Samsung can compete against Pixel, can compete against Dragon processor. It can compete against the depth that phone can drop to, but it can't compete against beautiful. Because beautiful is a state of mind that has been created by fusing several things together and not by saying, I've got the fastest Dragon processor. Matter of fact, most people don't even care what's the processor inside an Apple. All they care is it's an Apple. That's it. Because what they're buying is fusion. Which means we need leaders who are able to fuse people from different backgrounds, different age groups, different financial strata, different kinds of spending powers, and be able to draw them out rather than having one style and having everyone else conform to it. We need leaders who are able to create gardens, not leaders who are very highly capable of creating farms. Farms are what franchises do. They open 200 branches of KFC that look alike, do things alike, are measurement alike, but that's not creativity and innovation. A guy who makes a KFC franchise is never going to make wealth. The guy who makes a KFC will make wealth. So very clearly, or the new KFC, the next KFC, the one who discovers that I can offer a 1 rupee ice cream, which is hygienic. That's the one. Well, 1 rupee chick shampoo. Remember, it wasn't the L'Oreals of the world or Palmolives of the world. It was a man who was beating the streets who found that answer to a shampoo, which many of us, including several of us sitting in this room, whose parents thought it was a rich product, a luxury product. He actually democratized that luxury product because he looked at it from a different point of view, not because he invented any new technology which was already not existing. The last piece I want to cover is the importance of, I know it's been done to death in organizations, culture. Nobody can really define what it is, but they put up a lot of posters and spend a lot of money on screensavers. They have a kind of a huddle in which they decide 3 words will be the words that will, epitomize our culture, whatever it may be, customer first, integrity second, wife third, whatever shit. And then they'll get their people to memorize it. I don't think that's culture. That's not culture. Let me give you an example of a culture. How culture needs to be explained into an organization is through stories and through behavior. Let me touch the first part, which is story. This is one of my favorite stories. And again, like stories, it doesn't really matter how much it is true, how much it is embellished, so long as the moral of the story comes through. So this is a story almost 25 years ago when the Scorpio was launched. I'm sure many people in this room won't even remember it, but those of us who are senior enough remember that when it was launched, it took the SUV world by a storm, because at that point of time, there were only 2 SUVs. There was a Tata Safari and the Toyota Qualis. One looked like a truck, the other one looked like a funeral van. So when this vehicle came out, it was kind of like a yuppie thing, and there was a lot of demand for it. A lot of our customers gave us feedback that they wanted the tire to be in the back, like the spare tire to be in the back of this car, because it looks much more macho. It's a different issue that 90% of these vehicles will never travel beyond Nariman Point and Bandra, but he wants it looking like it can go to Leh, and he just came back from Spiti or some such shit. Now, the tire of the SUV is actually below the SUV. It's below the chassis, which is where it should be, because that's the ideal place for a short platform vehicle to have its spare tire. It lowers the center of gravity. But our engineers came up with the design. They put a box in the back, which looked like it was a tire. So now this is one of those rare instances in the history of product development where you have managed to satisfy a customer's ask without endangering his safety. By this time, the late Keshav Mahindra had already demitted active. This was completely Anand's project, Anand Mahindra's project, but still some design change or something would be taken to him. And he vetoed this design. He said no. And we were all stunned. Why would he veto this design? And he gave one statement. He said, Mahindra will never stand for something on the outside and something else on the inside. Agar dibba hai, to tire hoga. Or tire nahi hai, to dabba bhi nahi hoga. We will never stand for something which is on the outside and something else on the inside. Even if the customer asks us to do it, कि sir थोड़ा under invoice करके दे दो हमको, बोलो बोलो हमसे नहीं होगा. Now, if you tell this story to any joinee of GT or any new MBA trainee who's coming into Mahindra, you don't need to tell customer first, wife second, brother-in-law third, and all of that shit. Because now he knows his moral compass or her moral compass is set. So, let me bring you back to where we began. I talked about the 3 diseases that are affecting our organizations, the first being arthritis. And I think when we try to cure arthritis, what do? We do flexibility exercises, right? In the human body, yoga. And what is yoga except making parts of the body meet each other, which normally don't meet each other? So if normally this happens every day, but this happens only when I'm doing an exercise. So normally they don't meet each other. So leaders of the organization, making them into friends by engaging them in activities that they normally don't do or normally don't meet or normally are not posturing. A head of audit has to have a adversarial relationship with the head of marketing. There is no other way. So long as they are interacting only in their official capacity, they will be adversarial by design. They will not be flexible. So that flexibility has to be brought in. Coronary hardening, as I explained to you, about 20 years ago, a youngster could come and confront me in a hall and tell me, sir, you have posted me to Jamnagar. I just brought my mother for a cataract operation to Bombay. Abhi, sir, एक महीने के बाद चले जाता तो खुशी खुशी चले जाता. अभी भी जाऊंगा because you have ordered me to go, I'll go. But if I could go 1 month later, it would be nice. And I could look into his eyes and say, yeah, he's speaking the truth. He's speaking the truth. Call up HR, say, chalo, isko delay karo, yaar, ek mahine ke liye. Doesn't matter. Give him, buddy, 4-5 weeks grace time. Today, the same request would probably reach me in an email, that also in a system. And that system request would have already been commented upon by 3-4 HR BP partners that we can't do this and Jamnagar will explode if this guy doesn't reach there, blah, blah, blah. Most importantly, this is a deviation from the SOP and it will set a precedence. Leaders are being made to gravitate towards the SOP. I think it's the job of leaders to deviate from the SOP. It's the job of the manager to follow the SOP. The job of a leader is to look at that SOP and say, no, this situation is not dealt with in an SOP. You cannot give a bad rating to an employee because she did bad in a year in which she lost both her parents to COVID because SOP mein parents ke death ka column nahi hai. That decision has to be taken by a leader. That deviation from an SOP has to happen because a leader takes that call. And for that, you need to have coronary, dil has to be bada. It has to be big. It has to have courage. It can't be driven by, systems. I think human beings are supposed to bypass systems. We are not supposed to be driven, at least leaders. I'm talking about leaders. I don't know about process engineers and all of that. But if you're a leader, I think our job is to actually take a look at the system and say, does the system really do the right thing? Is it doing the right thing? If it's not doing the right thing, then the system is not mother all of it. It is written by somebody, human being only. And that human being had no idea about the second order of consequences of the first decision that has been given. The last piece, Alzheimer. A lot of our organizations, especially the older ones sitting over here in this room, would probably appreciate what I'm saying. Heck, why? Why am I talking about organizations? Let me put it out to you. Your children don't know much about your own grandfather, about their own grandfather. They don't know. They may know the name, and unless they've been living together with him or something, they have no idea. They have no idea about his childhood and also. Similarly, many of our employees have no idea what it took to bring the organization to this stage. What decisions had to be taken. What sacrifice our parents must have made to immigrate from the city where they were born in and to come into a metro in a time when there was no internet, no phone call, no STD, no trunk call. A letter took 4 days to reach, train took 4 days to reach. What they must have gone through. Just telling that story, I think will empower our children, our next generation. Badi hell yeah, these are my genes. I come from these genes. I think the same thing is important for organizations also. We have to tell organizational origin stories back to the organizations to set the moral compass. And that's not going to come by outsourcing it to some communication agency which will put up these posters and screensavers and all of that. Nobody buys that shit. Let me tell you one thing, junior employees are extremely cynical these days. They are very, very mercenary in their thinking because they are cynical, because they have every just reason to think so. The very man who recruited them 3 months ago is putting in his papers. The very person who spoke in the town hall, take brave decisions during appraisal, is screwing in. So they don't have a lot of belief in the system. And if you have to get the belief, you have to go back to storytelling and not to more. Yeah, iska font thoda aisa change karke dekhte hain, isse zyada farak padega. I don't think that's going to happen. So I try to explain more from observer's point of view, a person who actually feels the pulse of many, many, many organizations in a day, and tell you that what you are experiencing is nothing unique or new to you. I'm going to make a few statements over here, and I can guarantee you, dil ke andar wale dil mein, you will know the statements I'm making are absolutely true. The first statement is that no organization which is sitting here in this room, or you are representing a subunit of that organization, firstly, your org chart is not updated. Forget about that. It's running at least 3-4 years old. Work has increased, but the org chart is still the same. Secondly, no org chart, if you're lucky, if your org chart is staffed to about 60 to 70%, you're lucky. And how do I know that? Because many of you leaders are double hatting. You are doing 2 things, some of you are doing 3 things, which basically means that you are taking strategic decisions that you should think over, mull over. You're taking it tactically. Because aaya गेंद तो मार दिया इधर से गेंद आया तो इधर मार दिया. The third is a typical hire these days, especially good talent at a strategic level, takes anywhere between 3 to 6 months. Actually, 6 months is more the timeline than 3 months. What is it telling us? Very simply, we can listen to any headhunter and crazy, but basically what it is telling us is supply and demand issue. Now, if this is the situation in our country right now at 3.2, 3.33 trillion dollars, what's going to happen when we go to 4, 7, 15, whatever number you want to believe? Where is the leadership pipeline going to come from? So unless we look at creating organizations that are self-generating, that are capable of creating leaders from within, barring the 50 odd schools of B schools, maybe 50, we know what is the kind of education output that is coming in from the other B colleges and IIT and regional colleges. We know that. And that's why entire organizations have to devote up to 2 years, 3 years of retraining programs to take the talent and re-educate them to utilize them. We know that. That's the status today. So what happens when we get to 5 trillion, 6 trillion, 7 trillion? Where is this leadership pipeline going to come from? So I would really urge us to think that one of the ways in which an organization can dramatically improve its efficiency is actually by creating speed of trust and unlocking the wasted energy that is already happening there. Unlocking the arthritis, unlocking the coronary hardening, unlocking the Alzheimer. Because for this, you don't need big budgets. You don't need, massive influx of capex or opex. This can be done internally, creating these kind of environments where psychological safety is created, storytelling leaders talking about war stories from the past, talking about moral war stories, not victorious war stories, but moral war stories as to what we did, how we did it right, how did the founders managed, how did 2 brothers manage to convince a government at a time when a needle was not being made in this country that we can make a jeep, then go to UK, manage to convince the bloody Brits कि हम बना देंगे इसको. In today's parlance, it's almost like going to Elon Musk from Dadar and saying कि हम space link बनाएंगे यार, विरार में बनाएंगे. Guy saying विरार में यहाँ बनाएंगे and making it. That's the parallel. That story has to be told if we need to create that culture in any. I just use Mahindra's example, but in any organization that the war stories have to be told. So I come to the end of my session. I thank you very much, and firstly, again, profound apologies that I couldn't be there in person. I had a personal problem. I have a dog which is very unwell and admitted in hospital, and I have to literally go and visit him every day. So that's the reason I couldn't come. But I'm sure I'll meet with you. And if any one of you has questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them. I don't know what the format is. Otherwise, you have my email ID and my X handle. It says Twitter here, but it's the X handle. Still, I think I'm old fashioned. Please do reach out to me directly or give me a shout out in case you have a personal question that you would like to ask later or in another context. Pallavi, back to you. If there are questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Captain Raghuraman. This is Rakesh Sinha. Good to see you on the screen. Hope you can hear me.
I can see you. I can see you. I can hear you as well. Very
Very
clearly.
nice. Yeah, thanks for your time. It was really nice to hear you today morning. I think on the behalf of the leaders sitting here in the room, we would like to express our gratitude for all the learnings which we got today morning. I think sometimes we need to have those reflections coming from someone like you, because maybe we are aware of some of these, but may not be having the time to reflect and pause. But it was really lovely to hear some of the thoughts. In the interest of the time, we'll have to move to the next session. But we look forward to having you next time in person here and very soon maybe. And I'm sure the people have made a note of your credentials, and they will connect with you in case they have any questions, any which ways. Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once
And
again,
see you in
have
person.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
That was a wonderfully creative talk. Thank you very much, Captain Raghuraman. We go straight into our technical session, which is titled Expert Views, Driving Holistic Sustainability Agenda, GBS and GCCs as Agents of Change. I'd like to invite the panelists, starting with Shankar Iyer, Director, VBU, Transportation, Smart City, Sustainable Infrastructure, Johnson Controls. Let's have a round of applause for Shankar Iyer. I'd also like to call Anil Radhakrishnan, Chief Financial Officer, Plant Lipids. I think the applause can certainly be louder. Welcome Anil Radhakrishnan here. And Ankit Gupta, President, Brookfield Properties.
You want to start the places?
And moderating this session, Abhinav Goyal, Vice President, Industry Engagement and Strategic Initiatives, SSF Global. So it's over to you, Abhinav, to take this session ahead.
All right, I've got a really illustrious panel, people who know more about sustainability than I could imagine myself knowing. So, well, good organizations earn a lot of profit. Great organizations make this world a better place. And sustainability is one of the most important contributions that we can make to our society as our organizations grow, and especially from a GBS and GCC standpoint. It'll be great to know from this panel today, from these esteemed speakers, what is it that is being done? What is it that can be done? And what does the future really look like for us? And before I kind of get into the set of questions that I've thought about, with the permission of my panelists here, just wanted to let you know that Ankit has a flight to catch. So he might have to step out in the middle of the session. So I'll focus a little bit more on the questions that I wanted to have Ankit answer for us, given how much work Brookfield's been doing around sustainability. So please bear with me as I do that, right? So, as we sort of kick this conversation off for the next half an hour, 40 minutes, I wanted to talk about sustainability as a concept and holistic sustainability, Ankit. And when it comes to GBS and GCC organizations, please share your overall views on what does holistic sustainability really mean and mean specifically for GBS and GCC organizations.
Sure. So thanks for inviting me on this panel, Abhinav. I will talk in the context of the workplace environment with respect to sustainability, because given we as Brookfield Properties have many of the GCCs housed in our campuses, we are closely aware of what the tenants look at and how we are partnering with them in their journey. So from a sustainability standpoint, the GCCs in today's world are looking at their occupiers, focusing on things like decarbonization, things like green certifications, renewable energy, and even sustainable build efforts. In addition to that, there is a lot of focus, and we, for example, in most of our campuses, provide amenitization of the highest order to be able to provide the full ESG service. This includes retail, F&B, amenities like daycare, gyms, etc., which provide easy accessibility to a very 360-degree kind of workforce. That also, by the way, includes accessibility from a angle of diversity and inclusion, because a lot of these companies now are focusing on diversity and inclusion in the workplace from a talent perspective. The kind of penetration of number of women across the ladder, whether it's in leadership positions or at the grassroots hiring level, has gone up, and there is like even enough proven evidence of how that is increasing the overall outcomes and the culture and the environment of these companies. So overall, I would say there is a lot we have done given our global presence in global partnerships. And in India, we are making a significant movement on the overall sustainability efforts along with our partners.
Right, fantastic. And Ankit, I recently attended one roundtable where Brookfield released a research report around sustainability. I think it was in partnership with NASSCOM. And there was this conversation around Brookfield trying to go net neutral by 2040, right?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit more about that. How are you approaching that target, and how are some of your customers and partners in India adapting to that sort of a change that you're driving in your facilities?
Yeah, no, so we are taking our net zero targets very, very seriously. And we are putting enough investment, both in terms of our initiatives as well as in terms of our monetary investments to be able to achieve that sooner. We have internally taken a much steeper target, but 2040 is the official claim. To give you all an example, as we speak today, more than 95% of our buildings are green certified. As we speak today, for our campuses in NCR, so we have kind of a presence in 10 cities in India, but our campuses in NCR are equipped with 40% of the total energy that is consumed in our campuses by our tenants being supplied through renewable solar energy. And when I say we are making monetary investments, this is a classic example of where we as Brookfield Real Estate have partnered with our sister company called Brookfield Renewables. We have put up a solar power plant in Bikaner, invested behind it as a joint venture, and it is that solar power plant that feeds these campuses. Today, it's 40%. By 2027, our internal target is to have all our campuses as 100% renewable energy, which, by the way, is, and even with 40% today, it's a first in the industry. So that's an example of what we're doing. We are, by the way, tying up with many of our partners and collaborating on their global sustainability or ESG targets. For example, we have one of our large tenants as a French multinational. We've tied up with them as one of our largest green leases, amongst many others that we've done, but this is a green lease for about 1 million square feet, where we are now working with them on decarbonization, on, like I said, green energy, to be able to help them achieve their targets. Similarly, we've tied up in another British financial services company who's our tenant, with whom we've tied up on their ESG goals, which includes providing financial inclusion services to some of the blue-collared workers working in our campuses, as well as we've tied up with several schools around our campus to be able to help them in their journey.
Fantastic. Now, those are some really, really unique initiatives that, I'm sure a lot of us would love to learn a little bit more about that. We got a little bit more time with you today, Ankit. So Shankar, just coming on to you, Johnson's Controls. We had this conversation a little while back. a couple of days back. There's a lot of phenomenal work happening at Johnson's Control and has been happening for a long time. What is your approach towards sustainability as an agenda and as a key initiative in the organization? And how can this group of GCCs and GBS benefit from some of the work that's been happening at Johnson's Control?
Great. Thanks. First of all, I'd like to compliment my panel here. Ankit, what he just said is seeing it to believing, because they believe, they say that 2040, but actually the kind of work what they're doing is extraordinary. Why I'm saying that, we are one among the companies who believes in decarbonization, because Johnson Controls building management solution as a product, services, and the applications what we use, it's most importantly looked at what they do as our end customer and their end customer, the citizens who are actually enjoying the benefit of the work what they're doing. Having said that, what I believe in sustainability as a subject, what we see here is there are a lot of companies really have gone into, when you look at the governance, corporate governance structure, you have one side a CSR, you have one side currently spoken about the ESG norms, which is the top of the discussion at the boardroom. And then future, we are also talking about the BRSR, which is coming in place. Having seen the two things, which is already, I mean, government came up with the CSR fund of 2%. We are seeing a lot of work happening in that 2%, directly, indirectly benefiting the citizens in the country and the children in the country. Given the same ESG from a building point of view, really, you see that 40%, I don't know how many of you know, 40% of the carbon emission happens from the building. Therefore, decarbonization of that through the alternative energy, what Ankit was mentioning here, and various steps which needs to be taken is a must-do item. With that must-do, the BRSR, when it comes in place, it is really going to be a standard stringent norms to report even the company's perspective and the health of the company when you report. I would leave it at there to continue the next.
Sure. Thank you so much, Shankar. And I'll have one last question for Ankit before I let him go from here. I know he needs to leave. So, taking all of these initiatives is fantastic, right? Shankar, you spoke about it. Ankit, there's a lot of work that Brookfield's doing. But a lot of this work becomes real when we engage our people in driving sustainability, right? And driving the ESG agenda, when we build that culture of sustainability in the organization. So Ankit, as you build these workplaces for the future, and as you help your customers and clients establish these businesses and offices at your facilities, how are you enabling this culture of sustainability across the workforce that's actually going to come and work there? What's your thought on that? How do we drive that culture of sustainability in an organization?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a easier said than done outcome. And I would like to actually take a cue from the earlier speech that Captain was giving, where I think it's a part of two things, right? One, the mandate gets initiated at the top and taken up very seriously, because without that, then the organization doesn't take anything seriously. But frankly, it's that the last 100 meters or 100 feet is delivered by the last mile. And it is actually enabling that front which creates the action happen on the ground, or the rubber hits the road. And from there, that perspective, all the kind of things that I have mentioned that we have been able to implement has actually been implemented by our teams. Now, whether it's, for example, in our engineering teams, where a lot of the focus on decarbonization, waste management, BMS, for example, we've now tied up with a few companies where we are trying to assess AI-related possibilities for trying to do data-driven analytics on figuring out decarbonization and energy optimization, right? But this is being done by the teams. We are working with a company on IoT measures to be able to improve our BMS, again, being driven by our teams. The examples I mentioned of what we've done with our customers as a partnership, or even the green building certifications, all that has been achieved by taking very practical targets and allowing the teams and making them capable to deliver all of these outcomes, and significantly then celebrating these outcomes.
Sure, absolutely. And I'd love to talk a little bit more to Anil, you and Shankar about driving the culture of sustainability in the organization. But before that, we'll take a slight intermission as we let Ankit leave from the venue.
So thank you
Ankit,
so much. My apologies. Unfortunately. Yes, I have to leave, but it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
We'll be in touch.
Thanks. Thanks.
Just
Thank
give me
you.
1 minute, Ankit. We've got a memento for you that
Oh.
we'd like to get you.
40 minutes delay. Constable.
There you go, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay around. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Right.
Do you want us to change here or you?
I
Yeah.
can move here.
Okay.
We
Can change the name both.
No, that's okay. All right. So, let's continue talking a little bit more about driving a culture of sustainability in the organization. It's a very important aspect because if you don't really take the people along, a lot of these top-down, top-driven mandates really fall apart, right? So, Anil, coming to you, a lot of interesting work happening at Plant Lipids. I think people in this room probably don't understand what Plant Lipids does. So, tell us a little briefly about how, what's interesting business model that you're working on, and how an Indian company is actually so actively pursuing the ESG agenda, and what's been your success in driving that?
Thanks, Abhinav. I mean, just to talk about the Plant Lipids first to make you understand. So we are in the food ingredients and food processing industry, okay, based out of Cochin, and we have got manufacturing all across India. We have got 3-4 manufacturing in abroad. I mean, in Sri Lanka, Germany, UK, and little bit, I mean, it's coming up in Thailand and goes on. I mean, and we have got our sales offices 8 countries apart from that. So that's a high level background about that. But for us, if you ask me, I mean, actually sustainability is kind of an evaluation. Okay, so I will again put it in 2 ways. I mean, actually prior to COVID and after COVID. So prior to COVID, I mean, so we were looking at GBS or GCC, a kind of, I mean, streamlining our regular processes. Okay, so just we were having IT as a central hub. People are managing the whole global operations. Then, I mean, so finance was, I mean, actually centralized. Small operation. I'm not talking about 1,000 people sitting and working, but only for our global operation, summing it up. After COVID, I mean, actually during COVID, what happened? I mean, actually we were, I mean, actually food being a priority segment. I mean, we were trying to really serve our customers across the globe. Though we were all, I mean, actually, I mean, shut down and sitting in, whichever part of your world, we were forced to deliver the materials to the global customers. So that has made a whole change. The why means, I mean, actually food is a priority segment. Our vehicles were now being stopped on the roads. Tickets have been issued to continue, and global customers have been serviced. So we centralized our global customer service team in a place, Cochin, which is also a very remote team. So we were having our IT already working. We centralized our procurement for the global operation. For any part of the manufacturing in the globe, I mean, actually we procure from China or from Africa or any part of the world. I mean, actually, most of the procurements happening nowadays from China and Africa, raw materials I'm talking about, okay? All this, I mean, given actually we started working on to ensuring our back office support is very sustainable. In terms of, I mean, actually some of the initiatives, I mean, actually our data centers, we started focusing on, I mean, giving all sort of green support on data centers. I mean, improving on the digital platform.
Right.
So we started improving our ERP. So how to ensure that actually it's a robust and guess the best out of all these activities. So we, then actually supporting the global customers was one of the biggest activity, even though sales was happening all across. It's the customer complaints used to get logged in at the one place to support global customers. Actually I can cite one example. There is one company called Fever Tree. I don't know whether you might know. It's a US based company. Actually we give a lot of, extracts, food extracts. Actually it's a ginger extract and those sort of stuff. So they use it in their product. They demand it should be organic and it should be, all sort of backup has to be there. While the US was, actually, working, the teams are working over there. The back office team sitting here coordinated for their complete certifications. They want to come and, actually make a video of the organic farming. The team coordinated for all those things. So that way, if you ask me, actually, it is completely centralized and actually it is, all sort of supporting system required for the global customers. Nowadays, actually the food safety standards are all high standards. And all this, unless you have the sustainable process in procurement, you are not in a position to, convince your customers. And of course, after COVID, business grew. It has literally, moved to a certain level.
Sure.
So that is how I should depend. But it's a complete evaluation started, actually on the manufacturing side or other way anyway. So we all know that initially all we talk about sustainability is okay, only, you have to have an ETP. You need to have only basic sustainable things environmentally. That's after, actually COVID, we have actually worked on all those things and we have implemented ISO 14001, ISO 14064 and all, actually carbon emissions, everything has been put it on,
Right.
track.
Right.
That's how the kind of
So taking sustainability beyond
GBS
into
being
the
a back end,
business
GBS being a
operation.
back end,
Yes,
front end
yes.
is of course our other operations. That's
Sure,
what I would
sure,
like
sure.
to
Thanks,
showcase.
So Shankar, talking about and continuing about culture, how does Johnson's Control drive culture, and what's your take on what could be done a little bit differently or better in making sure that more people within the organization are engaged and involved, and they feel rewarded when it comes to driving sustainability?
Okay, so I will pick the concept within Johnson Controls and as customers, what they are looking for from a sustainability point of view. First, from the customer's point of view, if you look at, I go back to what I said from the norms, whether it is COP 29 to 40, all those while it is happening. When we look at the brown buildings to a green building or a new green building when it is initiated for a sustainability as a story. Over the last 2 to 3 decades, a lot of work which has happened in the brown building. As I said, carbon emission, which is contributing to 40%, and the energy efficiency, which if it needs to improve. We look at first aspect of what is the energy consumption which is happening directly, indirectly at that premise. How do we try and measure that? So it's important first to take stock of the measurement of what you do. You measure that and then try and bring an activity chart to look at what is the kind of improvement plans we can make there. That improvement plan will also have the attraction of understanding whether the changes what you're making from the observation of what you did, what is the kind of capital expenditure which you need to put, and what it takes to take the operational measures to improve the measurement what you have put together. So very clearly a cadence of that, if you are able to bring in the context of the investments what you do, the improvements what you look at giving to the employees who are sitting in the organization there, can you give a quality life for them? Because almost 16 hours they're sitting in an indoor premises, whether it is at home or whether it is office. So how do we try and make that place better? So you measure first, you implement what is required to be done. And then when you implement, is it end of the day, any companies who are going to invest, is it sustainable for them to live up to the long term? and to match the green building first time right, which is happening. I must say in India and neighboring countries, whether it is GCC or in any of the places, when you look at the global footprint, there is a huge amount of focus which is happening to make it first time right. So that first time right, how do we travel from the brown to green and green to sustain? Within the company, we definitely look at moving this needle big time. I would also say that we cater from India, we cater the innovation center, which is there in Bangalore and in Gurgaon as well as in Pune. We cater to the 70% of the world from the shared service point of view of people from the finance perspective and also from the innovation. What kind of healthy building can be given, how sustainable it can be done, and making sure that the future is brighter. That's what we do.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Shankar. In fact, that's another question I wanted to get to from a GBS GCC standpoint. You know, we are these hubs sitting in India, for example, but we have linkages with different parts of our organization and different geographies, whether in India or outside. So if a GCC was to become the enabler of sustainability in an organization, how does a GCC play a larger role going beyond, you know, our own facility, you know, within Bangalore or Delhi or Hyderabad, whatever? How do we actually become enablers of sustainability in the larger organization? How do we collaborate? I know you spoke about it a little bit, Anil, but if both of you could share that, how do GCCs become enablers of sustainability, not just within the GCC, but in the larger organization, like you were talking, Shankar?
So there are, I would say there, today, when I was sitting in the table with my fellow colleagues there, sustainability is a word which is used very nicely in all the places. But having said that, there are forums which are available within India and worldwide. How can we try and bring certain consensus between those top 5, bottom 5, or the medium 5 forums which are available? Let's take out good practices, what they have put together. Case in point, I would like to say in India, we have IGBC, India Green Building Council, which is really looking at sustainability as a big topic. Billions of square feet has been converted in India. I'm proud to say that they are really looking at making the standards coming in place. So how do we try and work with those entities and bring them to an approach to see that question number 1 to 5, can we answer the first one and the second one in a limited time frame? And then in the medium term and long term, what could be put together? I think we are in the cusp of it. A lot of people talking about it. How do we try and convert into a measured approach is what I would like to say.
Sure, sure. Anil, your views on that?
Yeah, I mean, actually, in addition to what he mentioned, it's our objective also, I mean, customers facing team is on the front end. Anytime actually GBS, I mean, and GCC are all on the, I mean, actually supporting teams to enable our ultimate goal of, I mean, actually growth and, I mean, customer satisfaction, loyalty building, brand building, all those things being the prime drivers. Okay, if you look at, I mean, actually, how do we do is actually, we have 4 buckets, basically. Okay, so environment actually initiatives, one bucket. So second, we have all our labor and the human rights. Okay, so that is if you look at that in the European Union and the US, actually that's a buzzword. All our customers want these sort of points. So third comes, I mean, all our business ethics, I mean, corporate governance, all your, all related area. And finally, I mean, actually on the procurement. Sustainability. So these are the 4 buckets we put all our sustainability related activities. So on the environment, I mean, initially, I mean, if you look at, it's only one pollution control license is ultimate. So now that is not enough. So we need, I mean, to carbon controls, I mean, energy savings and, you know, I mean, water savings, waste management. Waste management not only on to your manufacturing facility, so they are even at the procurement level itself, we need to demonstrate. For example, like, I mean, now, you know, I mean, actually biodiversity rules are coming into play now.
Yeah.
In the biodiversity, the requirement is, I mean, so we need to give a certificate Rather, we need to get a certificate from the local panchayat of these, particular products to showcase that. Example, we need to procure lemongrass from Orissa. So the local panchayat where we procure the lemongrass, so we need to get a certificate from that panchayat telling that, okay, so this waste, whatever is after manufacturing, we got the capability to dispose it off. Right. Okay, so that kind of things comes up there, it's very tough. Okay, the cost of this compliance is too much. Though we call it as sustainability or whatever, the cost of compliance is actually killing. And not only, we certify it, there are certification agencies will come and verify and prove, and they score it and benchmark it. And if your benchmarking is not good enough, your global multinational companies will rate you in their supplier procurements, all sort of challenges we have. Okay, so having said that, so we actually trying to, again, as I told, it's an evolution. So we're trying to move on there. Coming to the labor part, labor and human rights, actually we try to educate all our teams, a lot of awareness sessions, and ensuring that all our, they have been taken care of, workers' council is there, ensuring, all the basic compliance have been taken. So you got all the, wherever possible, the workers have been, or the labor people have been given an opportunity to hear or learn on our management side.
Sure.
Okay. Third comes the ethics part of that. We need to give, when we get the purchase order from the customer, actually even we need to certify telling that all the business ethics are followed, anti-corruption, so basic things. Looks very simple, but nowadays it is very tough. Then comes all your procurement, sustainable procurement. The sustainable procurement is another horrible area. Actually, again, mentioning it's a costly affair. Earlier, it's not that it's not there. It was never been warranted, or we need to demonstrate, or we need to keep a documentation for that. Now, actually, with the back office team, the GBS, or from our team, capability team, so they keep all the track of the procurements happening for the global things. And whoever customer wants, actually, we will provide that.
Right.
So that, their requirement also has been taken care of, because in the European standards are all very, very tough. So that is how actually we manage this entire sustainability.
Absolutely. And of course, you have a unique business model. And I totally agree. The meeting these standards required by some of your partners overseas in Europe or North America, I'm sure keeps you on your toes. So with that, what I wanted to do was to actually put up a question that we have. So we got a Mentimeter question coming up. I just want to make sure that everybody moves their, uses their brain a little bit here. So if you can put that question up on the screen, Shilpa, it's just going to come up in a minute. So we'll have everybody vote, and please share your views around this question. The question that's going to come up on the screen is, how can GBS and GCCs embed sustainability into their core operations? And what initiatives or frameworks have delivered impactful results? So that's the question. It's up on the screen. You can go to menti.com, use 49799589 as a code. I've got some answers coming up already. So it'll be good to see what the audience thinks in terms of how can sustainability become a part of the core operations, and which initiatives and frameworks deliver meaningful results from a sustainability standpoint, right? So a few more answers coming up. Yes, changing.
More people are voting.
Let's just wait for another 30 seconds for some more answers to pop up. Right, so fairly well split right now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to pick up a couple of these frameworks and initiatives. So the first one was around implementing sustainability focused KPIs. That's something I wanted to very quickly talk about. Shankar, KPIs are important. I mentioned yesterday, for those of you who were here, if you can't measure it, you can't fix it, right? So what sort of KPIs would you recommend? And how mature do you think the KPIs today are in terms of helping us frame our future targets?
Okay, so as I mentioned, measurement is critical. Those KPIs, if you look at from a corporate perspective or from a government perspective or from the individual, but even at home, what are the kind of KPIs you would look at to do a neutral net zero journey at home? I must say that I'll give a simple example of first within home. I looked at my electricity bill of the home. It was coming to close to 20K per month, the alternative month billing. Then I when you look at what's the kind of opportunity you have to go and neutralize that a bit. So looked at the option of solar. If I need to negate to give back what is that billing and the kind of kilowatt that we need to put. I mean, I recently got the implementation of the solar done. I can make out that over the period of next 1.5, 18 months, the capital investment, what I have done there is going to become neutral. And I would have given back electricity through the grid back into through the solar back into the grid. This is within home. When you look at from the measurement of what is required to be done at a corporate sector, I would simply say that begin with what are the wastages which are there. We spoke about energy, the waste elimination from the solid waste management and the liquid, the light, the efficiency, what you can. So all these parameters, if you are, and the travel, we are talking about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. It's all good. Everybody is reporting. How do we try and take one chunk of it with this, which is permissible within the control of the boardroom, the management, the middle management, and the last mile who is there as the employees. If employees are able to contribute to the goal of that implementation, believe you me, it will be a much easier journey for the first step. Then when you look at from the government point of view, there is a lot of work happening from each of the municipal corporations, which be it from the waste management or from the sustainable infrastructure, what they are putting together. We work very closely with a couple of governments, so we know what are the kind of investments they are expecting and then the returns to the citizens for a better living. So I will leave it there by saying measurement, 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 and the investment, what you do, calculatively do that, and then bring success of one measurement to go to the next one. Leave it at that.
Fair point. And one of the options that we had, which scored the lowest, was leveraging AI in data analytics. And I would just add any other new age technology to that to substantiate or to help in decision making when it comes to sustainability goals and targets. Anil, your thoughts on how new age technology and data can help us build better plans around sustainability?
Yeah, I mean, actually, see, so there are, very similar to what Shankar sir has mentioned. I mean, so there are a lot of requirement even from the government's bodies itself to measure these things. So take ISO 51000, it's basically on the energy. So unless you are equipped for digitally to capturing all this information. So in our case, actually on the energy per se, if you take it, so we have got solar power plants in many plants. So we have got windmills, multiple locations, multiple states, we have got windmills. So also, actually we have got the carbon emission norms, actually, certain activities being done at every plant. So collating all those things and actually, putting it across and demonstrating to our outside world. So that is what, actually the critical thing. For that, actually, so what we do is, it's all internally developed only, but it's all digital tools only. We use it basically to showcase these things to outside world, because ultimately that is what critical. So whatever we do, sustainable, all those things meant for what? Actually to improve your business or ensuring your the path of we are socially also committed. So that is the two things. So to demonstrate that, actually, unless we have the digital tools, to showcase our excellence in certain improvement, whatever we made. it's very difficult. So we developed certain digital tools to mark on those things, especially on the energy part. And also, I mean, waste also, we have got, certain meters attached in multiple things. I mean, so these are all tracked back to your, digital stuff and all.
Sure. And Shankar, from your standpoint, do you see a role of AI and data analytics in ESG and sustainability?
Of course.
Yep.
In fact, that's the mantra which is running. I personally at Johnson Controls, as I said, the Innovation Center, it's all about what an AI can bring to that area of improvement. Again, that improvement at your fingertips, you are able to measure it. Imagine that AI is able to transform that into your screen as employees, as management, as individuals and citizens of that place. I mean, you go to a municipal corporation today, as I mentioned earlier, they have apps for every aspect. And some of the apps really work. And those are actually enabled by this AI. So there is a lot of respect for that coming in.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much. I think this has been a really, really meaningful conversation. Some takeaways for me. One is around measurement. If it's extremely important to measure what you're doing and measure where the progress that you're making. Technology is going to play more and more role when it comes to sustainability. Partnering with the right agencies and service providers is extremely important. Ankit was here and Brookfield's doing that fabulous work. I'm sure there are many other service providers as well. So making sure, and then finally, of course, making sure that you drive that culture of sustainability in the organization will help you create better plans. Now, a lot of people sitting in this room may not be directly engaged with ESG targets, but some of you might be. My request, and I would urge each one of us to get more and more involved, because this is not going to go away. This is only going to have a greater impact in our lives and in our work as we go forward. For those of you who are coming from Delhi, you know how polluted it is, how difficult it is to breathe, and it's not going to get any better. So from our standpoint, as of course, as responsible citizens, as responsible corporate citizens, and as drivers of change that we call ourselves in the GCC world, extremely important that we become engaged in driving sustainability. We help our organizations become more sustainable or contribute more to the environment or to the society that we live in. So with that, I'm going to wrap this up unless there are any questions in the room. If anybody wants to ask anything. Yes, please. There's a question right in front.
Thank you. So when we have been speaking on sustainability, so going forward, yesterday also we have discussed on next and new, what is going to be next and new. So considering COVID times, and then we have had work from home, complete work from home, and then again, offices are open now. So coming to that perspective, question to the panel is, going forward, what could be, what happens to the real estate when it comes to people coming to offices? What kind of setup that could be there for a GCC or any function for that matter, GCC function?
Shankar, you have a large organization working with you. Do you see changes happening in the way people come to work or work arrangements?
Is it like we completely eliminate them and kind of give employees work from home? Many software companies started doing that already. To GCC, that kind of setup will work, or how is it that you foresee?
Began by saying that the employees have started coming back to the office, right? So the three fundamentals which we need to look at there is the office environment healthy, sustainable, and making sure that they are breathing fresh air. The first thing what they need to look at. The second thing what they need to look at is from home. If you're going to reach the office, you are having work from home, and now you need to reach the office. So what's the kind of mode of transport you pick there to reach to the office? At the end of the day, we have 8 hours of quality working hours need to be put in that place. So therefore, how do you commute from a point to the last mile of your office and back from there? government is definitely looking at transportation as a subject. When you see 5 years back, 7 years back, Delhi Metro used to be active. Today you go to 22 cities, you have metro. If you use the metro, you're able to reach faster to the office, and it is also bringing sustainability from not polluting the city. And the third final aspect is, how are you as individual taking that? Is that a burden you are taking to go to the office, or how do you really want to make a shift and change in your mindset and then make things happen? I would say these three things can actually make a materialistic difference for the citizen, the individual, the organization, and the country.
Thank you. All right. So I think we wrap this up. Thank you so much, my fellow panelists. Thank you so much, Anil. Shankar.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. We've got a couple of mementos that we'd like to get to.
Thank you very much. Just a moment, please. May I request Prag Mehta, VP and Head Customer Solutions, Quintes Global, to please come to give a memento of thanks to Shankar Iyer.
Shankar.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Suresh Kumar Vasudevan, Director, GFC, Hill and Brand, please, to come up. For offering a memento to Anil Kumar Radhakrishnan. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. Thanks, Abhinav, for navigating that so beautifully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very
Friends, we'll take a working tea break. So I request you to go outside and get your tea. If you find the queues are very long, then we can organize for the tea to be served here. So that's how we'll save some time. So we'll just take about 7 minutes for tea and continue during that as well. So, well, requesting those who are in the next session to quickly grab your tea and come, maybe. And we dive straight into the next session, which is Leadership Challenge, building the multi-dimensional next line with Sanjay Gupta. Requesting all the panelists, mera mic de dijiye. Podium mic hai on it. Requesting all the panelists of session 2 to please come up as soon as you can. 1, 2, 3. Requesting everyone to carry your cups of tea and coffee and be present inside as soon as possible. Got the placard? You got these name tags? Come. But we need one more chair. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so Sunil Kumar this side. No, moderator is always on the left. So we start with session 2, which is Leadership Challenge, building the multi-dimensional next line. And I'd like to invite on stage the panelists, starting with Sunil Kumar, Center Head, World Bank Group. Sunil is the Center Head of the Global Center of the World Bank Group at Chennai, responsible for providing overall strategic leadership to the office. Please welcome Sunil Kumar. Jaideep Agarwal, request you to please come. India GBS leader, Warner Brothers Discovery. Jaideep is the leader of the GCC of Warner Brothers Discovery in Hyderabad. This is a relatively newer setup for WBD in India and has been established as the first greenfield office globally after the merger of Warner Media with Discovery Communications. Warm welcome, Jaideep. Sandeep Kulkarni, Senior Vice President and Head, Worley Enterprise Services. Sandeep is the head of Worley Enterprise Services. He heads the initiative to lead Worley's global business services operations globally, with centers located in India, Malaysia, Brazil, and Colombia. Warm welcome to you, Sandeep. And Urs. Ulrich Katzenstein. I hope I got that right. Head Business Development, Continental Europe, Quintes Global. Thank you for coming all the way from Switzerland, Urs. And to moderate this session, we have Sanjay Gupta. So it's over to you, Sanjay, to take that forward.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for being back on time after tea. I think there are going to be a few more people coming in, but we'll start anyway because the clock has begun. And once the clock begins, we should begin too. And let me first of all welcome the panelists, an esteemed panelists, many of you whom I've known for a long time and have a distinguished career already and a furthermore distinguished career coming up. So I'm going to be asking some very simple questions, some things which are extremely important, but a few things before that. I just realized Sunil's from World Bank, Jagdeep's from Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers, and Sandeep's from Worley.
3W.
So from Urs and me, now we have the choice of either selecting Wipro or Walmart or Wells Fargo. So we'll figure out, if we've got to be consistent. I mean, I think W is the fashion for the day, so we'll probably be thinking in those lines at all. So that apart, I'd first of all like to make one more remarkable statement about one of the panelists, Mr. Sunil Kumar, and we'll begin with Sunil, but first Sunil. I have no knowledge about any person, and certainly very, very few in this room, who would have spent 23 years in one single organization. World Bank. Can you imagine? In the modern day and world, do you know of anybody? I don't. Is there anyone in the panel here in the delegates here in the room who have spent 23 years or more in the same organization continuously? Is there anybody? Show of hands, please. No one. Anybody who's done over 15, 1-5? You have, Urs? Okay. We have, yes, one who's done. Anyone else? Yes, okay. I can see one more. Can you imagine? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With Sunil with 23, hats off to you. You are by far head and shoulders above everyone else. And it's a very good place to start, Sunil, and I will begin with you. Because we're going to be talking about developing the next line. And you see, I can start with my story a little while ago. I spoke a bit about it previously as well. But very, very honestly, I came into this industry and into this particular role more by accident than by design. And I think that is pretty much the story for a lot of other people as well. In '95, I joined American Express. And that sort of threw me into a completely blind corner. We had to struggle and maneuver our way around, etc. And then, you join newer organizations which are coming up after that. There were very, very few precedences. There was nobody who could really guide in the right direction. Of course, there were mentors. There were teachers, there were a lot of people who you could reach out to and seek guidance from. Not that they knew anything better, but they obviously had a little more experience than you did. So they were there for you to ask if you needed any. But directionally, what comes next? Their guess was a shade better than yours. And that's this kind of struggle we found ourselves in. And we sort of maneuvered our way, which is probably true for a lot of people in this room. And one of the things we continue to struggle with is that youth and younger people are the need of the hour. They are the ones who are going to take this industry and the world forward. So I am always on the lookout to see who is it that can be taken up as number 2, because one fine day, whether I like it or not, I'm not there. The organization chief is not there. And when we look at the age of the people who lead units or people who lead organizations, we find that progressively those ages are coming down. And the people do not really have the patience to wait for 30 years, 40 years to become top of their business units or top of their organizations. So there are things that we need to do now to ensure that let's take Rakesh as a case in point, for example, a classic example of a CEO of an organization. The kind of age that he is, he's got so much of experience behind him already. He's being trained, he's being groomed so very well. He's handling everything so perfectly and taking everything in his own hands, because that is exactly what is required for a progressive head of a unit. And so Sunil, now this, question to you really, and largely because you have that kind of experience of 23 years in an organization. You must have seen a lot of churn within the organization and you stuck. So how do you see in the future today, the kind of things that you may need to do to ensure that whosoever comes in as the first line or the second line, succession plan or whatever you may call it, is there for that period of time that you spent within the organization? The kind of stickiness that you can build, the kind of maturity that you can build in your second line, etc. So that's the direction that I think I'm going, sort of seeking your advice on. So over to you.
Thank you,
Go on.
Sanjay. Great to connect with Sanjay after 23 years. I have not seen him for the last 23 years, and he looks the same. What I saw him in American Express.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, so you have not aged. And I think I have also not aged, except for my hairs.
Something that you've all turned gray now.
Yeah, so 23 years with the World Bank. I asked myself question, why people leave any organization? People leave an organization is that role, that what role you want to kind of perform in the new organization, your, the authority, your learning, and of course, every one of us wants to make decent living, right? These are some of the broad parameters and also potential of the role to grow further into, further, where you can kind of create more impact. And if one gets all this in the current organization where you are challenged, where you get to learn a lot every day, where you can make an impact because of the business that you are in, and also when you contribute to the goals of the institution and you make decent living. So why to leave? Why to go? So the mission of our organization is so powerful that, that two broad goals that we have: ending extreme poverty on sustainable basis on a livable planet, and boosting shared prosperity, where we try to improve the standards of living across the globe. So the mission of the organization also binds us in the institution. Now, coming to your question about the next in line leadership, I think there are certain basic principles I keep in mind, because that's very important. And leadership is such thing that, one size doesn't fit all. It is not that I'm sitting on this dais, I'm a world leader. No, it's a learning process throughout. So leadership to me is an art, not a science. Leadership cannot be taught. It can be experienced. Leadership can be role modeled. Leadership is about walking the talk. Leadership is about living our values day in, day out. Leadership is about inspiring people with your own behaviors and attitudes. And, when say that, okay, there's a classroom type of leadership, when we go there, learn something, this is great. We learn the concepts. But the concepts are ideal thing. There we want to go up to, but there is a reality. So between the concepts and reality, there's a gap. And the gap is basically your experience. How do you bridge the gap? And that's where I think leadership makes a difference. In terms of leadership, I think it is also beyond a transaction. We are dealing with human beings, not the commodities. People say that there's a, what you call technical quotient. Then there is a emotional quotient. There is one more quotient, decency quotient. Are you fair? Are you transparent? Are you decent? Are you respectful about the others? How would you like to be treated? The way you treat your people, right? That's also very important. Put yourself into their shoes. And finally, to your point, Sanjay, leadership is not a birthright. Sometimes we think that I come from baby boomers or Gen X, and the leadership is the birthright of Gen X or baby boomers. No, there are new generations also who can equally bring good promise, good potential to the position that we are in. And therefore, it is that makes a difference in terms of how they fit into the role. So to answer your question very specifically, there are different leadership strategies that I have seen and I have adopted in my organization, and also in, I was the learner in American Express. We can share more as a part of the discussion.
So, yeah, thanks, Sunil. Thank you very much. Absolutely, absolutely. We're all learners struggling, and sort of, one of our senior leaders at American Express had told me that there is no precedence, and we've all got a little bit of a sword in our hands, and we are running through a thick jungle. We have no idea where the jungle is going to lead us with direction. All we know is that whatever comes in front of us, we have to just thrash our way into it and sort of keep progressing, because that's the way the world is, and you have to keep moving and moving. Where you're finally going to end up, very rarely does anybody really have any visibility right now. So, Sunil, I echo that completely. So, for example, one of the questions that maybe Jaideep you can answer. Jaideep and I have also been together at American Express. In fact, though we've worked in different timings, but this is a team that is old and ancient. Jaideep, when I see the leaders of today, I find that there are 3 competencies that seem to have come. There's a whole list of competencies leaders need to have. There is no doubting that. But I really see 3 competencies that sort of come up to the top. And the 3 competencies are all about being global, for example. When I see the people who have done extremely well for themselves, and Indian names in the global world are now nothing new. So many top companies have Indian CEOs already, or at least ethnically Indian CEOs. And all I see is fantastic exposure globally, very, very good understanding of the business itself, having good idea about the new age technologies, but also very importantly, networking, collaboration. I think these are the 3 aspects of a CEO or a head of a global unit or head of a unit, which is, so I'd like, for example, you to give me an idea about, or give everyone an idea about, what is your take on these 3 skills, whether it is easy to inculcate these 3 skills, and are there more that you sense which are important, or anything that comes top of mind?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jaideep Agarwal. As Sanjay mentioned, I'm the leader of the Warner Brothers Discovery Global Capability Center here. Just to give you a background, some of our franchises like Harry Potter, Friends, Big Bang Theory, Game of Thrones, Aquaman, and et cetera, and all. So I think I go back to what Captain Raghu said in the morning is, and the last pillar, which he spoke about Alzheimer's and storytelling. We are in the business of storytelling. We create content, we tell stories, and as part of our distribution vehicles or channels, we use different vehicles or channels to tell our stories. And how engrossing those stories are people willing to come back and listen to the stories once again? Or people just see it as a tissue rejection saying, hey, you know what? I didn't like that story fundamentally, right? So that's the essence of who we are. Now, if we were to intersperse that from a lens of leadership, so a typical Hollywood studio, this was a $31 billion Warner Media, got acquired by $11 billion Warner Brothers by Discovery. So now you have a $44 billion trying to stay in a leadership position. What does leadership mean? I mean, I think it's a state of mind, first of all. What effective, and it's not got to do anything with the position. I could be a CEO, yet I may not be the leader. I could be the base level analyst, and yet I could be the leader in the in my own thought process. So fundamentally, I mean, there are a couple of experiences I can share with you in terms of how things have happened. And the 3 tenets which you spoke about, I feel these are all vehicles in which help you be a better leader, be it having a mindset which is more global, whether you network with other people or whether you are collaborating with others. It's an aspect of how do people perceive me? Are they looking at me as, hey, you know what? I want to be like him, I want to be like her? Or am I able to define a North Star and I'm able to motivate people and take them along in the journey to reach out to that North Star? So fundamentally, to me, that's what leader is. While leadership, as we define as it's a pluralism around what are some of the characteristics on that. Clearly, I mean, I do remember one of the leaders way back in Amex. I was extremely frustrated one fine day with certain transitions I was doing. I'm like, hey, what the hell? Why can't they get it? And blah, blah, blah. Early on in your careers, when you are hardly 5 to 8 years out of your MBA engineering and you think you are God's gift to womankind or mankind and you just walk on water. And he just told me a very simple thing. Don't let your short-term ego come in the way of your long-term career. That has stayed with me for over 25 plus years. I think in my mind, leadership is about getting your ego way down at the extreme end of your priorities. It should not even be a priority. What you are talking about is how can I take a set of people along with me and take them along to deliver the promised land. So that's what I feel are a fundamental tenets of being a leader or being a part of a leadership. Second, it's not necessary that you will be in that role every single moment. I think more often than not, if you look at a 24 or a 48 hour, you will be moments when you are more a follower than a leader, because there are aspects of a role, aspects of, say, technology or something which you are learning from someone else. It just doesn't matter that you're not, because you're not a subject matter in those aspects. But the role of a leader is to reach out to the respective individual and know who's the best for something. Make sure you are providing that vehicle for that individual to come forward and present that point of view. I really like the analogy which Captain Raghu said in the morning. It's a state of being a gardener. You are nourishing and individuals for their skills, for their expertise, etc. To me, that is what leadership is about. And to connecting it back to what you said about collaboration, networking, having a global mindset, absolutely. The more broader you are, the better it will be for you to be able to connect all the dots. I mean, that's the way I would define leader and a leadership.
Sanjay. One of the things that really resonates is what Captain Raghu said in the morning about how the industry is likely to grow so much and so much demands are going to come up on leadership. So we need to actually inculcate a sense where we can grow our leaders from within. So it's an organic growth of leadership that we are going to be, looking at. And sustainability actually comes from building up your leadership ladder to an extent that, you're pretty much sure about how the next level of leadership is going to shape up. And then you have the advantage of molding that leadership. And actually, one of the biggest problems we find is, identifying the right set of talents. And once you've really been able to identify, etc., and then, connect up. So that's, so yes.
Can I make 2 points on this global mindset?
Yeah, sure.
So global mindset, we think that global mindset is a very big elephant in the room. Actually, 2 things that I have seen in my experience. One is that when we are sitting miles away from where the business is done, we are kind of cutting ourselves from the business. We think that our business is the shared services or global business services, etc. We ourselves restricted to it.
Yeah.
The global mindset is basically being there in the business, linking to your CEO goals. What is your CEO expecting? What is your organization expecting? Are you linking your goals to your CEO's goals so that you can see that what strategy CEO is adopting and how you can fit that strategy into your shared services organization? That's one. The second is that global mindset is also about knowing the corporate culture. When we talk about global, we think that we are not global being in India. We are actually global. Being in India, we are global because people outside of India look up to us as a solution provider. And therefore, it is very important on both sides that we understand each other's culture. And what is organization culture? What binds us together? How they organize themselves? How we are organized? Link the two.
No, absolutely, you're absolutely right. In fact, not the topic of conversation right now, but one of the issues that we found GCCs to still have, while it's fashionable to call many of our organizations as GCCs, but many of us are not necessarily truly GCCs in the true sense, because we still continue to think ourselves as service centers, and the definition of what a customer is, it changes. For GCCs, and I can tell you this is true for many leaders within the GCCs who think that their parent organizations are their customers. If you were to ask this person very blindly, suddenly, first thing when he wakes up and says, please tell me who's your customer, he's going to name one guy in the US or in European country somewhere who this fellow is servicing and say, this guy is my customer. Why is he your customer? Because this is the one who pays me. That's a very restricted, my personal opinion. You cannot be thinking of, especially if you're a leader of that stature and you want to become a global leader, you can't be thinking of that fellow sitting in the US as your customer, or the team or the group. The customer is the one customer for the entire organization, which is the customer of the company that we are all a part of. So that's the only customer we need to think about. When we say customer first, that's the customer first. Of course, I don't want to get into the client, customer, consumer kind of a debate at this moment, but if consumer and customer is the same thing, then that's the customer, if it is. For retail organizations, many of them, they are common. So if you carry that goal saying this is the way it works, then that's the only way. We were talking about, now let me come to Sandeep and say, I'm sorry, it just happens to be sequential from left to right. Sandeep, we're talking about now and new and next. That's the theme of the talk anyway. Now, new and next. And I'm keen in also seeing that how you in your experience are changing your mindset and your team on how you are identifying what are the practices that you need to do to identify next steps, promote next steps, mentor them, sort of, help them along, etc. So what are the things that I can tell you one thing, whatever we've done till now, whatever we've gone through till now, that's not likely to last much longer. That's not likely to happen much, to take us a lot further. Newer things are happening. Newer methodologies are coming up. So what's been your experience?
Great question. And let me give an analogy to our personal life, because at the end of it, as one of my CEOs used to say, business is personal. Business is personal. It's a very short statement, but it is personal. If you have personal connects, the business works well with your customers, your employees, everything. But I think there would be several people who are much younger than us sitting here. But as you shift, as you were saying, that there is a significant paradigm shift. As I was telling one of my team members, that perhaps we are the last generation which listens to our parents and the first generation which listens to our kids. If you take that analogy in the corporate world or in the GCCs, I think it's the newer generation as they are coming in. There are different aspirations, there are different motivators for them. What we have seen in case of Worli, and even in earlier in Tata Motors and Jaguar Land Rover, was people get more associated to a sense of purpose. So the purpose could be at the enterprise level. So what we are seeing in case of Worli, our vision and Worli is in the business apart from doing projects in the energy sector. It is the largest company which is in sustainability solutions. So the purpose of Worli, or the vision of Worli, is to make world more sustainable, which resonates with the younger generation, because they can join any organization where they can have the skills, they can learn the skills, they can learn about Gen AI, they can learn about multiple other things. But the sense of purpose is what I would say, in my experience, has helped the most. Sense of purpose at the enterprise level, sense of purpose at the GBS or the GCC level. And as you rightly said, Sanjeev, right? So again, another anecdote, we were, and I think Manish sitting there would remember, in case of Tata Motors, we were 3 years down the line when we set up the GBS, and we were to present to the CEO and the executive committee, and we were very happy. All the SLAs agreed, everything was fine. And then I went for a presentation to the CEO. He said, "That's all right. These are all hygiene factors. Tell me what problems are you solving for my employees? What problems are you solving for my dealers who are customers of Tata Motors? And what problems are you solving for our suppliers?" Which means that, okay, are you able to contribute to the larger purpose of the organization? Then we pivoted the whole GBS around and we started looking at more at outside in perspective. I think that gave a sense of purpose to a number of people to be associated and grow with it, because you're solving the problems. You're not just doing transactions. So that's one part of it. Some of the practical things we have started doing as a part of the leadership team within Worli is to develop the next cadre of leaders. We have deliberately started delegating. So each one of us and my direct reports and their direct reports have to select a meeting when they need not be there and then delegate it to the next in line. So that way, it's simple to say, but it's difficult for us to step out and delegate it. So these are some of the mechanisms we have said that, okay, how do we build the next and the next and the next line? Yes, you have a succession planning, everybody does it, but how do you practically implement? So some of these things are the things that we have started doing, which is giving results, because I completely agree that leaders are not defined by the hierarchy or position. Leaders are defined by how they are working towards whatever work they do. And we are now seeing emergence of a significant leaders, which is creating that leadership bench strength, which helps us do succession planning. So tomorrow, as we said, if I get stuck by a bus, we have somebody who is more capable, perhaps.
Perhaps. Fantastic. Actually, one of the serious risks that at least I have noticed, I'm sure everyone has, is that very often we actually look at subsequent levels of leaders as competition, and we get wary of having to sort of give them so much of knowledge and understanding and depth, for the fear that they may one day replace you. And that inherent fear I've seen may not be apparent, but is visible at times, especially if you have spent time in the organization. Urs, let me ask you, you have a very varied and checkered history. You've been a consultant, you now, head marketing with a global organization. In the past, you have so much of history with many large corporates. And, what kind of changes that you see in leaders' capabilities as the years have progressed, now that you meet so many of tops of businesses? Do you sense that there is a change of the style of understanding and bringing up of leaders for the future, for tomorrow, versus the ones maybe in the past, our age? I consider myself as the dinosaur age. So, do you notice these changes and what those changes could be?
Yes. First, I would like to reflect on what you just said about that people are scared to pull up additional people. I mean, there's a nice saying: A people hire A people, B people hire C people. So you need to have a certain self-confidence in yourself to pull up new people. You can also see that in a Peters principle. People are then promoted to a level where they are incapable of what they're doing. And then, of course, they're scared of getting new people up. And I think that that's, as an organization, you need to work on that these kind of patterns are not developing in your organization. Getting to what are the requirements, I think people skills are getting more and more important. You saw it also what the captain presented this morning, this gardener, he mentioned it also before, this gardener leadership. It has a lot to do with situational leadership, I think, that you go and you see what kind of people do I need in a certain field. If you talk about AP processes, which are very standardized, there it is, you need more authoritarian leadership because you need to really get things done in a very specific way. When you talk about other services, especially technology development, data analytics, where you need to have people to think out of the box, you need totally different leaders to lead these people. Because if you have there an authoritarian leader who says, oh, I saw you didn't fix this within the time or whatever, then they get, the people will not follow such a person. And in this context, you need leaders who are aware of the situation, who are empathic of the people they are leading, and develop then the next line also in the same pattern.
You're right, absolutely. First of all, yes, getting out of here. So there is this, I'm reminded of a statement. I can't exactly recall that statement, but one of my leaders told me that people rise to their best level of incompetency. I'm sorry, I'm sort of missing the exact words, but what it meant really was that there's this glass ceiling, and you only recognize the glass ceiling because you recognize that you are incapable of moving any further than that. And that's the last step of your career approach. And if you've reached that, then you're right. You will actually find somebody who can zoop past and and become a boss, your boss one day. That's the fear that most people have. So, question now to anybody on the panel who can answer this. Do you sense that, do you believe that these traits that we have need for in the upcoming future, knowing your business, knowing the technology, being aware of the events and upcoming changes in the field in the future, and at the same time being a worldly person, both from a networking point of view as well as awareness? Do you think they are formally teachable traits? Do you think it is, do you think a GCC school, for example, or a business kind of a school, I'm not talking about the MBA schools, etc., but a school which is more from a, let's take GCC for us, for the audience here, mostly from GCCs. So if you were to look for a head of a GCC, can you school the person formally? Do you think it's formally possible?
I'll take the first shot.
Yeah.
So I think I've so far in the last 28, 29 years, I've very firmly believed that skills are teachable, but attitude is not. So whenever so far hiring, promotions we looked at is we have given more importance, or I have given more importance to attitude and rather than skills. Is it something we spoon-fed to develop a leader? No, but there are certain things that could be done to nurture that person to become a leader. And I think that's what we would have to see. It's not, there is no course material available on, okay, how can you be the next GCC leader? It's looking at those attributes, nurturing that person on, building on some of the strengths that the individual has, and then basically helping on some of the areas of improvement is how you nurture. I think personally think it boils down to the attitude rather than the skills.
I mean, I'll say a yes and a no answer. There are aspects of the role which you can clearly are teachable. I mean, those are harder aspects of the role. very clearly, be it in terms of, do you know X, do you know Y, do you know Z, and then over a period of time, you learn those aspects. Then there is an aspect of the unknown, right? How are you responding to an event which is in the realm of unknown? Now, that's what separates good leaders from not so good leaders is, am I responding or am I reacting, right? So in that area, a lot is learned through observations or years of, I would say, observing different sets of leaders to say, oh my God, in a situation like this, that's how X responded or that's how Y responded, right? So is there a school to be able to teach you? Probably no. But then are you observant enough to say, hey, you know what? There are mentors we have in mind to say, what would he or she have done in a situation like that? And then you suddenly at the back of your mind, you have a situation or you recall, and then that's the way you look at it. So which is why I say a yes and a no answer. Yes, certain aspects, because there are specific people who can take care of those aspects. What's the role of a GBS or a GCC leader? If you were to look at it, it's like, think of a string of pearls. The leader's role is that of a string. How are you binding those pearls together so that they are all walking or they are all connected and going in cohesion in a particular direction? I mean, that's what I would respond to that question.
Yeah,
Sanjay, your view.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, one change which I have seen in the last 23 years is that, when I was hired, prior to American Express or within American Express for my technical skills, like how good accountant I am, how much knowledge of financial reporting, corporate reporting I have. So these were the broad parameters under which a person was assessed for a job. Now I have seen that there's a sea change. While this domain expertise, technical skills are given, people will bring that as a part of their academic background. But what we also look at beyond, and which is very important competencies we look at, is that how tech savvy I am in terms of the emerging technology skills. Am I keeping myself abreast of artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, etc., etc.? I may not be technically expert on that, but am I aware? Another important thing is that, in a big companies or maybe in a small companies also, it is not that project is driven by one team. We are dependent upon each other for support. There is a IT, there is HR, there is accounting, there is a risk. So we have to work together. So the collaboration skill we assess. Now, to your point, all these skills can be taught or these can be observed. I think it's both. I agree with Jaideep. Like collaboration skills, how you can teach people about the collaboration skills. It has to come from within. It's the requirement of the role that you have to step out of your room and connect with your colleagues, right? To provide support. And then you can be supported. But in terms of other soft skills, for example, the problem-solving skills, this can be taught. There is a methodology to solve a problem. First, what's the problem statement? And what are the root causes of the problem? And what are the potential solutions, etc., like Lean Six Sigma methodology. So these can be taught. So what I'm saying is that, these are very important skills which are over and above the technical and domain expertise that we look at before hiring.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you're saying is right, but what I see is that maybe not from a pure schooling point of view, I would say like an MBA school or some such thing, but there are so many now instances available where many of these competencies are also being imparted and observed, not necessarily in the specific style, and you say, right. For example, an attitudinal thing. I'm just picking up the word that you mentioned, attitudinal. Very, very difficult to school attitude. Very difficult, but not impossible. And the army, for example, one of the things that it does give you enough impetus for you to recognize that your attitude needs to undergo a change. I'm just giving that one example, top of mind. If you sit down, I can think of some more, I guess. Let me ask you one final question. I know we're running out of time. And please feel free to answer any of you. It's not specifically directed to any one person. If you were to live your life all over again, all of us are seasoned people, we've lived enough of our lives. If you were to live your life all over, let's say if you were to live last 25 years of your life all over again, knowing what you know now and being the heads of your units today, do you think you would have done things differently in the past so as to have this position a lot earlier? For instance, if you want to crunch this and say, 25 years it has taken me from, level 1 till level 8 that I am on now, and I want to reach this much earlier, would you have done things differently from your knowledge that you have now? Would you have done things differently in the past? So anyone wants to take a shot at it? Or do you want to begin?
Yes, of course, there are always things where you would say, yeah, I should have done that more different. And I think the direction would be stronger because now I know what's relevant. In the beginning, when you start your career, you focus on the content. When you want to be a leader, and of course you develop the will to be a leader in the working environment because you see other people, and there, I think a bit more persistence, maybe a bit more focus on leadership and less on the technical, on the execution.
Yeah, I mean, I can share. I think if there was someone who was able to help articulate certain aspects of career roles much early on, probably there wouldn't have been as much dissonance in my head. Would I have done things differently? Possibly no, but then at least from a mental peace standpoint, I could not have. Like, I go by the philosophy of think of your career as an I, letter I, English alphabet. The first 1/3 of year at the top, do 2, 3, 4, 5 different things, because you never know what are you going to be good at or what are you going to like, right? Once you identify, hey, that's what I like, think of the middle vertical line of I, go deep into that. Because that's what's going to give you the experience or the expertise in that. And then the bottom I is about once you've gained that, now you can go replicate a lot of those leadership dimensions across different components. So that's the way, if somebody had explained that to me early on in my career, I would have had a much better internal, I would say less stress is what I would say.
I completely agree with you because I started my career by selling televisions. Then I started selling software. Then I started implementing software. Then I moved to the other side of the table to do outsourcing. And that's when I realized, so the top part was over, then you go deeper, deeper, deeper. And I think, and absolutely, if we had knew, but see, very few amongst us know exactly what we want from life. There are some lucky people, perhaps the newer generation knows what they want from life. I think we have discovered it. So, yeah.
Sunil, last word from you.
Yeah, I think, in terms of, there's a vision, there's a shared vision, and there's a reality. I think we have to connect these 3 dots, very important. Because sometimes we think that it's our vision, we don't actually articulate the vision with people. It has to be implemented by the people across the organization, therefore it has to be shared vision. And therefore, reality also we have to understand, because sometimes we talk at 40,000 feet level, we don't understand the reality. And that's very important to connect these 2.
Thank you, gentlemen. I know the time's up and Sangeeta is looking very sternly at me. But we will take one question at least, if there is anyone. Okay, there's one gentleman right up front. Short question, please. We are out of time already.
Yeah, yes. So thank you, panel. Wonderful insights, from each one of you. So when we talk about culture, actually, unfortunately, it is driven by the people. When we talk about more about, no, this company has a very good culture, but then ultimately at the end of that, it is a person who is driving it. So it again comes to the stage where it is self-driven, like whatever he can do, he'll be doing it. So in any of your, careers, this was the entire panel, basically anyone can answer. So there is a situation where you are in a role, and obviously, as Sanjay mentioned, there is a person who is again aspiring for it. So how did you come out of that challenge? Okay, I mean, ego, very well mentioned by again Jaydeep. So we have to cut down our ego. But if you have grown up to this level, definitely there could be situations where another person is definitely waiting for that position. So how did you cope up with the challenge and then come across?
Who is this question directed to?
Anyone can answer.
Anybody? Volunteers?
Hey, I mean, the way I understood was you refer to around because it's very hard to hear.
Hard to hear.
I almost didn't, but just to
Yes.
essence, it's about the culture and people wanting to take on your job or something in that space.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Etc. Look, all I can share is, and that it happens naturally over a period of time for you, right? We are so used to receiving things all our life. We have been. There's a point in time when you have to reverse and you have to start giving versus receiving, where the pleasure of giving is more than the pleasure of receiving. Okay. And back to linking it to your culture aspect, it's about the tone at the top, period. Right? Whatever tone you are setting at the top, this organization or this group is about greed, or this group is about collaboration, whatever. It's the tone at the top. And that's what will flow down to the absolute bottom of the pyramid in that part. Now, connecting it to, hey, if there's someone else who wants to take on your job, believe me or not, if he or she is more capable than you to take that job, whether you want it or not, he or she will take away that job. You won't even realize, and he or she is already doing it. If it's a number 2 and he or she is more capable, it is. Maybe that's the wake-up call for me or you to say, you know what? Maybe my time here is up because I've given whatever I could, the value I could add. I mean, one of the quotes I always have from one of my leaders was, the value you add to the firm and the value the firm adds to you has to be in equilibrium. The moment there is a disequilibrium, either of you will part. I mean, that's the way I want to respond in whatever I could understand of your question, basically, given the acoustics here.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I
you
think
very
just one point, I think, as Captain Raman also said, right? Culture can be defined with very simple statements. Like we saw it something for Mahindra that can percolate down. If it's too vague, nobody understands it. So like Mr. Ratan Tata used to say, I decide what I want to do first and then find a way. Or even the current chairman, I think he came up with something which is about something like that. Tension nahi lene ka aur gyan nahi dene ka type. So it's very simple, easy to understand. That translates into the culture, I think.
Thank you. I'm sure there are more questions, and we can take the questions over the free time whenever we sort of meet socially over networking. In the meanwhile, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the fantastic interaction.
Thank you very much, everyone, for that very, very relatable session. Please stay for a moment. I'd like to request Mr. Ajay Wadhwa, CEO, TML Business Services. Please come and give a memento to Mr. Sunil Kumar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gaurav Malik, Global Director, HCL Tech, request you to please come and give a memento of thanks to Jaydeep Agarwal.
Hi. Thank you.
Calling upon Sanjay Dora, ex-COO Tesco GBS.
Not here.
It's not here.
Sanjay Dora, I think he's not there, so maybe is he there? Don't think so. So maybe Sanjay, you could give the memento to Sandeep Kulkarni. One Sanjay versus another, good enough. I guess.
Right. Thank you very much.
Mr. P. Ram Narsingh Rao, Director IT and Projects, GBS, Dr. Reddy's. Please come up and give a memento to our friend from Switzerland, Urs. One group photograph.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A group photograph.
Like this. Thank you.
Thank you once again, all the panelists and Sanjay. We go into the next session now, success stories of value delivery, discover the differences. I'd like to call upon the panel, starting with Sriram Gopalakrishnan, Director, Global Shared Services, V Group. Sriram is a strategic leader in the field of global shared services, currently serving as the Director of Global Shared Services at the V Group, a leading provider of ship management and maritime services. Please welcome Sriram Gopalakrishnan. Joining him, Dr. S. Venkat Kumar, Principal Consultant Business Support for the APAC and ME region, Cone Elevators India. Dr. S. Venkat Kumar, associated with Cone Elevators India as a Principal Consultant, Business Support for the Asia Pacific, Middle East region. Warm welcome to you, Dr. Venkat Kumar. Hema Malini Venkatraman, Head of GBS Service Delivery, FL Smith. Hema Malini heads the Global Business Services Delivery for FL Smith from India. She has over 27 years of experience across GBS and outsourcing organizations like GE Capital International Services, Hewlett-Packard, Accenture, DXC Technologies, Rolls-Royce. She is a professional cost accountant and company secretary by qualification and is also a black belt. Welcome, Hema Malini. And the moderator for this session, Nilesh Bhatia, Senior Vice President, Head Customer Delivery and Operations, Quintes Global. So it's over to you, Nilesh, to take that session ahead.
Thank you so much, SSF team, to give us an opportunity to talk about an important topic. I think this is very close to everybody's heart, value delivery and redefining the KPIs in the current environment. And I'll just talk about it in few minutes, and then I will, of course, hand it over to the esteemed panel. Value delivery, I think, in this particular industry has been the buzzword right from the time when this industry actually started. I think way back in mid-90s when this industry was taking shape, we were all given to understand that this is something to do with transaction processing. I think today, about 30 years down the line, now the transaction processing itself is left way behind. I think we have come a long way beyond that, where now we are playing an important role of being enterprise partner in pockets. There are areas where we are doing a better job than others, but I think still there is a long way to go to be able to deliver tangible benefits to the business, which are measurable, and where the business can really call us as collaborative partners, or we can get a seat on the table. Some organizations, we have reached that level in some form or fashion. Others are just following up. But I think definitely we have some lessons to learn from our experiences. And that's what I would request our panel to talk about, how the value markers are changing, how the KPIs are being redefined to include these value markers, so that we can learn from the experiences of this esteemed panel and we can talk more about it. I would request the audience here to feel free to ask questions and intervene or share their own experiences about how they have done it in their organizations, so that it can be a two-way communication, two-way session rather than just we talking about. Is that okay, panel? If you're okay with that? Fair enough. I'll then hand over. I'll start with Venkat. If you can share your knowledge and your experiences, how value delivery and value markers have changed or have been actually implemented in your organization. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think there's a small presentation which I have. The slides, this one. So as the slides are coming up, so we are talking here about value creation, and value creation does not mean just improving the top line and bottom line. Many of us think that, okay, the top line is healthy, we have added a few millions to the top line or the bottom line, then we have created value. Now, value creation is about the ease of the process. Ease of the process. How is it lean? And today we are talking about lean user experience. So it's not just lean within the organization, but from a user perspective, how is it lean? And then finally, the value to all the stakeholders. So our business associates, employees, vendors, and the customers. And what the bottom line I would say is, value creation is, when it comes to an organization, how easy it is to work with the organization and work for the organization. That's the ultimate value that we see. Numbers are there. Few of the numbers are tangible, few are intangible. So let me just explain to you what we are doing over here. Obviously, Kone is a global leader in the elevator and escalator industry over here, with close to about 60,000 employees globally and 500,000 customers. And what we are focusing, and I think I specifically put this slide, food for thought, because it's just before the lunch break. Yeah. And so how are we going to leverage on our process re-engineering and Gen AI for redefining some of the value markers, redefining some of the KPIs? Right. So when we talk about BPR, we are basically talking about how do we improve efficiency, how do we improve productivity and the overall performance. So that's where you look into the process in detail. So when you talk about value creation, it basically starts from doing something, taking a look at what internally you're doing and what is going to be the output. So that's where the BPR comes into play. Oh, sorry. Can we have this right, please? We need to go back to the second slide. Presentation mode? Yeah. Have to press one. No. What about put it on the presentation mode? Okay. Obviously, we can't be creating value this slow. Apologies for that. In today's context, the value creation has to be much faster. So when we talk about efficiency, productivity, and overall performance, so the BPR is actually going to be focusing on defining certain KPIs. So when we talk about KPIs, we're talking about descriptive KPIs, we are talking about predictive KPIs, and also prescriptive KPIs. In fact, Mr. Sunil in the earlier session mentioned about certain hygiene KPIs. Yes, earlier when we used to talk about, when we started the BPO or shared services industry, we were talking about certain KPIs. Today, most of them are hygiene KPIs. Nobody talks about it. So let's decode BPR first. So the BPR, what does it involve? It involves certain steps where, you achieve business objectives. And then what does it aim to? Enhance customer satisfaction. And the key components in leveraging technology. Today, technology is changing so fast that we need to be abreast of the technology over there. Otherwise, we are going to be far behind. In fact, when you go and study some processes in certain organizations, you will feel that they're like 10, 12 years old. And then you go hire a consultant and they do something and they just bring you to date. And which is something, you're learning from somebody who has already done this so many times and you're far, far behind. You just get to date, but you're not getting into the next stage of technology. Now, so this is where we will try to combine the new buzzword, Gen AI and BPR. So AI can support in doing various analysis. It can do a deep dive into your data and come out with a lot of solutions and a lot of additional value adds that you know. Now, some of the KPIs, I'm driving straight to the KPIs because then we have the panel talking more about the KPIs as well. So we talk about how do the quality KPIs change? How do the system KPIs change? So there are various parameters. So earlier, these were just like hygiene factors, but we go take a step further into some of these KPIs to see what they are and what they mean. Now, like I said, some of these are clearly indicative KPIs. It is not a KPI that comes after the process is over, but a KPI even before the process is evolved, so that will tell you something what can correct. Rather than doing a course correction much beforehand. Then we talk about customer service KPIs. We talk about marketing KPIs and retail. I believe most of us in this room are from the shared services. So in one way or the other, we are touching upon the finance part of it. So on the finance part of it, let's talk about a new KPI dashboard. So earlier on the finance, when it comes to the O2C, we just used to talk about some bank reconciliation and things like that. But today there are a lot of things of the unallocated cash, activities of the auto match percentage, then the AR aging, true e-invoicing. Similarly, on the P2P, you've got what is paid on time, e-invoicing. So e-invoicing, that's a very good indicator of your KPI, how healthy your organization is, how you're moving to your technical platforms. Then on the record to report, basically on the unreconciled balances, the errors that are coming up over there, and to what extent have you been automating your journals versus your manual journals. So these are just some indicative KPIs, and there could be many more. Also on the supply chain management, you've got KPIs like, the diversity of spend, the planned course of action taken against contracts, then the POs generated from the work platform, whether it could be SAP or it could be anything else, then the percentage of compliance and things like that. So these are some of the new age KPIs that are coming up, which could really add value to the organization, And it also depends upon the processes that you have. So when you start defining these KPIs, you'll have to first relook at your process, maybe redesign your process, and then use some of the latest automation technology to start defining your KPIs. And this you will see will ultimately lead to value enhancement and the performance management improve. So I'll pass it back to you. Sure.
No, thank you so much. Now, I think a lot of these things, the KPIs being redefined require technology. I think technological intervention, because in today's world, the volumes are really rising. And with the rising volumes or increase in volumes, managing the KPIs or even publishing the KPIs and dashboards like these would become a cumbersome job if it has to be done manually. So what role, my question to Shriram is, what role does the technology play in value markers and being able to add value to the organizations? Can you imagine today, if you do not have the technology, how can you add value to the organization, to the franchise, to the business, if the technology has to be taken off from our landscape? Any thoughts?
Pertinent question, right? So can you guys hear me? Yeah. So I think value to an organization and I think it's covered pretty much, and it's tough talking after an entire PPT because it completes the whole story there. But I think the way I look at value, or we've looked at value at We, is a three-pronged approach, right? You got the cost, you got the standardization, the efficiency story, which is a bygone forgiven or a license to operate today in the shared service world. The second layer is enabling revenue. You know, how can you get closer to the core business? How can you make an impact in their life? And the last, obviously, the way we look at it is ease of doing business for people internally across the organization. And focusing on that second one, which is more enabling revenue, working close to business, I think a lot of our time is spent as doers in the back office kind of operation. Okay. And I think what is starting to change is moving from a doer mindset to an owner mindset. Easier said than done. It involves understanding what is your product that you want to offer as part of the shared services. It involves having the right organizational structure, the right kind of talent. Obviously, all of this with the enablement of technology, which then starts getting you a capability which matters or means for the core organization. And then to measure it all is the kind of KPIs. Typical of all GCCs are our KPIs are somewhere to justify our existence or to ensure that we have our license to operate, which is, my productivity is right, my turnaround time is right, or the kind of measures. But I think it's time now to go back to stakeholders and start understanding what really matters to you. And how can I have the same kind of measure and help move in that direction? So we've got a few areas in our business where we work closely with the parent organization or as we call it, our teams in the countries to help transform their business. You know, I think as long as we consider ourselves purely as back offices and just this doing organization, it's not going to happen. What we've done very well over the years is great project management skills, great transition skills, great ability to understand and enable change management. Now, with these three strengths that we've got, we can go to the front office of the business and help them in their transformational journey and help change the outcome. Now, to get back to your question of, how can you do it with tech, without tech? I think as long as you've got your product design right and it then allows you to get a seat on the table, tech is more an enabler. All of this is, I'd say I'll get a better product. I need more seat on the table. I don't think they're going to give you more headcount. Okay. So, you got to do it with the same headcount kind of a conversation. And for that, tech is going to be that enabler to allow you to step up. It's not going to be, I jokingly tell my teams and people that when you go to an accountant and you ask him why you passed this particular entry, okay, the first answer he'll tell you is he'll open Outlook and he'll show you an email from a finance manager somewhere and says, see, this guy asked me to pass this entry, see it's in the ledger. Now, that's the doer mindset. And it is there across our organizations to then step that up to start getting into a zone where, I take full control. I know what we are doing, and I will talk about that, and I will sit in those core meetings. We've got to earn our seat on that table. While as much as we talk about it, you've got to be able to sit with country MDs and have that controllership kind of conversation, have that talent, and then help that. So tech to me is a big enabler in that space, but this is not be all end all a tech journey. It is a mindset shift. You've got to help that space.
Sure. No, thanks, Sanju. Yes, technology is an enabler, and humans have to intervene to really deliver the value to the organization. Hema, I'll come back to you. There are values which are, value which that we deliver to the businesses. Sometimes with these, KPIs are very easy to measure. But many values that, GCCs and GBSs are adding to the business are intangibles. I've increased the compliances. I have reduced the turnaround time, or I'm increasing the controls. Had that not been there, this would have happened. how would you put a value to the intangibles? That value that, is not coming out very clearly from this dashboard. How do you value it? How have you done that and demonstrated to the business that this actually is really a lot of value that we deliver to the business? So if you can share your thoughts, please.
Question, because we're all talking about numbers which impact the customers, right? And this is about how you do this. So some things that you spoke about are risk and compliance and those kind of very, very important metrics. Audit is again a very, very important, deliverable that we have as a finance community. If we don't do these two things right, however, we have kind of done well on our KPIs, it will go for a toss if these things are not taken care of. To us, what we do is there are certain deliverables that we have as a measurement system, right? So from a compliance point of view, we do certain pre-compliance checks to see how well we are prepared to meet some of the audit requirements. So those things are something that we discuss with our customers. This is really important for you. This is really important for the organization. We just go and speak to our FP&A team, to kind of say that, is this metric what we are actually looking at? So there are today things around compliance that we measure, and then we report it as a metric. Similarly, on the audit things, we do internal audit. And those audit observations are today given as a deliverable to the operations team, much beyond, the KPIs that they're doing in terms of turnaround time, accuracy, all the other value insights and deliverables that we have. Because again, if there is a little bit of an exposure on quality and compliance, whatever we have done goes for us. So those things are also becoming an integral part of our metrics, just not about numbers or about value delivery, but how you do it is also becoming a very, very important element.
Thank you. So Venkat, the dashboards that was shown for finance specifically, R2R is one area where, measuring of the quality and the value sometimes becomes a challenge, because, lot many things are judgmental there. They are based on the judgment that an individual takes. Entries have to book in this particular account or that account. So a lot of that judgment is now being taken over by the technology. How do you think that, we can, same question we are extending, how can we measure the intangible benefits of the R2R, the value that is delivered to the business in terms of manual tracking, or how do we do that so that, the intangible values can actually be created or can actually be shown to the business that this is actually the value that we have delivered, specifically in R2R?
Yeah, I think very, very relevant question. The best way to see that are we adding value is the R2R stream, adding value to the entire finance process and at the end to the organization, is to see that if today we are able to close our books, let's say 6 days, 6 working days after the month is over, are we able to do something differently to close it in 4 days, to close it in 3 days, 3 working days? I think that is a very good indicator. And how are we going to do that? The numbers are going to be the same. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So how are we going to close our books faster? How are we going to close our books faster? So it's not that we are going to rush up or hush up some figures. The process is going to be the same. But what is going to help us close the books faster is that we get all the entries streamlined and in a proper manner through an automated process into our books. So that is a very, very good indication. And as finance professionals, we are all responsible for the budgets. And I know we spend budgets, let's say if the budgets for the next financial year of 25, we start preparing from August, September. And that goes on right till the 15th of December before the budgets are signed off. But if we can automate some of the processes, if we can automate some of the Excel worksheets, get the data in a more consolidated manner, and ultimately what is presented, the data that is presented is more from a decision-making aspect, then it definitely helps. It saves a lot of time. It saves a lot of time. So depending upon how the organization is structured and what are the processes, I think we can do a lot of automation on the R2R front to see that it adds values. At the end of the day, how accurate and how soon can you close the books and publish the results? That's a very, very good indicator, I would say, as far as R2R is concerned.
Absolutely. Nilesh, touching on R2R, I think a couple of, you touched about budgets, specific to our maritime space, we've got budgets that we give our customers for every ship that we manage. Okay. And as a GCC, there is a lot of data that we have at our disposal. Now, we run these budgets and we close our books and all of that is fine. But how can you change the value play on these budgets? Are we able to use today's machine learning capabilities or today's data analytical capabilities of comparing budgets across different types of vessels? Okay. Can I compare VLCCs with other VLCCs run by different clients and see how these budgets are different? Go back to our businesses and start seeing, why a vessel of a particular type of a particular age category has a different line of spend vis-a-vis others, and can we do something about it? That's the kind of conversations today the core businesses are enjoying when you got all this data at your disposal, because all budgets are with you. Can we take that same data, elevate the level of conversations to go back to core, to the business, and then have meaningful, insightful conversations with that? That's the change in stake in the table. Now with Gen AI, I was looking at a kind of prototype, and he talked about, relevance of clean balance sheets, risk-free balance sheets. And there is the capabilities now, which is in talk of what kind of transactions are starting to risk or exposure, build the risk in your balance sheet accounts, as we all do balance sheet risks. And can AI pick all of that separately? And you deal with those rather than going through this whole reconciliation processes and stuff, which is changing the way you do balance sheet recs today, which is going to now redefine that whole space. So to your earlier question, how much of tech? Yes, tech has a big role. And it can change areas which are as intangible as R2R, because honestly, that's where you're going to impact the CFO's office. That is where he's going to turn around and say, a yay or a nay. So I think there is a lot that this whole value change or value proposition space can deliver in even areas like R2R, which are tough to quantify and take the journey.
Just to add on to Sriram, it's also the analytics part of it.
Yeah.
So the numbers are one thing, but how do you analyze those numbers? There again, the tech or the AI can do a lot of things. And then certain guidelines for course correction, guidelines for the future. So I think that is going to be a game changer. It's not that, okay, you budgeted something, you met your budget, good. But what more? What next?
Sure. I think we also did something of that sort in our organization, where, paid on time, for example, as an example, we provided that report to the CFO. He really liked that, how much actually vendors are being paid in time. One side, they had a lot of budget, they had a lot of cash flows, but there are, on the other side, vendors who were getting payment which were delayed. So that anomaly was not clear why this is happening, how that can be stopped, and things like that. We started providing some predictive analysis to the CFO, saying that these are the pockets where vendors get delayed, simply because they do not submit their invoices in time. Or if they submit their invoices in time, the due date for them has actually been already passed. So the individual who gets that invoice takes time to actually get it to the person who actually processes those invoices. So we started providing those predictive analysis to the CFO, and that really added value to him, that the vendors became actually happy because they started getting payment in time. Similarly, I think we did analysis of which particular region we are collecting payments from the customers in time, and what are the businesses or the regions where we are getting the payments in not in time. So the focus started coming to those regions where the analysis showed that there is tardy collection of money from those particular. So these are the kind of values that we added to the business. Now, I think adding on to this, sometimes, it happens when the customer resists, saying that the value that you are adding actually is something which is expected from you. So what is new? Why are you saying that this is something which was not expected from you? So those kind of discussions sometimes become really interesting. They have their own different view. And from our side, the GPS also says that this is something which we have done over and above what was expected from us. How do you marry those expectations to come at a platform where both feel happy and both realize that, yes, this is actually a value addition to the business? Hema, what are your thoughts in this?
Again, in our recent relationship, right, the same kind of conversation came through where, there were collections that were done and, our partners or friends were claiming that, these are over and above what it was expected. So that was a very tough conversation to have because, obviously this is part of your job and then you can't be creative about this. But we got onto the table to kind of see what was a trend that we had in the past and how did we do that, right? And then this, after implementing X, Y, Z, or making that game changer, the strategies changing and things like that, then what are the things that we are seeing quite differently? So that actually became a good discussion rather than saying that, no, this is something that's expected out of you and this is something that the other side is saying this is a value addition. Every customer or partner gives that value addition as one of the, giveaway for us, right? So that discussion happened. And so it really became important for us to do that bifurcation to say that, yes, this is part of business as usual. This is something over and above that you're putting and transforming things. And they have to demonstrate that transformation to us, what they're doing differently. So that is where what and how comes into place. How they are doing it and how effectively they are doing it comes into place. And that discussion is very, very important to have at the, start of defining the metric itself.
Any experience in this?
Yeah, I would say that I would look at it two ways. One is, okay, when we talk about value addition to customers, like what Hema said, okay, there's something which you're supplying and we're getting paid for that. That's fine. But what about the quality part of it? What about the safety part of it? And today we are talking about carbon neutral and all. So how is it adding to the society? How it is adding to the society? These are some of the values which we can pitch for, which we pitch for. And then the team should be winning with customers. We don't want a customer for a day. We want a customer to grow with us and we want to grow with the customer. We want that customer to refer another two customers, and that's how it has to grow. So that's the value add which we see in the relationship with the customers. So we'll have a customer and if he's not satisfied, he'll walk and he'll have some other customer. But that's not the way of doing business, right? But we have to see how do we win with the customers and how do we take it from a long-term perspective? How can we jointly contribute to the society? That should be our aim and that should be the larger focus of the business, I would say.
Yeah. So moving on, I think you talked about value creation, I think at the start. I would like to know from Sriram, value delivery is perhaps one time we can talk about that we have delivered value and done and dusted. How do we create something which is more sustainable in the business for customer to realize the benefit or reap the benefits over a period of time, year after year after year? So something which we create now, it should become an annuity for the customer. How do we ensure that whatever changes or whatever things we are making today are going to benefit the customer and the business for a long time to come? How do you do that?
See, if there is no sustained value delivery, which impacts the core of the business, I don't think that value creation survives. It's like one of those movies which run for a good 4 weeks and then it's gone into oblivion, right? And the memory line is very short. So, you've got to consistently, that's why I said it's the mindset change. It's a culture change within your own organization's ability to shift from A level to a B level organization to be starting to deliver something differently. And then that becomes the new baseline. That new value or that new style of delivery is the base from where you will talk the conversation further. So I think with that, you start making a difference. You start building trust, which thereby gets you a seat on the table. And it starts affecting what you deliver as a product, not just to your organization, but also to your end customer. he starts seeing the difference. We got a lot of customers whose audits we support, and their auditors come into our world and they support the audits. And once they start seeing the difference, it becomes a way of life.
Becomes more collaborative also. Sure. Perfect. I think one of the things which normally we usually face on a day-to-day basis is teams are doing a good job on one side, which is more of a routine matter. But I think for value delivery to happen over and above the normal routines, you need to spend some extra. That extra could be effort, some extra could be some investment, some extra could be some initiative, some project or something. How do you motivate your teams to ensure that they go beyond their normal to create value for the organization? With routine, I don't think so the value creation becomes so obvious. It is a routine matter. You will continue to do what you are doing. How do you motivate your team to go an extra mile to deliver value that should become realizable by the business? Hema, any thoughts on this?
First thing that we need to make team realize is, what is in it for them.
What is, sorry?
What is in it for them? So if they're doing the routine activity and we expect them to do value creation, we need to upfront tell them what is in it for them, right? Number one. Second thing is we just have to continuously reward people if they are coming out with ideas. The third thing is we have to enable them to think that way. For example, if today they want to really help, but they don't know how to do it. So we have to give that platform, training, resources for them to kind of say that, okay, just don't think like this, go beyond this, right? So those three platforms, if we give them and motivate them, right? The best outcomes will come out of them. So if you actually see, any quality professional will tell you this, the best and best of ideas will come actually from the teams, right? So they are the experts, they are doing the activity day in and day out, and they know what it is. If you actually help them with these three things, they will actually start excelling. So that's the best way to motivate them. Tell them what is in it for them, and then, they will automatically tell you.
Thank you so much.
I'll just add on that. I think today's workforce is pretty hungry. They are eager. They want to do newer things. They want to start interfacing a lot with technology. They get bored very fast. So, I think while we have that as a challenge when we try to retain people in monotonous jobs, especially with value creation, it's the plus.
Yeah.
That the fact that this workforce is restless is what you tap on to then take them on that one step above journey. You just want those same hungry kind of guys who are wanting to do more. Get them in and they are ready to put the extra hours, more surprisingly than you think. Get them closer to technology, get them closer in the front line. I think they'll surprise you.
I'll just add 2 cents to that. Upskilling and cross-skilling. I think that is what is the value creation for the employee.
Yeah.
So that's how they grow. That's how they move up the hierarchy. It's not just a question of moving up the hierarchy, but how they learn new things, how they are making themselves adaptable to various avenues. So earlier it used to be, okay, if I'm a BCom, a commerce graduate, I have to go only in the accounts line. Today, it's not that. The guys who have gone to, guys who have done commerce and gone into automation, they've gone into supply chain. So that way, how do you support in the cross-skilling and upskilling? As an organization, I think it's the organization's responsibility to support the employees with this.
Absolutely, I agree. Perfect. I think we have done the similar thing in our organization also by cross-training people and exposing them to different projects, making a cross-functional team to deliver something which was involving more than one areas together. So that's how I think we have engaged people to deliver value. Yeah, I agree with you. Fantastic. So any questions from the audience or any experiences they want to share about the discussion that we had on value creation for the organization? Sure.
Hi, Venkat and Shriram, I think you talked about the value creation and generation. So can you share some thoughts around value shown and value experienced? Because at the end of the day, it is the stakeholders, what they perceive as a value, it's important. So can you share some thoughts around it, value shown and value experienced?
Did you get the question? Value, sorry, your voice is.
Yeah, I know some of the voice from the audience. So
I
I
can't hear. So what is value shown?
Value shown, because that's what we demonstrate to the business, that this is what the value we are generating. But on the opposite side, what value they are experiencing. So some thoughts around how do you balance these out?
I will try.
Go ahead. Good.
I'll try and answer that question if I've understood it the right way. See, the value creation, they're basically tangible and intangible. So tangible, clearly you'll see it in terms of numbers. You'll see it in terms of numbers. You'll see it in terms of the end results also. When I'm talking about the end result, I'm not talking here about the profit number over there. But let us say if you're able to sustain with a customer, that's a thing. Now we spoke about paid on time. Paid on time does not necessarily mean that it has to be 100% paid on time. But if you're able to use your analytics to see what is to be paid on, if I have to pay on time, obviously I need to have a discount, right? So saving interest by managing my working capital versus paid on time, I need to trade off on that. I need to do some analytics on that. So that is value creation to the organization. That's value creation to the organization. We spoke about closing of the R2R, the closing of the month-end books. So that is value creation to the organization. Then if you are able to do a lot of this upskilling, cross-skilling, and you are able to reduce your attrition, you are able to attract and retain talent and grow the talent, that's a value creation. So you can talk about value creation on the finance front, you can talk of value creation on the supply chain front, value creation on the people front, whatever. So there are different metrics, and there's no one tick in the box saying that, okay, if I do this, it is value created. That could be something different for me, it could be something different for you. It depends upon with what base you start, what appetite you have. But only one thing that I can tell you is that there's no end to value creation.
One thing that I want to add here is, again, if the customer sees that as a value, I think that's what matters the most. Whatever you show actually is secondary. That means initially we have not aligned with the customer in terms of what we want to derive out of that. So, at least in our earlier years, we've been taught to see at the center, right? So we'll have to kind of deliver to what he or she is expecting or the customers are expecting rather than trying to do things on our own.
I agree with you. Thank you very much. I think that's something which nowadays is a challenge that we as GCCs, that, okay, this much value we are generating or we have given you as an organization, financial or non-financial, as Venkat talked about. But what is it that the customers are looking for? Is it matching with that or not? So that's something which is there. But thanks for sharing your perspective.
See, Ajit, there's one more dimension to that, right? So, and I'll give a real example in our collection space, which is again not out customer within the organization. And our collection metrics were all kind of greenish. But we all love to get it there, right? But the stakeholder at the end or the central team's OCF numbers don't look as exciting as this metric here is. Once you start having a stake in that OCF metric of why the problems are, and then you start collaborating with them, and you start, yes, this is my internal metric, and that's the disconnect you're talking about. My story looks all green, but my green is not good enough for you. So, I think that's the kind of evolution. You've got to understand his point of view, or where are you fitting in his broader scheme, and then try and move the needle there. Then it really makes a difference.
Well said, Shriram. Thank you.
I think one of the values that this panel has created for the entire group here is to get the session more or less back on track, on time.
So we have a quick poll for this session, just to conclude. Here it is.
I think Atul has a question. Just 1 minute, please.
Hello.
Yeah, Atul.
Hi. Question to all the panelists. You touched upon earlier the technology and GenAI, so I just want to understand what technology you're using, because I'm sure for KPI tracking and data analytics, you will have, already, some foundational systems or platforms being used, but for value uh, identification, realization, like Ajay was asking, right? Are you using some kind of technology, or just elaborate a bit about your respective experiences? Because uh, in my experience, obviously, value stream mapping is the best way to figure out that from KPIs, how do you reach to the value, right? But then value stream mapping can be, if unless a technology is applied, you can't really get to that, right? So that's a question. Thank you.
I think there are various platforms available to create the value over there. There's no one single good platform. So you can use ClickSense tools. You can use a lot of Microsoft tools that are there, and there are a lot of SAP-based project tools. So you just need to choose what you want and then go with that. I'm not an IT guy per se, but I can tell you that there's several tools that are available. There are cloud-based tools which you can use to which can give you a lot of predictive analysis also. That's important. So it's not just in terms of throwing up the numbers that you've got and what analysis, but a lot of predictive analysis over a period of time. That's what you would be looking for. But there are several tools.
So I think more than the tools, what is the insight that you're going to get out of the tool is very important, right? So what is important for your CFO is important. I think whichever tools, as you mentioned, right, whichever tools gives that along with the insight, I think that's the best one I would go for.
I think Nilesh was very modest, but we are using something in Quintus to demonstrate that, right, on value stream mapping and live tracking of how you can get to that level. But thank you very much.
So there is a question: what are the key steps for GBS and GCCs to move beyond transactional service delivery and establish themselves as strategic enterprise partners? So we are getting first as 13. Very nice. All right. I think this will continue.
Yeah,
Thanks
this
so
will
much,
carry on.
panel.
Thank you very much, everyone. Please stay for a moment. I'd like to request Mr. Tarun Ahi, VP and Head SSC Jindal Steel, to please come up and give a memento to Sri Ram Gopalakrishnan. Asking Sachin Jadhav to please come. Sachin Jadhav, VP Transformation Quintes Global, for a memento to Dr. Venkat Kumar. Kaushik Krishnan, Head Transformation Bungi, for a memento to Hemamalini Venkatraman. And Mr. Bharat Sundaram, VP Everest Group, to give a memento to Nilesh Bhatia. for moderating this session. Can I have a quick photograph? Thank you. Thank you very much once again, all the esteemed panelists. Friends, we break for lunch. Two things. Lunch room is behind the stage, and that's the door there for entry and exit. And we reassemble at 1:55. Thank you. Lunch is behind the stage. There's a lunchroom right behind the stage, and you'll see a door that side.
Progress. It comes from having a clear objective, a goal, moving forward unwaveringly towards success. It can be fast, it can be slow, it can be disruptive, but one thing it can't be is stopped. While progress might seem inevitable, breakthroughs come from supercharging it, delivering business outcomes at scale, fulfilling aspirations with compassion, innovating responsibly, finding new levels of efficiency, removing barriers, unlocking potential. Business is always moving, so it's easy to confuse motion with real progress. Whether it's day-to-day success or transformational gains, we supercharge progress to change the game. HCL Tech, supercharging progress.
The world of work is changing fast, and it's easy to get lost in the norm. But you, the total rewards professional, you see things differently. You see opportunity, potential, impact. You shape workplaces, build cultures. What's next? It's about shaping it. Our members gain direct access to a wealth of resources to stay ahead. They connect with a global community of passionate, total rewards professionals who continually advance the profession. No, we create impact.
Check. One, two.
Check mic check, 1, 2. Check mic check.
Progress. It comes from having a clear objective, a goal, moving forward unwaveringly towards success. It can be fast, it can be slow, it can be disruptive, but one thing it can't be is stopped. While progress might seem inevitable, breakthroughs come from supercharging it, delivering business outcomes at scale, fulfilling aspirations with compassion, innovating responsibly, finding new levels of efficiency, removing barriers, unlocking potential. Business is always moving, so it's easy to confuse motion with real progress. Whether it's day-to-day success or transformational gains, we supercharge progress to change the game. HCL Tech, supercharging progress.
The world of work is changing fast, and it's easy to get lost in the noise. But you, the total rewards professional, you see things differently. You see opportunity, potential, impact. You shape workplaces, build cultures, and create rewards. For 70 years, World at Work has been the guiding light for total rewards professionals worldwide. Now, that light shines bright in India. Our mission to equip you to go from good to great, to give you the specialized skills, insights, and community to make a real impact. We are your partner in transforming your workplace. Our globally recognized certifications set you apart, proving to employers that you're ready to perform at the highest standard. Led by seasoned faculty, our classes blend global expertise with local relevance, providing world-class education at times that fit your busy schedule. We bring you closer to the ideas shaping the future of work, from cutting-edge technology to evolving regulations. Staying ahead is not just about knowing what's next, it's about shaping it. Our members gain direct access to a wealth of resources to stay ahead. They connect with a global community of passionate, total rewards professionals who continually advance the profession together. But this isn't just about learning, it's about transformation. World at Work is in India. Your journey, our purpose. Together, we create impact.
Progress. It comes from having a clear objective, a goal, moving forward unwaveringly towards success. It can be fast, it can be slow, it can be disruptive, but one thing it can't be is stopped. While progress might seem inevitable, breakthroughs come from supercharging it, delivering business outcomes at scale, fulfilling aspirations with compassion, innovating responsibly, finding new levels of efficiency, removing barriers, unlocking potential. Business is always moving, so it's easy to confuse motion with real progress. Whether it's day-to-day success or transformational gains, we supercharge progress to change the game. HCL Tech, supercharging progress.
The world of work is changing fast, and it's easy to get lost in the noise. But you, the total rewards professional, you see things differently. You see opportunity, potential, impact. You shape workplaces, build cultures, and create rewards. For 70 years, World at Work has been the guiding light for total rewards professionals worldwide. Now, that light shines bright in India. Our mission? To equip you to go from good to great, to give you the specialized skills, insights, and community to make a real impact. We are your partner in transforming your workplace. Our globally recognized certifications set you apart, proving to employers that you're ready to perform at the highest standard. Led by seasoned faculty, our classes blend global expertise with local relevance, providing world-class education at times that fit your busy schedule. We bring you closer to the ideas shaping the future of work, from cutting-edge technology to evolving regulations. Staying ahead is not just about knowing what's next, it's about shaping it. Our members gain direct access to a wealth of resources to stay ahead. They connect with a global community of passionate, total rewards professionals who continually advance the profession together. But this isn't just about learning. It's about transformation. World at Work is in India. Your journey,
I've logged in.
together, we create impact.
एक बार वो check कर लेना because I think it shows mute. So I don't know whether I've logged in as a participant or a panel. ठीक है. No, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. That's fine. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Hi, Tanmay.
Yes, I
Yes,
can hear you. Can you hear me?
the video too. Great. I just quickly checked, did the dry run over here. So I'll log out. You can stay logged in. Keep yourself on no audio video, and as soon as we start, we'll, Atul will ping
So
you.
you can hear me, right? Loud and clear?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect.
Oh.
Great, thank you. Missing it. How's the weather there?
Sorry?
How's the weather there?
Oh, it's very warm.
Okay,
Too bright, too sunny, and too warm.
okay, good. Missing it.
I know. Okay, bye.
Okay, thank you.
It's only me who's walking out. I'm the
Okay.
only one who's leaving. Yeah.
Requesting everyone, if you can hear me over lunch, then please do come back ASAP. You managed to So welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch. We have an interesting session on Gen AI that should be quite interesting to go through. Listening from practitioners, higher, faster, and stronger. And joining us online is Tanmay Agarwal. Tanmay Agarwal, Vice President and Head at Global People Operations, Wipro. Tanmay is a seasoned professional in the realm of global people operations, currently serving as the Vice President and Head of Global People Operations at Wipro. In this pivotal role, he leads a large global capability center that focuses on enhancing employee experience for over 260,000 employees across more than 60 countries. So welcome, Tanmay. Over here on the stage, I would like to invite Shankar Narayan. Shankar, yeah, a loud round of applause for Shankar Narayan, GBS India Head, Smith & Nephew. Shankar is a distinguished leader in the field of global business services, currently serving as the GBS India Head for Smith & Nephew, a global medical technology company specializing in advanced surgical devices and wound management. So welcome, Shankar. Geeta Ramamurthy. Please welcome Geeta Ramamurthy, Managing Director, KBR Inc. Geeta Ramamurthy is a seasoned leader with varied experience in the engineering, science, technology, and consultancy space. Geeta has diverse experience of leading finance, operations, business verticals, business change, and digital transformation in India and overseas. Let's have an applause for Geeta Ramamurthy. Geeta, where are you? Oh, yeah, sure. So friends, that's Geeta for you. Please welcome Geeta Ramamurthy. Thank you, Geeta. And to moderate this session, we have Atul Kulshresht, Senior Vice President, Strategic Growth and AI Solutions, Quintes Global. Atul is an enterprising business leader and tech enthusiast with over 35 years of experience in the IT/ITES industry with global companies like Capgemini, Colt Technologies, Genpact, eFunds, Amex, Gillette, and Tata's. So, hi, Atul. So it's over to you to navigate this session.
Tanmay, hope you can hear me. Can you hear me, Tanmay?
Yes, I can. And am I audible, Atul?
Hi, hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's always a difficult session to take after lunch. And that also an AI solution, AI and, Gen AI and, technology. So we'll get started. First of all, thank you once again. And I think, Geeta, you've been featured in our coffee table book also for the SSF research, which we did as an inspiring leader. So congratulations once again. And so I think the topic is very, very interesting. And I'm sure, a lot of you would be keen to understand, what is happening in this space, especially when it comes to GCCs and how Gen AI is being leveraged to make things better for the organization, driving the value for the organization. So I'll just give a quick, 1 minute intro on that, right? That because even though I had AI solutions for Quintes Global, but I would be very, I'm learning every day, right? Because this space is changing so fast, right? And I think every hour, every day, something new is coming up. Yeah. Also, the fact that Microsoft has launched Copilot, right? It gives a different perspective to us, from a business view, right? How can you use, Gen AI in your day-to-day business functions, there's Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and so on and so forth, right? And then there are other solutions because Copilot is obviously expensive, right? So I'm still learning. Okay, number one. Number two is that, again, my own journey is that whenever I see something, I try and think, okay, how can I use it for myself first in my day-to-day working, right? How can I use that? And then the thinking evolves that, okay, how can I use it for the business? And then the third level is where I'll start looking out for people who are partners who have already invested, or talking to some of those startups which are coming up with the new solutions, right? So that's the at least the approach which I take to figure out the use cases, right? And honestly, we haven't figured it out, right? And that's why we are having this session to understand from all of you experienced and expert, leaders in GCC in terms of how is this landscape changing, right? What is it that you see from your respective businesses? And what are the use cases and, what are the challenges? And also, we'll keep it sharp. We have just about 30 minutes, right? So what I'll do is I will ask the question and then, go around asking each of you for your perspective. Okay? So I think one important, thing which we should also reflect on, right? There is a lot of conversation about AI, Gen AI, and AGI, artificial general intelligence, right? Which is, I think, if all of you would have seen it, Terminator movie, right? That is like the ultimate, holy grail of AGI, right? We don't want that kind of a scenario, even though whether we like it or not, it's going to happen, right? So that's the holy grail, right? But just in terms of, because AI ML has been there for long, right? But what's your view of Gen AI and AGI? Maybe I'll start from Geeta, you, and then.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to make sure everyone is awake and listening. Which year do you think the origin of Gen AI was? When did it occur? You shouldn't Google, you shouldn't check with, use ChatGPT to find out. Okay, I'll tell you, 2014 was when actually the origins of, Gen AI actually occurred, because a person called Ian Goodfellow, he actually founded what was called the GAN, or the General Adversarial Network. And this actually was able to, kind of come up with an unsupervised learning model that was able to produce data as well as have another network. Can you hear me better? Yeah. Okay, sorry. So GAN, or General Adversarial Network, as I was mentioning about, really was founded in 2014 by Ian Goodfellow, who really actually came up with it by using two neural networks. One was a generator, which generated content, and two was a discriminator, which was really trying to discern which one was fake and which one was original, right, in terms of the content. So I think since then we've come a long way. And when you talk about opportunities and challenges, the opportunities are immense, obviously, Atul. And I represent, someone from the oil and gas energy industry. At KBR, it's a company that is basically providing solutions for governments and companies across a range of things, government solutions as well as energy solutions. And when you look at oil and gas, it's not very mature in terms of, application of AI and Gen AI. And therefore, the potential to apply it in terms of improving efficiency, in terms of improving upstream production, in terms of predicting the better performance of assets in oil and gas, plants and facilities is huge and immense. So there is a lot more for us to really, take advantage of. In terms of challenges, the fact that this is an industry which is multi-stakeholder, multi-party, where, you have the owners, you have the engineering contractors, you have consultants, and then you have, other players who are going to actually handle the data for you. So this is really a landscape where the challenges evolve around lack of faith in how this, technology will work, lack of comfort in terms of parting with the data or providing access to data, and, data security and all of that. And thirdly, because it's highly safety critical, there is also nervousness about, can you rely on the judgment that is coming out of this? So those are, in a nutshell, I would say, the opportunities are humongous and immense, but the challenges also remain quite a lot. And we are on this journey to unravel more of it as we go along. And we can talk about it in the next slide.
Sure. Hope I'm audible. Oh, loud and clear. All right. Obviously, when we talk about Gen AI and artificial intelligence as such, obviously one fundamental difference is possibly Gen AI uses data patterns and brings in multiple data points and proposes, which ultimately you have to decide, does it fit for you? Is it here to stay? Absolutely, yes. And I can tell you specifically with respect to, I come from the healthcare world, more so from the medical devices world, where we extensively use AI. And I'm sure many of you must have already heard about the applicability of AI, even in the diagnostic world, where today even people are developing or using AI for reading brain scans to look at early detection of tumor. And there are so many various applications. In the healthcare world specifically, I think it's that the impact is significant. And I think there are plenty of use cases where it has been very effectively implemented. Now, having said that, coming to the business world, taking a little bit of it's slightly a different story. In my experience, at least, I think at this stage, while there are use cases, there is still a little bit of, what do I say, not sure yet in terms of how much of investment it is going to entail and how fast you're going to recover that investment as well. As a result, many of them are in the journey of using the generative AI. They're taking the path of generative AI as well as using artificial intelligence as well. But having said that, there are specific areas where I think that there are strong cases which are really coming up at this point of time where this can be applicable. I can name a few which we are trying to kind of explore in our organization. For example, if you're talking about compliance, organizational controls and compliance is an area where you can really effectively use, generative AI, and you can make the tool learn what are those important things for you to, as far as controls and compliance is concerned, and help you with that. Secondly, the big area that I think personally there is a lot of scope is using this for contracting, for example. Many organizations, small, big, very big organizations have hundreds and thousands of contracts, whether it is customer contracts, whether it is vendor contracts, you name it. There are hundreds and thousands of contracts. In my view, I think one of the things that takes a maximum amount of time and makes it unproductive is the whole process of redlining contracts and getting it to finalization, right? And there are now technology available in the same space where you can use a combination of technology, like, let's say you can use prompt engineering, you can use, what they call as STS, semantic text similarity. You use your contract text library and then bring it all together for you to do the redlining of the contract, which saves enormous amount of time, which I think personally is a great value driver for an organization today, where in most organizations, or many organizations, I'm not saying most, but in many organizations today, people spend hours together for the contracting process to be done, and that too many of it is done very manually. So that's another applicability. So to summarize, in my view, I think there is a lot of applicability both from the healthcare space that I come in, it is already being extensively used. While on the other hand, on the commercial side, there are many opportunities where this can be used, but then there is a caveat to it. For you to use Gen AI very effectively, you have to also make the machine learn. And that takes time. So therefore, what is important is it is not that you create something here, tomorrow you get result. It's going to take time for you to really get the return on investment. So that's another part of the question, I know, but I think it's important to understand that we have to invest a lot of time. There is going to be a lot of investment of money, and you've got to clearly understand the time frame by which you're expecting the results as well.
Correct. And you're absolutely right, because the quality of data and whether your data is in a form and shape which can be ingested by the engine, right? All that takes time, right? I mean, so.
No, I agree. I think that the other important part, which you rightly said, I think all this will be effective only when your data is good. So today, if you look at the organizations, many organizations for that matter, there is a significant investment going on master data management transformation. There is a significant effort to bring all the data together in a data lake for a single source of truth, as somebody said yesterday about a single source. If those things are not fixed, whatever solution we bring in, it's not going to yield your desired results. Therefore, I think there are 2-3 important parts. One, I think your ecosystem has to support. Second, we have to be patient in terms of investment and making sure that we understand our timelines by which the returns will come in as well. Only those things will make it more effective.
Thank you, Shankar. Tanmay, over to you. Please share your perspective and views.
Yeah, thanks, Atul, for very much, and thank you everyone for accommodating me on Zoom. I hope I'm audible.
Loud and clear.
Great. Yeah, so I had a like a meniscus tear, and I can feel so I couldn't make it in person, and I can now feel that no AI can solve for not me being there, physically present there.
Curing process will take its own time, right? Curing process will take its own time.
Yeah, so unless some IR VR is what SSF now needs to evolve into. So at the outset, I really want to commend Ravi, Rakesh, Anand, Atul, you, Pallavi, Sanjay, and the entire SSF team, because I think they've been doing some really commendable stuff over the last 10 to 13 years now, if this is the 13th year of really creating this $65 billion GCC industry, which is now growing at 10% CAGR, and one of the fastest growing industries with so much of focus on GCC.
Tanmay, that calls for applause actually for SSF.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing it up. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, Atul. So I think, I don't know, between yesterday and today, how many times the word AI and embedded AI may have been used, because there's no conversation today without AI. And Atul, just maybe a second on Gen AI versus AGI. Gen AI is generating content, creative content. So all the creative artists, creative content creators, be on the alert, or, start using it as your co-pilot. And AGI is fundamentally looking at agents, which is mimicking humans and the human intelligence and the judgments that we make and we pride ourselves in, but limited by our biases as humans, limited by our limited knowledge. My 50 years today of existence on this planet is limited by interactions with people I've had, experiences in companies I've had. I don't know a zilch about oil and natural gas, what Geeta knows. But here's an intelligent AGI which can bring all of it together at like 100x the speed, and maybe minuscule of seconds, right? So I think that's the power of AGI. So I think I'm really privileged. So one of my reasons of joining an IT and ITS company was fundamentally to get closer to how tech is evolving and tech is becoming the core of everything we do. So I personally believe that from a GCC perspective, 100% of all that we do will have at least 50% of AI, which is embedded, infused, or used in some form or the other. So there are lots of use cases that we have embarked on in the last a couple of years so I've been part of this journey for last 1.5 years. We have a vision of 2027 to kind of create an autonomous global people operations, like an autonomous car, which is driverless, and people who will be only looking at exceptions and dashboards. Now, I personally believe that's possible. Like I said, in 50% of all that we do, it will have a lot of challenges. And as we move, I'll talk of the areas that we are implementing this in. It will have a challenge with regard to our own headset and mindset. The limitation today is the way our own creativity starts looking at how we can leverage this. The challenge is about technology and technology platforms. Today, I think the speed at which use cases are coming and the speed at which technology is evolving is itself, there is a little bit of an imbalance. Everyone is coming into it. There is niche, there is no niche. I'm myself trying to understand how people are building within the same GPT-4 or a Llama or a GPT 3.5, how they're building their value add. So as we discuss, we will get into it. But I personally believe it's massively in terms of an opportunity that has come before us and is quite disruptive. So, as we get into the next few questions, Atul, we will definitely address what we are doing. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I think, see, you touched upon driverless cars, right? I have had the privilege of sitting in Waymo, which is a Google driverless car in San Francisco, during my last trip, and it was mind-boggling, right? And similarly, Tesla or whatever semi-driving, fully autonomous FSD, I think what they call, right?
Yeah.
Those are early signs of AGI, right?
Yeah.
Because a driver-less car, it has to sense its surrounding, it has to adapt to the environment, it has to adapt to pedestrians. So I think the way things are moving, I think it's just a matter of maybe time, right? Then how we are able to get to. I mean, I think Salesforce just announced that they are going to have agents, right, which are powered by their own AI, right, which will do exactly like what Tanmay you were saying, right? So I think those are some of the use cases. Obviously, we will. So coming to the next question is, very specifically, if you can touch upon, and especially Geeta, in your case, what are those use cases? Tell us about one or two examples where you are using GenAI to really change the way the business was running before that. And have you been able to see any kind of outcome as a result of application, right? Obviously, in my experience, I have seen that any technology for that matter brings productivity benefit, right? But GenAI has kind of leapfrogged it, right? You're now talking about like, okay, 50%, 60% utilization, or in some cases like content, for example, marketing content now can be generated in minutes, right? Your research can be done in seconds. So those are obviously known things, but tell us something more interesting from oil and gas and your industry segment.
Sure. Thanks, Atul. Interesting to listen to the perspectives of everyone, but I'll try to keep it short. So in KBR, we have our own in-house LLM version, which is KBrain, KBR Artificial Intelligence Network. And what we've done is we started with looking at areas for application of AI, because first of all, it's not about using something fancy, right? You have to have a business problem that you're seeking to solve. So our business problem was, a lot of the work that's done manually. When I say manually, you are writing proposals, you have to put bids together for, large contracts. It does take a lot of work hours, right? So many people put their heads together, pull out data, and they rewrite it. Every time there's a proposal, almost they have to pull out the same thing. So we started by looking at application of GenAI using KBrain for proposal development. And what we were able to figure out was that it was able to drive 60% efficiency. Huge savings in terms of the effort required, because some of the statements, quality statements, safety statements, the background, the history of the company, those are just the same, and you don't need to keep reinventing the wheel. And there's also past projects you've delivered. So you're able to actually pull out some reference data from there and put it into your methodology for delivery to say that, this is how we will be actually executing the project. So this gives us a huge edge in terms of being able to drive efficiencies in our internal, sort of BD processes, our proposal development process. So that was the first use case. It's been very successful. And we are now rolling it out across all the divisions, all the businesses. The second one is more external facing. Any organization looks at, applying technologies to, perhaps first internally see if they're able to drive the value and, get the buy-in. And then externally, our clients, how does it help them? And in the case of oil and gas, many of our clients, though they were initially slow on this journey, are now quickly catching up. And large players, I can't name them here, but they were actually pumping in billions of dollars of investment, setting up, spin-offs, focused only on digital technology to leapfrog into, the Gen AI era of delivery. So for us there, the command and control center, which is really the nerve center of managing all the data for your clients, the asset data, and right from, the time that you have handed off all the process worksheets to the time it's constructed, to the time it's commissioned, and then your operations maintenance data. How can Gen AI actually make it more real-time, more intelligent, right? So that is what we are aiming towards. Right now, it's in a stage where bits of it is already done, but then this is particularly an area where quite a bit of investment is required, like you mentioned, and the value proposition has to be clearly visible. The ROI cannot be a traditional ROI calculation. I think that's what mostly you start with. This is my cost. When do I get my benefit? But digital is a different beast. And in some cases, it will take longer to give you the benefit, but the benefits will be like, extra, I think exponential. So I think the second use case is really customer focused, and there we are making huge inroads. But what this will help us, not just us as KBR, but the industry itself, is that we will have a transformative way in which we will be able to not just help our clients quickly, come up with their final, let's say, a large capacity expansion in liquid LNG, liquefied petroleum, or if they want to put up a new ammonia facility, they have a reference data with which they can very quickly plan the layout. And, this shortens the cycles to their CapEx, the CapEx spending. And this will also play a huge role in reducing the operations and maintenance cost. And that will all be happening in real time when you use Gen AI. So I think we have a huge potential to apply all of these technologies, and we are making very good progress on that front. Now, the third thing I want to mention is nothing can be achieved without change management. And a big part of change management is winning the hearts and minds of our own people first, and then, making sure that we take everybody else along the journey. The different stakeholders, your client organization, the leaders in the organization, project delivery person has some other priority, and the digital leader has another priority, right? This is the truth. So we have to deal with all of that. How do you actually play to the psyche of these people? How do you take them along the journey? And last but not the least, upskilling our own people to be comfortable to work with technology, to be comfortable to work with Gen AI. Because the fear sometimes is that I just want to do what I've been doing. It worked well for me for 20 years, 25 years. I don't need to do anything different. But it's unless they actually come on that curve, learning curve, they're going to be left behind, and the organization will start to feel the pain. So this is my view. I think the potential is humongous, and we are making good strides on that journey.
Thank you very much. I think that's really great. Shankar, from your
Yeah,
perspective,
I just want to talk about one example of where we have implemented. We're still kind of keeping a close watch on how things are progressing. I'm from the medical devices industry, where logistics is a big part of our operation. Logistics can be quite complex, primarily because a medical device industry has not only logistics, it also has reverse logistics, where materials can come in at any point of time for refreshment, then goes back, it is used in the operation theater, and so on and so on. And also, one of the key problems that we were trying to solve was customer returns was a major issue for us because of various reasons. When a customer is returning an item, it was not being tracked properly. It was creating a challenge in terms of relating it to the original dispatch. And as a result, the credit memos were getting delayed. Customer was getting, very unsatisfied, and that started showing in our CSAT scores as well. Now, what we wanted to do was to look at how we can automate the entire returns process in itself, where things can seamlessly happen. When material comes back, once a trigger is there in the warehouse, how it seamlessly auto matches with the original transaction. Of course, there are mechanics to it, which I'm not going into at this point of time. And or the moment it comes back, it triggers the auto mailer to the customer saying that your material is received, and then within a specific time frame, it generates a credit memo automatically, because all those information around the rates and the quantity, etc., is matched, and then that credit note is triggered and goes to the customer directly. So what it did was it eliminated a lot of manual intervention, which was creating a lot of challenge. And it took a little longer time for us to make the machine learn in terms of what are those steps it needs to perform from the time material comes back into the warehouse to the time it goes to the end of the transaction, which is issuing a credit memo. And most importantly, one of the key things that was coming back was there was no timely communication going to the customer and the customer was getting very jittery. And that had a significant amount of impact when we started implementing it as a pilot, picking up 4 or 5 of our important customers. It made a significant amount of difference. And we were constantly getting feedbacks from them. In fact, it is still on as we speak. Over the last, now it's 4 months now since we implemented it. I think the feedback has been excellent. And that's what I say is the power. If it is implemented in the right way, with a very clear objective of what we would like to achieve, I think AI has a huge potential.
No, that's a great example. And I think I'm conscious of time, but I think, my philosophy there is that, pick up the right use cases, run POCs, adopt approach of fast fail, right? If it's not working, move to the next one, right? Going over to Tanmay, maybe for a minute, Tanmay, if you can just share your, if there are any top of the mind use cases which you are seeing, that'll be great.
Yeah, no, thanks, Atul, and thanks, Geeta and Shankar, for sharing your thoughts on how you're using it. So, I about 4 or 5 years back, when I was in the Coca-Cola Shared Services GBS, we had one problem statement, which was to look at various vendor commercial contracts or the contracts that we had with vendors, and to understand the commercial clauses in terms of what's the payment terms, what's the agreement with regard to various commercials that we have agreed with the vendor. Now, thousands of such contracts, and it was a struggle for me to get someone physically to read those contracts, catch it or capture that into an Excel, and then give me a summary saying that here's an opportunity to improve working capital because these people are at 30 days, 60 days, etc. This is the way the payment terms are. This is how we're doing it in terms of other clauses. Today, there is, and we worked with so many partners and none could do it. That there was Watson at that point in time, but it was not successful enough. Today, there is technology which can analyze voluminous text and give you exactly what you want, saving humongous amount of time, and we are leveraging that in what we have built as Contract Analyzer, and can help analyze contracts and with the prompts that you give. Now, I'll split the use cases into 2 parts. One is at a personal level, and Atul, you spoke about it when you started. So today, all my meetings are with Copilot on, and after the meeting, with the 99.9% accuracy, I have a summary of the meeting, the actions, and who is supposed to take that action. And it is circulated, so extremely useful. Often, I get emails which is after it has gone through 15, 20 rounds of various escalations or iterations, and it may be a 15-page email, and if you have to scroll down at the bottom to figure out what the history and the context is, extremely difficult and time consuming. And ask Copilot, give me a summary of the email, what's the issue, what's the action I need to take. It gives me a 3-line, 5-line summary saying that this is the summary of the series of emails that have gone by and the action to be taken, right? It is helping me draft emails. It has also helped me. There are times, and this is very interesting, when there is a policy which we need to abide by, and then there is an empathetic decision that one needs to take, which is outside of that policy.
Correct.
Now, as a human, I am biased by the decision that I would take. If I'm an emotional person, I may take a decision which is outside of policy. How do you take a decision which is unbiased? And I've found that the engine that we use has helped me take those decisions and helped me give a point of view which has enhanced my decision. It has helped me draft contracts and legal contracts. So I think I've been using it extensively on a personal basis, and it is like very, very, very useful. At a enterprise level, there are lots of use cases, and I'll talk of a couple of them with outcomes. So we receive 12,000 resumes a day. That's the volume. Now imagine a scenario where humans have to go through those resumes, filter it, go through the interview process, and then say that, okay, here's an offer that needs to be made for the right candidates. And while we have not yet kind of completely tied the dots and the T's there, the JD and the resume matching to filter out the resumes without bias. Looking at today, there are conversational bots which are doing 60 to 90-minute conversations, which is round 1 and round 2 of the interviews, and giving you a report, and contextual interviews, whether it is, and including tests, and evaluating those tests to give you a final report to the hiring manager, saying that here's the report both on soft aspects and the technical aspects and skills, for you to eventually say that, yeah, you want to go ahead with this candidate. And that's the space where voluminous activity is getting addressed. And then I'll talk of, while there are many more, I'll talk of contact center, right? So contact center, again, at multiple levels. So first level, which I think most organizations would have done it, which is helping individuals address various issues they may have. I want to apply leave. I want to book a cab. I want to know what my leave policy is. I want to get a copy of my pay slip. So you have a friendly agent which kind of addresses all of these queries. So that's at one level. The next level is more agentic and contextual. So it will understand the persona that I am, which is, let's say, Tanmay is frequently asking me about a type of a query, and it will know that, it will understand the context at an individual level, it will understand and read multiple knowledge data sets, and then be able to answer queries as an agent. So we've seen significant progress and benefits there, like almost 25,000 queries are answered every week by this agent. And imagine, a human sitting and answering based on their own biases, which is not easy.
No,
So
great
these are some examples, but there are many more. But in the interest of time, I'll let you ask the questions.
I think I see time's up for us. So, but thank you, Tanmay. I think you touched upon some very good examples, right? Just from a GCC leadership here, if you start using AI, you can become much more productive. It can summarize emails. It can summarize contracts for you. For bidding teams, for, at Wipro, I'm sure there are like thousands of contracts which you have to kind of keep track, right? And you were also saying same thing, Shankar, right? And Geeta, from your perspective, engineering and, oil and gas and ammonia plants, how do you use to design the plants? How do you optimize? Then there is energy efficiency, sustainability was talked about earlier in the session. So all those things can be much more fast-tracked. And that's where I think the point was that higher, faster, stronger is that, how do you get more productivity? How do you make yourself more effective in your job, right? I think we all, as leaders, we have to start from here, me first, right? So if we can do it for us, I think the idea will start coming, and, you can start percolating it down to the other people. Number two, faster, obviously, we've heard about 60, 70%, 80% productivity, time utilization, right? And then I think the fact is that if we start leveraging, like he talked about AI agents, right? smart AI agents who are able to deal with 25,000 queries a week. Wow. It will set a strong foundation for future growth, right? So again, thank you all. Thank you, Tanmay. Thank you, Sankar, Geeta, for joining me on this panel. And really good conversation. Hopefully, some key takeaways. I'll just take 30 more seconds. There is a study which Bain did, right, with some private equity firms, right, which have some 30 private equity firms, 3,000 mid-sized startups, right? And the finding was that 20% of them were able to leverage GenAI effectively for business good, right? So anyway, I mean, you can Google it and you can see it. But I just thought it's important for us that there is a lot of GenAI which is being used, right? And more, their Bain study says that probably it will get to about 30% in next 2-3 years, and then 57% by 5 years, right? So I don't think we as GCCs are behind, right? It's just a question of starting to reflect and starting using GenAI in your own day-to-day. And then, I think the ideas will come up, and I'm sure every organization will have your, idea generation, some kind of system, or and then you can pick up from there and build on that. So thank you once again.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
It's time for the mementos. Thank you everyone for being here, but just stay. Of course, Mr. Tanmay Agarwal's memento will be sent to him. I'd like to request Mr. Sushil Kedia, COO, Tata Steel Business Delivery Center, to please come up to give a memento to Shankar Narayan. Calling Sanjay Dora, former COO, GBS and India country head at Tesco. A memento for Geeta Ramamurthy, yes. Avinash Gambhir, Regional Manager at World at Work. A token of gratitude for Atul Kulshresht for moderating this session so wonderfully well. Can I have a quick group photograph?
Yeah. Can we get Tanmay on the platform?
Yeah, I can get Tanmay on. I don't know whether he's still online.
He's still on.
Yeah, okay. All right. Can we have Tanmay on the screen, please?
Tanmay. Yeah. Okay. So much.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. We now go on to the fireside chat, solving the data puzzle, what, when, how. The participants are Kaushik Krishnan, requesting Kaushik Krishnan, Director Process Transformation, Bungi, to please join us. Kaushik is a specialist in digitization, shared service setups, designing business processes, and building high-performing teams. Welcome, Kaushik. Yeah, we can have louder applauses, I think, for very able participants. Geeta Gadekar, Chief Executive Officer, India, Publicis Resources. Geeta Gadekar is a seasoned executive in the shared services and operations domain, currently serving as the CEO of Publicis Resources India. In this pivotal role, she leads a dynamic team focused on enhancing operational efficiencies and driving digital transformation initiatives across the organization. Welcome, Geeta. Vijay Samuel, Vice President and Head of Operations, Analect India. Welcome, Vijay. Vijay is a highly accomplished global operations executive with over 20 years of experience across diverse industries. And leading the fireside chat is Bharat M. Sundaram. Bharat Sundaram, Vice President of the Everest Group. So it's over to you, Bharat, to lead that chat.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. We have a great panel and we have a very interesting topic today. We're going to talk about data. Some people say data is oil. Sometimes it feels like it's a quicksand. It keeps pulling you, you get sucked into checking accuracy and, ownership and so on. But let's face it, right? Data is integral to everything. It's in our systems, it's in our dashboards. And if we are lucky, it's also in our insights, right? So today we want to really dive into, data as a topic, solving the puzzle. Specifically, let's ask questions, right? Can we really create a single source of truth? Or is that just a fancy way to say, hey, good luck with things here? Can we actually save some money by better optimizing data? Or is it just going to be, or can we go over and beyond into even transformation, innovation, and so on? The most important question of all, are we really letting legacy and certain cultural inertia hold us hostage, especially in the world where we have shiny new tools, right? Great panel we have here, so we'll jump right into the discussion theme. Right, the first theme that we have is let's start with a single source of truth. Kaushik, maybe we start with you, right? Most organizations claim to have achieved a single source of truth, yet many of them still struggle, especially with siloed data. Is this even a realistic concept? Should organizations even aim for this? Is this aspirational? What's your take?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having me and great panel and very good question to tee off. I think we've got to redefine the question a little bit. So when we ask, is there a single source of truth? So like how out in the wide world, there is no one truth. There are sources of truth and then there are truths, right? And I'll give you an example, what this means in the context of data. So when you ask an accountant, what's the definition of revenue? So the accountant has a definition of revenue, yeah? That's driven more from what does the statute say and what does the accounting standard say, and that's what he wants to report. Now you ask a salesperson, what does revenue mean? And he looks at it from a point of view of what is his commission tied to? And these two numbers are different. And this is where you have the eternal struggle, right? What is the right data? Of course, they are both right in their own perspective. So how do you solve this conundrum? So I think organizations should not invest too much time and effort in fighting this battle. Rather, what you want to do is to capture the entire business transaction, the entire flow of the business in your data warehouse so that you are able to then cater to different users of the data for their inclusion and exclusions. Yeah. But what you want to do is to harness the whole organization towards one or two priorities to say, what is it that we want to drive? Forget the definition for the time being. What is it we want to drive? And then organize people around that definition of what you want the data to do. So that would be my perspective.
Geeta, data everywhere. How to use it?
And just to heads up, I might rush off the stage, not because there is an emergency here, because I have to get onto a call. So please excuse me for that. And happy to be here again, part of SSF Forum after a very, very long time. And on data, coming back to that. Rightfully, like you mentioned, right, there could be different purposes of the data, but finally it has to be what is this data going to serve purpose for? Finally it has to serve purpose to make decisions. Either it is on the business side, either it is in terms of the governance of your operations. Finally, it has to mean something. And for me today, it's an introspection for GCCs and setups like that. long time back, we all started saying we want more visibility. We want more work moving up the value chain. Now that we have this excess of data, what are we doing with it? I think that's the question that we all need to ask. Is it really serving the purpose to run operations effectively, to ensure the CEOs, CFOs, leadership is able to make a decision, and whether this is just limited to a level where it's mid-management or leadership who understands what this data can serve purpose for? Is it really going down deep in our operations where our associates, senior associates, whichever area they are in, really are able to put it back to the overall business requirement and the final business outcome? I think that is where I feel today there is a bit of a gap and a challenge and a struggle as well. And I have heard a lot of my colleagues and peers in the previous panels talking about value creation. And definitely data can help you create that value creation if you're utilizing it appropriately. A classic example for us in our organization, number of reports, hundreds of reports available. But if you ask somebody, what is this report going to drive? No answer. Okay, if my CFO asks for a report, we have to create that report. Why? Why haven't we thought of this before? It's not available from our Power BI or system, which is supposed to make it easy, self-service as well. So that's going to be a larger question for me in terms of the excess of data available with us today. And are we really using it for the right purpose to create value, not just for our own setups, but also for the businesses that we are part of, so that, that value creation can be sustained?
So the provocation for you is, should GCC start charging for reports?
Yes, we should. Of course, if we win that battle though. Right now it is on services delivered, but reports could be a very interesting one as well, because there's a lot of effort that goes in. And I was just telling Bharat when we were talking outside, my IT teams do come back to me and say, Geeta, you're asking me so many reports to create. What is the ROI on this, right? That's a question that everybody's asking on reports, especially whenever you want to even automate it. So that could be a way forward, definitely, in terms of reports. Yes.
Vijay.
Good evening, all. Thanks, Geeta and Kaushik. Very valid points. And of course, Bharat, we've spoken about this. And thank you for putting this question, which I think is the most important question of this point. I think we all start with saying it's definitely realistic. We eventually realize it becomes aspirational. The reason being that let's look at our current example that we're doing. We're looking at the complete demand deliver cycle, the code to cash. We start with looking at each of the teams where we have the data available. And data is available across the board. But the moment we start integrating it, then we start seeing silos and we start looking at options or situations where the data is not matching, especially from the point of how the data is captured to the point where the data is delivered. That's, as Geeta mentioned, we have hundreds of reports. We are looking at publishing this across the board, both to the agencies and both to the local partners. But eventually we come and looking at, okay, what's the right data source? Data is always mismatching. So for me, if you have the right strategic intent, the right data governances, the right data discipline, it can definitely be achieved. But I think you always have integration issues and strategic buy-in issues. But those are the ones that you need to focus on first. If we even get there, that's something which is, I think, is a moving landscape.
Correct. My interpretation based on what we heard from the panelists is there may not be a single source of truth for data, but there's probably a single source of truth when it comes to having common definition of success. Probably that's what is going to lead the right usage of data, right? Shifting gears to the next question, right? This is a tricky one, right? Balancing legacy and innovation. GCCs all said and done often inherit what is in the enterprise. So is it feasible to balance these conflicting demands? On one hand, aspirational to create something new versus balance the old one. Geeta, again, maybe in your context, I know you're handling multiple systems, not just in one, right? Publicis is almost like different organizations together. How do you face this?
So this is a reality of our world, right? It's never going to be an ideal situation, though I feel the GCCs are now in the driving seat, wherein we are trying to standardize, which means also having the IT landscape, which is standardized across, but it takes a while to get it to that stage. For example, even in resources today or Publicis, we are actually rolling out SAP across regions, but cannot be done in one day. So some parts has SAP at a version that is required, others are working on a different version altogether, and we have to train our teams to actually access these systems and work on the data. But what we've also tried to do is having a common source Power BI, which can actually help us create these reports from the legacy systems as well, pulling out the data, integrating. And we have a lot of good tools and solutions available. Somebody talked about AI, machine learning, RPA. This is what it is meant for. Though definitely a caution is about the legacy data set, which is required from overall statutory audit requirements or your GST tax requirement if it's India. So those are things which you have to really plan very well and be aware of the implications and complications in such scenarios. But I think it's very much a part and parcel of the GCC setup today, that there is going to be legacy data, there is going to be something which is in the new system. So how do you really put this all together to make some meaningful data out of it as well?
Kaushik, I mean, from shop floor to, supporting an agri-based organizations, you've seen wide spectrum of technologies. How do you see GCCs balancing these aspirations?
I think this is a very good question, and I'd like to narrate a small anecdote here on the choice that you have to make when it comes to data between legacy and new age tools. So on one side, of course, you have all the new age technology and tools. You've got the cutting edge servers now. You've got the cutting edge data warehouses and so on, right? You've got cloud capabilities and so on. But you also have a lot of robust legacy tools that can do the job for you. And I'm going to give you the example of one of the companies I worked for, that was IKEA. Now, IKEA had, as you all know, IKEA is the Swedish furniture retailer. And IKEA had a very, very successful business model where they are, of course, selling furniture both in their stores as well as online. And they had all legacy tools. Their applications on the retail side, on the supply chain side, on order fulfillment, finance, everything was, many of the tools were legacy. They were built in-house. In most cases, the people who had built these tools were no longer even alive. But these were very robust sort of tools, and they were running on databases that were really, really old. But their performance was on point. Yeah. I mean, you had situations where the data synchronization between the online platform and their backend supply chain softwares were so strong that they never had stockout situations, right? And then you had a bunch of people who came in and said, yeah, but this is too old. We've got to modernize it. We've got to take it all out. So they came in with a plan to implement S4, SAP, IBP 360. And 3 years of struggle followed, where millions of dollars were spent, and it completely ruined the on-time performance with nothing to show for. So this is a cautionary tale where we really have to be careful in our assessment. What are the tools that are today doing the job for us? What is the data consistency? What is the data hygiene? How is the data stewardship maintained today? And is this possible to serve the customer in this day and age as well? If yes, then you probably don't want to break it all. But yes, there are tools out there which are past their due date, where the data is probably not consistent. It is not compatible with your other systems, with your core systems. So you got to make the change. But what I would like to say is, organizations have to do a really thorough assessment to look at their infrastructure, to look at their business model, and check what's broken and what needs fixing.
Got it. Vijay.
Definitely challenging, no doubt about it, Bharat. And I think it's something that we all struggle with, but it's feasible with a dual mode strategy. I think obviously, with your legacy system, it's all about maintaining stability. It's definitely like the old Chetak, my dad wants to keep it, he can't drive, but he wants to keep it at home. So I'm sure every key client partner or key agency partner or someone definitely wants to keep the data, because, you definitely don't want to, have problems while you're modernizing. And my experience is both in my prior company, Twilio, where we moved from Ariba Coupa to Oracle Cloud. And we've also currently working with as basic as Microsoft List, which is a kind of a free tool. We are moving to Adobe Workfront. We definitely know that we can't get away with that. But the point is to ensure that we are able to keep that stability and maintain that stability while we are modernizing. And of course, you can always bring in tools like AI and RPA to bridge the gap. But the point of ensuring that, you're able to keep that as far as from a data standpoint, while you definitely want to move away to something far better and sustainable as you scale up as a business, even looking to bring in smart sheets and all of that, I think it's important to have that dual approach.
Got it. Often we hear this question that, hey, when is it right to move or modernize, especially, with solutions like RPAs or even other point solutions coming in. There's often that urge to, hey, maybe, why break a system or why chase a particular outcome. Again, Geeta, what's your take on using, or going for an overhaul versus having certain point solutions or other tools? Yeah.
So I feel, it is a necessity that is going to be required going forward. We can't really carry on with legacy systems, though they are strong. It always also has a challenge where you don't have the right expertise or skill set to carry on with that. We have a lot of breaks in processes from a data movement as well. And if you see the new age technologies, work tools, they have integrated AI as well, right? Which you may not have part of legacy. So in terms of the reports that are available, the kind of processes that can be run on these new age solutions definitely is something which all the GCCs have to be on, right? That's going to be the way forward. But also depends, again, what is the business requirement? And if your legacy system is working well for you currently, and you really don't want to move to it, that's also a fine decision to make. But what is the future growth scalability? For example, Publicis as a team or a company, we have 3 different companies within the entity. We have a media company, we have a Sapient, which is IT, we have digital marketing space as well. Now, all these 3 using different kind of setups and systems does not really help us to consolidate at the group level. Financials, budgets, everything, right? It's a struggle when you have so many multiple entities. We have almost 13 entities in India itself. So imagine what will happen at the back end in resources if I have to work on so many multiple processes which are different, systems which are different, and the data which is broken as well. So definitely for a company like ours, at the scale that we are, we will need to move on to a single platform, which will be helpful for all these agencies or companies to really have a standard process which can be finally impactful to the way we do business today and scale it up as well. We are growing every year by almost 6 to 8% from a media perspective, which is very high growth, and which means we are adding more companies. We are also taking over more companies. How do we really manage this if we have different sets of systems being there, right? So for a company like us, definitely it makes sense, but it will be, again, depending on where you are as an organization, what your business requirement and your future growth looks like.
Right. The conversation is naturally shifting towards value, right? So it sort of brings us to the next theme. What's beyond cost savings and what are going to be the enablers, right? And if I were to ask a provocative question to start with, right, Vijay, maybe we start with you. What are some of the boldest things that you've seen GCCs make?
Before we start, Bharat, I think I will have to leave. Thank you everyone for having me here, and thank you for this panel discussion. Lovely panelists. So thank you for the discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, just continuing, right? So Vijay, just curious, right? What are some of the boldest moves that you've seen GCCs do to break that perception or even get just stuck at cost arbitrage?
Yeah, I think we've always spoken, and it keeps coming up in every discussion, right? How do you become a value creator moving away from cost arbitrage? I think one thing that we've been actually, emphasizing on is diversifying services, really for high value niche, like data services, transformations. So that definitely, I think, brings in the real value that you're not just a back office or you're just a support function. You're moving away to really drive the business and spearhead to something more in terms of getting better business. Second part is, of course, proactively aligning with your headquarters in terms of strategies. How can you really, become the driver of, what the business as a whole, as an enterprise wants to achieve? I think all of that is definitely coming up. For us right now, we are obviously working on PEX labs, the process excellence labs, and also coming up with the transformation center of excellence. I think all of that is really the key focus areas for my CEO or my global CFO. We want to see, okay, what's the real value beyond what you can deliver? And it's not just about, moving the needle, but becoming a game changer.
And where do you think the biggest gap is for most GCCs, right, as they start on this journey towards value, especially with data?
Upskilling for sure, because obviously you run with employees and that's your oil. You obviously need to understand, how are they able to look at this as an opportunity for them to upskill themselves, and also as an organization come together to achieve something bigger. And I think it's more about looking at the value proposition. Of course, you invest in the career as you want to invest in your job, but it's definitely trying to understand what are the areas. Like, for example, we had our robotics coming in through a consultant. We had techno-functional skill sets with folks coming in from core finance and core HR. We were able to convert them to those techno-functional skill sets where they got RPA certified. And we were able to have a good blend of the institutional knowledge and the system knowledge they brought in with the low-key drag and drop features to start with, not the high-value complex coding. But these are new skill sets that we are looking to evolve and develop. For someone who comes in with that mindset that I don't even know what this is, and then when they move out of the company, they're moving into a different skill set. I think it's a game changer. I've come back and said, oh, wow, just changed my career and it's made me something, far better than what I was looking to or aspiring to. I think all of that is to start with, which you can work as, incremental steps to augment on that.
Got it. And I'm going to build on this, right? I mean, very good points, Vijay, on need for technical expertise. Where do you invest in terms of business context, Kaushik? What's your take on, getting closer to business and how that's going to help further drive value?
Yeah, I think in order to be able to deliver value, you have to be really, really close to the business. In fact, you have to meet them at the point of their need. You have to meet them at the point of their problem. And I'll give you two examples from the companies that I work or I've worked with. So the first example is from Mondelez or Cadbury's. And they did an incredible thing when it came to data and analytics. And the function that did it or spearheaded that was actually HR. So, so this is how it was, right? I mean, HR is present in all the countries and HR operations are running, payroll operations are running all over the world. But they really created a wonderful blueprint and they harnessed the right technology, the right tools to bring all the data centrally, to integrate the data, to drive insights out of that and shape it to do their entire workforce planning, talent management, get insights out of employee engagement, retention strategies, and so on, where they were able to really get insights like, what is the pay point at which people are most happy? What is the main reason for, employee separation? And what markets suffer the most? And what time period do employees generally move out, at what job grades, at what job levels, and so on. And they brought all this data together, they brought it to life, and then they started to design policies around it. That at which pay points or which grades do we need what sort of retention strategy? What sort of change needs to happen in the job profile at a particular location? And this went a long way in helping cut down retention, improving employee satisfaction, setting right the compensation budget and the entire talent planning, right? For me, this was incredible to see, right? The second example is what I see in Bunge. And so Bunge is a company which is into agricultural produce and trading and manufacturing. So they deal in crops, food grains, as well as oil seeds. And they have a lot of facilities, what you call factories, all over the world. And at any given point in time, their pipeline is about $1 billion of investment in either brownfield or greenfield projects, facilities. And perennially, there used to be a problem where the cost of these investments used to overrun by a margin, by a big margin, or these projects would not be commissioned on time. And all of this, of course, had a tangible business impact, right? So what they did is they first set up one common team, which is actually based in the GCC, which is called Global Engineering Projects. And this is the team who's essentially now centrally doing the entire planning on how to go about making expansion, whether it's a greenfield or a brownfield. They are the ones who are doing the entire pre-project design and engineering. They are the ones who are doing the costing, estimation, etc. And in order for them to be able to do their work well, they have again built absolutely fantastic fit for purpose data warehouse built the right integration tools, brought in the right level of data through catalogs, through bill of materials, through designs, etc. And now when you see the output, this team is able to deliver engineering solutions, or they're able to deliver blueprints for all their expansions. And they're able to give us a saving of about 7 to 8% on the capital investment. And for the last 1 year, this team has enabled all go lives to happen on time and for production to happen on time in these facilities. So this is an incredible example of how you have a GCC meeting the business at its point of need, bringing in the data, bringing in the capability, and then delivering something for the business which is delivering tangible value.
Yeah, I mean, just building on what we heard in one of the previous panels, right? Sriram's panel. What better than proving value than showing the actual numbers, right? 7-8% does matter a lot. Sort of brings us to the last theme that we have today for discussion, right? We also hear data as the currency for future. What's really stopping GCCs? And maybe I want to specifically pick up talent as a theme. And Kaushik, maybe we start with you. Where do you really see the skilling gap happening? What's really stopping GCCs from being able to harness the data really well?
That's a really good question, and I think I'd say thanks for making sure that's a part of the question set. I think the problem is on both sides, Bharat, to be honest. So the problem is with the skills that are available in the GCCs today, where there is a lack of business intimacy. We have a lot of people who are great at customer service, or they come in with the solution mindset or service mindset, but they're all probably ingrown, or they come from other GCCs or from the BPO industry. And I think you made this really good point when we were having a discussion where they continue to say stakeholders, right? There itself, you create a barrier between you and the other business functions, right? You need people with business intimacy. You need people who understand the ins and outs of the business that they are supporting. And this happens in an incredible way in IKEA, where every employee once a year has to spend a week working in the store so that he understands what it means to serve the customer, what it means to go through the store operation, right? So you really need people who understand the nuance of the business or the problems of the business. Otherwise, it's a lot like I have a hammer and I'm looking for a nail. That's the sort of a problem you end up with. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I think people are all getting a little bit lost in this mountain of data, right? I'll give a really sharp example here. It's a very old example. It's about this person called Oskar Schindler, who was an industrialist in Nazi Germany. And when the Holocaust is happening and you have thousands and thousands of Jews being deported and being, sent to the concentration camps, Oskar Schindler comes across a list of about 1,000 people who potentially could be shipped off. And he takes this list of 1,000 and then he goes out and does his bit to save them. And that is enough. Yeah. And that was enough for him to really be recognized in the world. There's now a movie made about him, which earned an Oscar, etc., etc. But what I'm trying to say is, sometimes all you need is a small list to get you started to cause real business impact. But we see a lot of people get drowned in data and not being able to act on it. And data is moving very fast. The velocity of data now is so much that if you don't act, there will be somebody else who will act on it, like a competitor or other functions. So a big problem is people also getting caught up in this volume of data and sort of getting paralyzed by the entire enormity of it. So that's the second one. Now I'll go to the other side. You have all the technology, you have all the best visualization tools. You're able to get the golden data, which gives you the source of truth. you take this to you take this to your colleagues in the business, and then you show them this data, and then you of course want action or a decision. And how many times do you see that data or that analysis is sort of junk or it is dismissed? And that happens because your colleagues also suffer from a cognitive bias, a confirmation bias, a recency bias. So while you can have the best of data tools, while you can have the best of data aids, I think there is a need to sensitize organizations around data psychology, how to accept data and start taking decisions. So that would be my take.
All right, Vijay.
I'm sure organizations increasingly trust us, as GCCs to manage data because of the level of transformations we do and we have done. There's always the first part where they come to us, in terms of value. But I always seen there's a perceived gap in terms of, whether there is a gap in your capability or security. In terms of data, as we spoke about it. So if I have a report which goes out, I have a person who's a data warehouse person who kind of houses the data. Then there's a data modeler who's building the data dashboard. And there's a person who has the visualizations to it. And then I have a person who plugs in the data to make sure it's fine. And then I finally have a person who talks about the data in the boardroom. I think as we get more, doing more with less, they want it to be one or two people doing all of it. You can't have so much of gaps, and you obviously have the expertise but they obviously want the person talking to the data also understand the back end of it and the front end of it. I think those are the gaps that we obviously have to work on. To an extent, it's a perceived gap also, but I think that's something we have to work on. Security part in terms of ISO 27000 compliance, the data, compliance issues and InfoSec. Always I have someone, from the InfoSec team calling me and making sure my data is fine, my agency and my client data is secure. It's not really a challenge in terms of compliance. So all of that is definitely a focus area as we get more and more with the data we manage. And it's extremely important to be mindful of that. So all of that perceived gaps have to be addressed if we can become more trustworthy and become more custodians of data.
Correct. And again, data is a vast topic. There is only so much we can cover as formal themes, right? But here is where, as a moderator, I get to put the panelists on spot. So not sure if you know, but we've got a series of rapid fire questions for you. We need quick responses. Audience are keeping a watch. So yeah, this is your first question. Maybe we start with you, Kaushik. What should be the biggest priority from a data management? Cleansing existing data, integrating data sources, real-time analytics, building a data-driven culture. What do you think should be the priority?
I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer. It's the last one. Building a data-driven culture. It all starts with that.
Vijay?
For us, it's real-time analytics. Everyone wants to see it at that moment. They can't even wait for the 3-hour data refresh.
Okay. Next one, right? What is the biggest challenge in achieving single source of truth? I know we declared it may not exist, but still, let's assume for a minute. Legacy systems, data silos, governance challenges, of course, resistance to change.
I would say lack of governance.
Governance.
Lack of governance.
Okay, we've got one where, same responses. How about challenge with respect to legacy systems? Cost of modernization, risk of disruption, lack of expertise, again, resistance to change.
I would say the risk of disruption.
Okay.
Resistance to change.
Resistance to change. Okay. How do you balance legacy and modernity, right? Gradual integration, just rip and replace it. Hybrid coexistence, or guess what? Hey, let's just stick with legacy and see how it goes.
After having spoken so passionately about the example with IKEA, it's the last one. Stick with legacy, it works.
Yeah. Okay.
Hybrid coexistence to start with and then move on.
Coexistence. Okay. What is the one role, right? What should be the primary role in a GCC when it comes to data management strategy? Is it to be data custodians? Is it to be partners in driving innovation? Operational support for processing, reporting, or end-to-end in the entire life cycle? What should be the one role?
This is tricky. My answer would be either 1 or 4. They are very, very close together.
You can only choose one.
You really do put us on the spot, yeah? Okay, I'll go for 1.
1.
Strategic partners for sure.
Partners for sure.
As a GCC.
What is the one skill? Is it data analytics and storytelling, advanced AI automation expertise, stakeholder management, or agile design thinking?
Data analytics and storytelling.
I go with that same.
Storytelling.
Storytelling is extremely important.
Okay, got one bonus, right? What are some of the risks to watch out for as you look at this whole data management journey? Data security breaches. Vijay, I know you spoke about security. Misaligned strategies, lack of skilled talent, or over reliance on legacy. What is the biggest risk?
I think it's the second, misaligned data strategies with HQ goals.
Right.
For me, it's data security and breaches.
Okay, I mean those were a few questions. We thought we'll spice it up a bit with some questions to add to the points. We're almost at the end of the discussion. We heard from the panelists talk about what does it mean when it comes to value, the need for skill sets. I love the line saying you have a hammer, don't go chasing for a nail, or don't try to fix things that aren't broken yet. What is one thing that you would like to leave the audience with today, Vijay?
One thing I would like to leave the audience with is when we speak about data, it's very easy to get kind of overawed by the technology, the tools, all the bits and bytes. But the data story is one where you have to place people at the center. The human has still not lost its relevance in this entire data story. It is the human who still makes sense of the story. It is one human who influences another human. No matter what the data is, no matter how rich it is, no matter how compelling it is, it's the human who does the influencing. So whenever you're designing a data strategy, whenever you're designing, your data plan or your data initiatives, keep this always in the center of your mind, that it's about people. Yeah. And then you see that it's a very different way of approaching the entire data story.
Vijay.
I think it's the problem itself, right? Solving the data puzzle is the problem. The opportunity to me, obviously, is how can it turn it into a competitive advantage? So more than just the technology, I think it's a unified vision where you require strategic buy-in, you require empowered teams, and a culture of trust. So you can really make it a data lever to really support your entire enterprise. So to me, it's a combination of all of it put together.
All right. Thanks everyone. Big thanks to the panelists for putting up with me and being on the spot. But I thought we had a good set of provocations to think about data and what next. Once again, thank you for SSF to have us and have this interesting theme.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bharat.
Calling Shankar Iyer, Director VBO, Johnson Controls, to please come up to give a memento to Kaushik Krishnan. We have Rakesh Sinha coming up to give away that memento to Kaushik. Calling Vishal Batla.
Thank you, sir.
Vishal Batla, Client Director, Everest Group, requesting you to come up here, please. Yeah. To give a memento to Vijay Samuel.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Sanjay Gupta, Chief Architect, SSF Global. If you're here, Sanjay. To give away Bharat's memento to him. Thank you. We can have a group photograph.
Thank you. Thanks, Kaushik.
Super.
Thank you once again.
Bharat, thank you so
Thanks, Bharat.
much.
Friends, Rakesh would like to say something. So can I call you here, please?
I think there has been a lot of requests coming to share a little bit more about this coffee table book and the research report we released yesterday. Just thought to steal few minutes very quickly to share what is in it in a way. You would have seen, maybe it's lying on your table. This is the kind of a flyer which actually which actually have all the photographs of the 10 inspiring women leaders and the 10 impact and influential leaders in GCC and enterprise services. This is something which we released. And this is what got compiled into this coffee table book. Many of you are aware of it. This also has some thought leadership articles into it. As I mentioned yesterday, the soft copy of this will reach each one of you. For hard copy, you can reach out and we can surely provide you one. Just to quickly flick it, who all has been part of this entire listing? We got Anjali Singh featuring in the Inspiring Women Leaders. She, of course, brings 2.5 decades of experience, but recent role, she's playing a role at Ericsson, where leading the Global Business Services Center for Ericsson, particularly on the HR services side. We got Gangapriya Chakravarti as a part of this Inspiring Women Leaders, bringing more than 2 decades of experience in the HR space. But right now, she's leading the Ford Motors, the Business Services Center. So she features in the list as well. Geeta Ramamurthy. Actually, we have the opportunity to have the lady in the room itself. Can we have Geeta waving? Thank you, Geeta. I think Geeta has been, of course, like featuring all across the world from being a woman leader. So really playing a very pivotal role in terms of building the teams together. Right now, she's leading the KBR as an organization. We got Lalita Indrakanti. She is quite a familiar name in the GCC space. Her recent role being with JLR, leading both the business services and IT services for JLR. Madhvi Dhanukar, again, a very popular name in this space, both in the third-party world as well as in the captive space. Currently, she is with Principal Services based out of Pune. Preeti Lobana, again, excellent pedigree from the number of years and the kind of organization she has worked. Recently, or currently, she's working with Google, and previously she has worked with American Express, Stanchart, ANZ, and so on and so forth. Sharda Gupta, she represents Bayer currently. Of course, been in the space of GCC for a while. She features in the list too. And this list has no ranking, by the way, just to share with you. This is alphabetically ordered. Sheenam Ohri. Sheenam is another very passionate leader, very closely working with a lot of forums and NASCOM. And currently, she is the head for Broadridge. We got Shrisha as a part of the list. Shrisha is the managing director for Lloyd's and coming from an IT background, leading a lot of IT centers in the past and currently. So these were the names for the women leaders. Oh, sorry, my bad. Uma Ratnam Krishnan. Uma is currently representing Optum. She's leading Optum as the India CEO. With this, we almost got 10 women leaders, and now we come to the highly influential impact leaders. Devjani Ghosh, again, she does not need much of introduction. She has been very recently the president of the NASSCOM, and she has been very instrumental in terms of evolving this entire landscape of GCC. Naveen Gulapalli. Naveen has been one of the names which has become typically starting with the shared services, GBS, center head roles. And he became one of the guys to really play a global role thanks to his role in Novartis. Dr. Navneet Kapoor. Navneet is with AP Moller Maersk. He's really one of the champions in terms of driving enterprise-wide tech transformation in his multiple roles in the past. Pankaj Vyas. Pankaj currently leads the Siemens healthcare operations. He has always been very active into the GBS, GCC space, working closely with many forums, leading large teams. Pankajam Sridevi, one of the, again, a role models, veteran. She, in a way, from a, corporate role, superannuated, but been very active still in this space, playing senior executive roles with many organizations, including ANZ and Commonwealth Bank recently. Priranjan Jha. Priranjan is also a leader who has really shaped this industry recently in many avatars, particularly global roles. He was responsible for Pepsi's global operations, and now he is responsible for Iron Mountains Global. He's a global guy. Actually, his team is entirely based out of US, and he's based in India, playing a global role. Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi. Sanjeev is again a very known name in the GCC, GBS space. Working across various diversified organizations. Last role being Deloitte, leading their Global Knowledge Center. And now with Adani GCC, he's setting up the entire multifunction GCC. Adani has multiple shared services that is coming across into one large GCC. Sudhir Banerjee. Sudhir is another veteran from this industry, very well both the sides. He was a client to a third-party organization. He became a captive head himself. And he was recently leading ABB GCC, a large center in Bangalore, and now with Teva Pharmaceuticals, Israel headquartered pharma company. Dr. Sumit Mitra. Sumit Mitra actually is a CEO for Tesco Business Solutions. Tesco is one of the most matured shared services or GCCs now, and he has played really an instrumental role in that over the last many years. And he's a global leader, global role being in India. Tarun Sareen. Tarun represents Sun Life. He's leading the Sun Life global operations, been with multiple organizations with sizable team and operations, playing roles of transforming enterprise-wide processes and functions. Just quick 1 minute I'll take, and maybe I'll get a microphone for Sanjay here. Can we get a mic for Sanjay? Because I think somebody is not here, he's responsible. Sanjay, I know it was just putting on the spot because this question has been asked. What has been our approach to identify these names? Is it like people who are beyond this list are not doing what they're doing? So maybe you'd like to take a minute to share how we went about it.
Thank you. I hope this one is operational.
Mic for Bharat.
Right, thanks. So how we went about selecting the names that we did is actually not a mystery so much. The mystery is really in trying to narrow down the list into what we believe are the ones that should be actually recognized. So it's a very simple process because of the abundance of information available on the net on the individuals who are the senior leaders and people who have made significant impact in the industry. It's fairly simple. Also, the names are very, very well known to the relatively close-knit community that we all represent. The trouble really is, it's very easy to justify who we have selected, but almost impossible to justify whom we have not. Because the difference between the people who have been selected versus the ones who have not is not significant at all. There are so many great people who have done phenomenal work in the industry that to be able to identify, and that's why Rakesh said it's not ranked in any fashion. They are not to be looked at as, the topmost or the greatest. Well, every one of us are the greatest. There are people who have done phenomenal jobs, but some parameters had to be put into place. And so we did put a few parameters, and many of those parameters are the ones which, we've spoken all about it in the last a day and a half and whatever is left over. It's all about that. The global exposure, the depth of understanding, the demonstrated delivery, the leadership style, all of it put together. And of course, like I mentioned, when you see the digital copy, as far as the women leaders are concerned, we are told that India as a country specifically, and pretty much everywhere in the world, we are extremely biased towards our gender, and we are not necessarily fair to everyone. But I must say for sure that this industry is a lot fairer than so many other industries which are still very much biased in one direction. And therefore, that level of encouragement that the leaders bring out to encourage the other women leaders in the world to also follow, those leaders need to be recognized as well. So the women leaders are, of course, recognized for what they do, what they bring out, and how they've brought their lives up. And the others, which also include women, by the way, the others doesn't necessarily mean men, but those are the ones purely for their achievement, which has not necessarily been a very easy job to select. And I must say again, everyone is a great leader. There is absolutely no doubting that. The next lists that we come out might even not have any of these 20 names. So we'll probably look at a new list next time, but maybe we'll have some more parameters to consider. Thank you, Rakesh.
Thanks, Sanjay. And I think this brings me an opportunity to really put a round of applause for all those who featured in this list. Thank you. Maybe I'll just take 30 more seconds. A mic can be reached to Bharat in that corner. Bharat, I think people have been curious about to know about this, the report. While this, again, the digital copy will reach them, but just 30 seconds. Sanjay took more than 30 seconds. Just take 30 seconds to talk about this report. What is inside this report?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. See, GCCs today are at an inflection point, right? I mean, nobody talks cost arbitrage, it's table stakes. But what next for GCC often comes up with areas that go well beyond scope of work. We're talking about how GCCs can truly become a partner to the enterprise, seen as an extension versus, throwing work over the wall. So what we've covered in this report is talk about what are some of the levers for the next wave of GCC evolution, right? Things like what are some of the enabling capabilities GCCs are building today? Are things like persona-based change management or a program management office even being looked from a GCC context? So this report talks, the different levers that GCCs need to be looking at. We also have a focus section on technology and some research that we had done on Gen AI, flavor of the market, flavor of the town. So we've added some of that. But more importantly, it also has a sort of a checklist to say what are the elements from a growth standpoint, from an evolved standpoint, from an optimized standpoint. Yeah. Hope you all get to download the report. Do share your comments and feedback as well. Rakesh, back to you.
Thanks, Bharat. I know there's a lot into this report, and of course, we have all gone through personally through pages and pages, and I think a lot of data points which is available. I'm sure it will be meaningful and valuable for you all once you receive the report. Thanks. Back to you, Sangeeta. Sorry for.
Thanks for that, all three of you. So we go into the last, but certainly not the least. Promises to be an interesting session. And the session is titled Leadership Insights. And for that, I would like to invite the panelists, starting with Kalishwaran Arunachalam, Group CFO and Head of Strategy, Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals. Can we have an applause for Kalishwaran Arunachalam? He's a dynamic finance executive currently serving as the Group CFO and Head of Strategy at Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited. Thank you, Kalishwaran, for joining us. Ajay Wadhwa. Ajay Wadhwa, Chief Executive Officer, TML Business Services, Tata Motors. Ajay Wadhwa is the Chief Executive Officer for TML Business Services, a subsidiary of Tata Motors. He is achievement-driven with over 20 years of experience in business and process transformation, delivering value-added services across end-to-end processes, change management across geographies, and system implementation. Thank you, Ajay, for joining us. Tarun Ahi. Tarun Ahi, VP and Head, Group SSC, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Tarun is a chartered accountant by profession and a change leader by nature. He's an enterprising business leader with a perfect blend of consulting and operation. Tarun Ahi. Can we have an applause for Tarun? Sushil Kedia. Sushil Kedia, Chief Operating Officer, Business Delivery Center, Tata Steel. Sushil is a prominent figure in the realm of global business services, currently serving as the Chief Operating Officer of Tata Steel Business Delivery Center Limited. Thank you, Sushil, for being here. Richard Alvarez, VP, Head Program and Business Transformation, Shared Service, Ultratech Cement. Richard is a seasoned executive with over 26 plus years of experience, currently serving as the Vice President, Head Program and Business Transformation Shared Services at Ultratech, a part of the Aditya Birla Group. And the session will be moderated by Anand Maheshwari, Founder and Chief Commercial Officer, Kences Global. There is Anand. So it's over to you, Anand, to take that ahead.
Not reaching the sound is not great.
Just test. Is the voice clear backside also? Thank you. Because while I was sitting there, sometimes the lapel mic was not as efficient as the hand mic was. So anyways, so good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. We are at the pre-award final technical session. So kudos to each of you who is still present and actively listening to all of us from the stage here. I salute and admire you all. It's never an easy job to do this with the dwindling audience for whatever reason, but we are making up for that, or more than making up for that, what I can safely say, the most powerful panel that we have had on the stage in last 1.5 days. What else can you ask for when you have all the stalwarts on my right side representing the names that are household names in India definitely, but across globe also. So there are two Tatas, both Tisco and as we used to call Telco, now Tata Motors. And we have Birlas here represented through Richard Alvarez. And we have upcoming very Indian mark of entrepreneurship of the last 25 years in the form of Jindal. Jindal Steels is here. And then we have a unique Indian company, absolutely unique Indian company, which is 100% owned by employees. Indian company in its own right, of its own size, that is Crompton Greaves. Currently employee owned, employee operated. We have all heard these terms called COCO and POPO, company owned, company operated, partner owned, partner operated, or FOFO, franchisee owned, franchisee operated. So this is the variety and depth in the panel that we have got. Hence, here is the audience, your chance to make the best out of the session. So I'm changing the pattern a little bit. I'm requesting anyone from you who wants to talk of his or her expectations from this panel or this session, which is essentially talking of leadership insights from those very Indian corporations who took the plunge in the field of consolidating their shared services, converting them into capability centers in many cases, and still doing it. So your chance. So can we have the mic in the room, please? Anyone, please raise your hand. I will take 3 or 4 at the maximum. Your expectations from the panelists in the next 40 minutes.
Hello, everybody. I think I know most of you guys. So, quick question. I think unlike the global organizations or where the HQs are outside of India, and then you have the main advantage used to be a cost arbitrage, or I would rather say it's a currency arbitrage, where you have significant play to justify the value to go up the value chain. In case of the domestic HQ'd and domestically operated operations for the GCCs, I know, I think it's not easy when you move roles from Ajay, maybe from Dharwad to Pune or somewhere, and then still justify the value. So I think, look, this is something which is a nuance which a lot of people would not understand. But in spite of having 0 to minimum to less cost arbitrage, the clear path forward is creating value and transformation. So I think, what would be some of your insights that you bring in to help that?
Very much, Sandeep. That will be definitely part of that. Anything else somebody wants to add to that? Any specific expectations upfront that you want to table? Otherwise, there will be always an opportunity to ask the questions towards the end of the session also.
Hello, everyone. A very quick one. We talk about GCC, we talk about the processes and things like that. It would be very insightful to say, how do we bring global roles in India in GCCs that we operate?
Sorry, say that again. How do we
bring global roles within GCCs?
Global roles into the GCC. Okay. Anything more? With the lights on, I can't see much. Okay. So I would like to start by saying that this is truly the moment of when the rubber meets the road kind of thing. When you start an initiative literally with the hands tied on your back, you don't have the starting point of a straight cost arbitrage, which could be very significant in any case of taking out work or processes and creating from high cost locations into a relatively low cost location. So that arbitrage advantage is not the starting point. Still, you take a plunge, consolidate, and there is a huge benefit that almost all these Indian corporations we took that plunge have proven. And we will hear a lot of stories around that. So, but we all know, and I was expecting that kind of things to come from the floor also, the nuances of managing Indian businesses. Okay. There is a saying that if you have cracked India, then you have achieved a lot of depth in your operations, whether in business or in any other field. Because we are such a wide, such a variety, such a complicated country in many senses, and still we are unified as a one nation. So that way, that uniqueness of India and Indian business and Indian management ethos and all that. And then look at it from another angle. The entire structure of these Indian corporations, most of them started with entrepreneurial families that set up large businesses, medium to large businesses, or the businesses which became large as we progressed economically. And the management practices also evolved around that. So there has been, in most cases, ultimately the buck stopped at the so-called promoters level. That is the case even now in many cases. But having said that, with the evolution, while the ownership structures have also evolved, publicly traded, publicly owned organizations, the management ethos at some level are still very Indian, very people-focused, very much loyalty-oriented management ethos where sometimes a low performer, relatively low performer, can also claim to be rewarded just because he or she has something going for him or her, which is called loyalty and trust. So those are also the factors. During taking care of all these special circumstances, there have been cases proven by all the gentlemen on my right who have, at various stages of their journey, proven that this globally proven model can be as effective, if not more, in the context of Indian businesses. So without much ado, and before I turn to all this, let me also, you must already be seen it, but I think another unique thing about my panelists is that 4 out of 5 of them represent relatively mature organizations from a shared services perspective. They took this plunge 10, 15, 20 years ago, almost immediately after this whole wave started in India. So they did not wait for too long, for whatever reason. But at the same time, we also have colleagues here who are just telling me that they're just celebrating their first anniversary of their shared services. So they're as young as that in terms of this initiative. So in that context, there are 2 or 3 pointers that I would like my colleagues on the panel to cover as I go around. And, we do have reasonable time. I don't think time at this moment looks too much of a constraint to us or to me, is that you should just give your views on 3 or 4 specific things. What does this catalytic transformation mean? Because that is the one element of our agenda topic. Then, since we're all Indian organizations fundamentally, even though global operations in many cases, what is the level of enthusiasm for this kind of initiative that you have seen and you still see currently at the topmost level of the organization, whether it be the board or in some cases, the promoter himself? What is the kind of seat at the table issue that you have faced in the past, and currently what is the situation, if at all you have faced that issue? Because we used to hear about that. And how are you scaling new frontiers, specifically for my matured organizations? I would like to say that how do we have enabled the operations into capabilities or capabilities-driven operations? So capabilities point. So whosoever, let's first start with colleagues. That may be simpler.
Okay, thank you. I think it's very tough to do a session on December Friday evening on a beachside, and that too as a last panel. So really understand the task that is on hand and will try to make it as interesting as possible. Thanks, Anand, for the introduction. I think we are employee run. Interestingly, we don't have a promoter or an MNC, nor we are a conglomerate. We are a $1 billion organization. And when we talked about a catalyzing or a catalytic transformation that this needs to do, maybe I'll try to summarize in how did we approach and how are we looking at it right now as we celebrate our first anniversary. It starts with a vision. I think we need to have really a bold ambition of what is that we want to do. It need not be only cost-led. Do see cost as an outcome and not cost as the only driver for which you need to set up a GCC or a capability center. Have to have a large, bold goal. Needs to be backed up by the leadership. I think we are employee-run, so we have a cross-functional leadership team. We ensured that it's a cross-shared purpose across everyone, and then we started. Third, fundamentally, while this entire thing started with finance as the first function to go ahead, from day one, we are very clear. We are not even going to call it as a finance shared service or something. We named it as central business service. Few nuances. I think people in corporates or in a company like us, which is not a conglomerate, might feel taking them to a shared service means you're trying to do jobs that are not valuable to you and it is very transactional in nature. So we named it as central business service. The idea is that it is not going to be only finance, it's going to be at an organizational level. Starts with finance, it will followed up with sales, procurement, even at some point of time, our R&D, transactional work, we want to move here. We said business, idea is that it is not a transaction process, but it's going to be a business service where the team is going to come back with solutions that will solve for business problems. That's the third thing that we did. Fourth, we were super clear that it cannot be a setup that will coexist with our existing team. We have to take a separate location and then see how do you need to get that started from there. These are some of the basics that we have put in place. For us, we come from an organization which has got about 7 plants, 5 different business units. So therefore, things were much more decentralized. Step one was to bring people under one roof. We have got 2 centers, one in Chennai, one in Mumbai. Then bring in one way of doing transactions. That will help us to know that where do you stand and how do you want to go about it. On day one, we were very clear. We are not going to start with this by saying how many headcount you are going to reduce. Even today, we are very clear that's not the objective for what we started. We were also very clear, well, automation is super important to achieve this goal. That's not going to come as the step one. The step one is centralize and standardize and then automate. This actually helps us to understand where are we today and what journey we want to pursue and how do you need to stitch the automation requirement to what we wanted rather than having something ready-made and try to fit in for that. Some of the other pitfalls normally people undermine is the entire change management process. It means it starts from the people. Suddenly, if I have to ask somebody who's working in a Baddi or a Goa plant or a Baroda plant and come back to Mumbai, they feel, boss, I'm not required in the company and that's why I'm asked to do this kind of a job. It's important that we value employees and fundamentally we believe being an employee-run organization, it actually goes even more a step higher as to why is it important for employees to have this experience. It's important to tell the leadership team that, hey, going and having a stint at some part of time in your career in a CBS is equally important as a role that you would do in any part of the other verticals. It's going to be learning and also it's also going to be contributing for your own career and for the company. Finally, when we wanted to look at things as to, therefore, what is the measurable outcome? Somebody asked for a domestic setup and somebody for us, which is just a $1 billion organization, we are not a conglomerate. What is going to be the ROI? It's not going to be cost. We felt getting data at one source is going to be super powerful. Today, we are already seeing the benefits of it. Some of the way we set it up is even finance. We have now divided this into O2C, R2R, P2P, and an analytics vertical has been set up within the CBS. The idea is they are able to now throw back by saying, hey, look at this data. These are some of the things that is probably out of way, and can you go back and check with your business on what needs to be done? So that is probably the way I would see an ROI for this project. I think a single cost saving that you can get as a business project from your shared service is multi-crore rather than 10 people cost or 15 people headcount that you'll try to save from this. So overall, to summarize, have a large vision, a bold vision. Don't get bogged down by the fact that I'm a small organization, I can't do it. If you think it is something that can cut across various verticals of organization, it's really possible. Have milestones and goals which is beyond cost. I think the analytics that this function can throw up is invaluable and can be taken into multiple decision-making levers. Change management is super important, and please be super people-oriented. That's in a nutshell that I would like to say, and I do believe it can be catalytic to transformation.
Thanks, Kailash. And on because something about the change management and all that of a different type, everybody would have gone through. So, but we'll come back to you maybe after some time. So I will turn to Richard now. Richard, yours is massive organization in terms of sheer scale of manufacturing, logistics, transportation, and managing a huge dealer network, sales network across. What has been your experience when you talk of your transformation journey, having consolidated operations at one place? What has been your key experiences about it, and how do you see your top level management involvement in this whole process?
Audible? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Thanks, Anand. That was a good introduction of Ultratech. So let me set a context here a little bit. So we are a captive F&A services. Now, the F&A as a whole, the cost of F&A in relation to the 70,000 crore turnover which we have, I think it goes into decimals, right? And when it comes to our captive center, we are further decimal places, which means while we are very critical for the CFO, as a business, are we moving the needle for an EBITDA per ton or something like that? We are on the decimal places. So whatever we do for our finance function or we do optimization within the finance function, that actually doesn't move the needle too much. But what we do for the business, for example, somebody mentioned paid on time with service cash discounting. So those are the things which we add value to the business. GST is one where decentralized versus centralized. We have full control on how much credit we take and bring it to zero differences. So those are the impact which moves the needle a bit for the business. Given this context, the most interested CXO is our CFO, and he's the strong sponsor. Beyond the CFO, it's a little difficult to attract attention because moving the needle is very important for them, and then you'll attract attention. So our sponsor is strong, and hence we've been able to do that. You're right, this is a large organization, there's a large volume. So there are three factors which drove this initiative for us. One was a compelling reason for the business per se. So we were, if I remember, we were around 75, 80 million tons in capacity. That was in FY18, which today we are almost reaching 200 by 2027. Have we not done this? And the scale of my accounting centers would have been 100 plus. To consolidate that and report out for the CFO would have been much, much difficult. So that was a main compelling reason, is to sustain the business growth. Second, at that point in time, there was legislation changes which were coming in, and GST was one of the biggest one. And if the government is centralizing, there's no reason why organizations should not centralize their compliances. And only then you can derive value from that, right? And you can derive value from the analytics of that also. So that was the second major reason. Third one was the view that my plant commercial, that my plant finance folks had to be partnering with the units to be the lowest cost producer. And that's been the mantra all across our group. And hence, to free their time, again, the accounting work, transaction works had to move on. So these compelling reasons enabled us, actually the sponsor, to move the processes here. So I think in a nutshell, that's what about it is.
Okay, good to hear that. And in terms of the measures of success, how do you, so one important thing that you highlighted was the growth enabling. This whole initiative was not only just to get in efficiencies, but also to prepare for the high speed scaling up of the main business. So on that, on the terms of your measures of success, how does it come from the top? My question is about the governance at the top. How does it come?
Okay, I'll put it like this. We have few M&As lined up, which are on the verge of approvals. So the expectation is, can we seamlessly integrate it with our existing capacity, with the existing team? And I think our team is ready for that. There are two acquisitions, which, so the expectation is, can we seamlessly do it? Earlier, you had to build a team, you had to send the team over there, you have to uproot it from their existing plant and send it to them. Hiring was difficult for them, but for us, it's very seamless. So around 25 million capacity, which is almost 15% of existing one, we can seamlessly absorb in terms of accounting. I think those are the very critical metrics which the organization would look at.
Good to know that. So already proven transformation catalytic role by the SSC in the cases like this. So building on further, can I ask Ajay, you to pitch in, and please do, we will want to be benefited by your overall experience, not necessarily from the current role, but you have done in the past also for another large Indian or India headquartered multinational company, that is the Lohias and all that. So why don't you take a shot at it and give your nuggets of wisdom?
Oh, thanks, Anand. I probably would start with basics. So far as the GBS is concerned, the labor arbitrage is given. I mean, that's something, whether it is a global or India organization. Audible?
Yeah, audible.
So the labor arbitrage is GBS or GCC. Are we adding any value? Answer is no. The value addition actually starts after it is centralized. And what is it that we do differently to give the organization what they have the real objective behind setting up a GCC or a GBS? If I put key objectives behind that is, one, how would it help improving the overall visibility to this? We talked about one single source of truth. May not be one single, but can we get from one place the entire information which will help us drive decision making and all? So that's something which is one. How fast we can get the information, how fast we can take decision, it basically alluding to the speed of the performance and speed of the information, how we can get that. Improving the overall quality of what is being delivered. Because if you are delivering from 10 or 20 different decentralized locations, it's very difficult to define and derive the value and all, and the quality aspect. So that comes in that how we are delivering the quality to them. So it's not only about cost always, it's like speed and quality aspect. Then comes the cost. Finally, I mean, I know I'm sitting with CFO, definitely we need to talk about the value aspects as well. So again, excluding the labor arbitrage, we need to focus on how we deliver the efficiencies in the process through transformation. And transformation, in fact, we call transformation, but there are fundamentals to this as well. How much process is with GBS? Is it something which is a limited portion? Then the transformation and the value also would be limited. If we are delivering end to end, then the transformation can be really, really huge and can bring in more and more value addition to that. So that's something which is a transformation and can impact the overall organization, that how definitely they can look at their own processes and transform their own processes as well. So it's always about how GBS is earning a seat. I'm trying to link everything together by delivering speed, cost, quality to the organization, and gain the trust of the overall organization. Then they get the seat in the boardroom that what value GCC brings in, and they further entrust the confidence in GCC and putting more and more work and expand the scope of services to that. It's like both ways. We need to deliver the services and the value to the organization, what organization looks at it. Else, this remains as a mandate which comes from the board, but the people or the business leaders will always keep on asking question, what benefit would you bring to me? And particularly, this is, in fact, is very tough question to answer when you are transferring work from India to India. There you have to minimum call about 30%, 40%, only then they would be like interested in this. Otherwise, they want to maintain their own kingdom, so to say. That's something which they don't want to pass it on to. But broadly, it's up to us how much transformation and value we can deliver to the organization.
Thank you. Right. Building on to that, I think you made a very good point of the seat at the table has to be earned, whichever table you are talking about. And who, other than Sushil Kedia, can explain it better through his experience, where how they started and how this whole thing is turning into a great capability for Tata Steel. Can you share some of your?
Yeah, thanks, Anand, for that. Thanks, Anand, for that question. I think the catalytic transformation journey for us has been quite interesting. And the question that you mentioned on the seat at the table, I will try and explain this with a sporting analogy and take you back to February 1999 at the Firozshah Kotla, when an Indian spinner claimed 10 wickets to fame. No prizes for guessing it. It was Anil Kumble. And if you look at the statistics of Anil Kumble, he claimed 10 wickets, out of which 5 wickets were claimed by himself, which means he either got the batsman bowled or LBW, while the other 5 were actually taken when somebody was catching up, right? So I think the seat at the table, the GCCs, gone are the days when GCCs have to go back to the board and claim a seat at the table. So if you have to claim to fame, or if you have to come to glory, the boards have to give that seat to the GCCs at the table. And therefore, that transformational shift is happening. As far as catalyzing transformation for us is concerned, when we envisaged this, we said, strategically, this will be the hub from where all transactions will happen. And all our future M&A deals, like Richard said, will happen from here. In the last 18 months, we have done 8 mergers of listed and unlisted entities. And from the day 1 of the merger, we were delivering the transaction processing from the GCC. So I think that's the main power that we had envisaged at some point in time when these mergers were not even on the cards. So I think that's the kind of power that we have delivered. And now what we want to do is sort of move from doing things right to doing the right things. That's the journey from efficiency to effectiveness is what we want to travel. And that will be our transformation journey. And we have never, and we will never, latch on to this bandwagon of technology. So when the whole world was asking in terms of how many RPAs did your GCC have, we did not have any, but we were not bothered. So we were doing changes at the root level. So we had, with the acquisition of Chorus, some 150 plus entities across the group, and we were closing at T plus 25. We were one of the first companies to sort of implement SAP Central Finance in India. And today, all our 150 entities are plugged in with one SAP Central Finance. We said we will create a new experience for our stakeholders. And we became the first company in the country to bring in virtual reality in the field of corporate reporting. If you happen to visit our website, you will see our annual report in virtual reality. So this is how we have transformationally changed the way we have looked at the problem statements. So it was the problem that we were solving for the business rather than, so we were focused on the what rather than the how.
Wonderful. And just taking on to you, Tarun, you have heard all 4 of them, and you bring a unique experience of either to being in the multinational environment, and now the environment has changed, and another large steel manufacturing company of very admired, one of the most admired companies of the recent times. And your shared services have also had their own share of turbulence, if I can use the word, in the past. Today, how do you see it, and what kind of transformation that you are still progressing with? Some ideas.
Sure. So Anand, first of all, thanks for the question. Now, let me put a situation like this. So imagine we are talking about a manufacturing company which has their plant in tier 3, tier 4 cities. Maximum employees are working in that company from last 15, 20 years. And we have a third generation promoter, which is under 30 years. So imagine what all three dots we have to connect it when we talk about transformation from our GCC. Expectation from promoters, why we can't work the way Amazon is working. Expectation from employees, we are perfectly working from last 20 years, why we want to change. And processes, when we talk about anything and everything, whether it's come on compliance front or change front, why that cannot be done yesterday, why we need time for that. So as you have seen, I've worked in different organizations at different point and at a different maturity. But when I talk about JSP, the idea is not only bringing a basic transformation, but also looking at ownership piece. So days are gone when GCC or SSC used to go and talk about, okay, we are going to partner with business, we are going to deliver this part of the work. Now the thing have come up where business is talking about either you have to drive it or we will drive it. And if you want to drive it, why you should be driving, what you are going to bring on the table. So yes, as we said, it is actually a negative labor arbitrage because you want to move people from tier 3 cities to tier 1 city if you want to. And then at an efficiency front, as Ajay also talked about, unless and until you talk about 25-30%. So being an Indian, it's always dil mange more. So your CFO wants, boss, what you bring on the table exceptional as a 20-25% of efficiency, and how your systems are working smoothly. So with keeping those things in eyes, and what I can foresee, in coming days, GCC is going to be mirror of HQ. So now the way headquarters contain the power, the same way GCC, based on their delivery, based on the data, based on the connect, they are able to connect with the business. We are currently expanding big time. And from the audience, I got a question, how we can take an opportunity for getting global business into India. So imagine where our global businesses are mature enough compared to Indian businesses in process terms. So for that, we have to give that comfort to the management, how our processes, whether term of efficiency or delivery or automation, is best in class, which they are foreseeing for next 2 years, 3 years for their global entities. So based on bringing those transformation into the picture, as we talk about employee as a key pillar, how we are making our workforce ready for GCC. So it's a big shift. And why I'm saying this, it's not about delivery. It's about developing a capability. So it's again an internal fight where you have to make a mindset change of your team, that initially they talk about this is my role, but there's no limit to the role now. It's about extreme ownership, delivering result. So that we have to do it. And then we are able to get a seat in the board based on our deliveries.
Wonderful. So I just want to add, Anand, what Tarun said, and Ajay also alluded to that. It is very important that for India headquarter operations, there is no concept of shared retain, which in traditional GCC is that this is the activity which will happen at GCC and this will happen at retained. So everything has to happen at the GCC. So there's no retained organization. You have to take complete ownership of the end-to-end process. And that's what the expectation from the GCC is. Even if it is interacting with the external stakeholders, you have to drive.
So as we also have been listening this term that GCCs have to be the digital twin of the so-called headquarters. Okay, but that is more applicable in a global context and all that. But here, you are all side by side, literally, most of the time. Many of the functions and operations, they happen like that. And so a lot of evolution happening. In fact, we used to sometimes in the past recommend that there has to be a, greenfield location for an SSC and all that. Those are all concepts are being challenged now afresh.
And Anand, just to take 10 seconds. So if I talk about this, last month we were conducting vendor roadshow at our plant. It means plant people are not going to connect with any vendor. It's about extreme ownership starting from PR till payment. Whatever is there, we are connecting with vendor even at our plant. We are having a vendor roadshow where vendors are being invited and we are front-ending them from the business side. So it's
wonderful. That's great to hear. Is there a Mentimeter question or we can skip that? Okay, because I was told. Anyway, so just building on.
10 seconds if I take about this value which we are talking about. I think we talked about this value in the last couple of panel discussions as well. When we are supporting from India to India entities, the spelling out of value is even more important. The business leaders always look for what are you doing for us? So we really need to call out what benefit or value we are generating for the organization. To the dealers, I mean, since I'm part of Tata Motors, I can talk about to the dealers, how we are benefiting the vendors, how our end customers are getting benefited and how we are contributing to it, apart from the monetary value. So we really need to touch their hearts and touch their brain when we are spelling it out value. So that's the power of how we kind of project these things as well. That's also is important. You may call it as a marketing aspect, but this is the fundamental when we have to support these stakeholders or customers and all.
Wonderful. So, in a way, what is coming out from many of you at least, and you, Richard and colleagues, you may want to add here is that the transformation that we are talking about here in the India context has no boundaries, unlike many other GCCs where we talk of end-to-end and beyond my domain and influencing upwards, influencing downwards and all that. Since you are still a little younger in your journey, how do you see it? Is it ring-fenced or is it all across?
See, active collaboration is super critical. Eventually, the moment you try to say, make people feel that I put you on a punishment posting by putting into a shared service, it's not going to work. That sets up the culture and tonality in which we want to work. What we felt is keeping this as inclusive, where today we have a finance leadership team. The finance leadership team is represented by the head of CBS also, who's part of it. Any activities that we need to solve for, it is co-solved. If there is a challenge in supply chain finance that needs to work with business, they involve the shared service team also. Similarly in sales finance and similarly in business analytics. So I don't think we need to put ring fence or guardrails between how do you want to influence or how do you want to take it out. But what is important is having measurable metrics. I think typically, fundamentally, what we miss out when we do this is we don't have measurable metrics. Measurable metrics are largely related to a SLA or a turnaround time, and we limit to that. But I think the moment you have a clearly defined goal sheet, which says, what is that I want from my shared service function? It is beyond, I think we are living in a day and age. SLA and TAT is automated and it is par for the course. We need to look at what are the other value adds that needs to come from. What are some of the specific analytics that you need them to give it? What are specific red flags that you want them to raise on a periodic basis? Will make it much more inclusive and meaningful when we look at the larger ecosystem. Fundamentally, today we have also put this in a manner where the head of shared service is someone who does not only understand finance, but understands finance, understands business, understands IT. So that makes it a very good combination. Tomorrow, if my business leader needs something, he can give a call to this person directly and understand what's happening. It doesn't need to go through a process hierarchy and it cuts off time and brings in efficiency.
Wonderful. So, Richard, how does it work in your case? If you want to actually make impact of transformation end to end, beyond the boundaries, if at all, of shared service and all that. What has been your experience?
Yeah, I think Sushil and all mentioned about boundaryless working and everything is a responsibility of the center. We are halfway through that journey today. There are things which fall between the gaps still. I'll give you certain examples. So when we were closing books of accounts, there were roles and responsibilities that my retained organization will do this, my shared service will be do. But there were things which were falling in, and there was constant question coming up. Are you guys not reviewing it? So that's when the CFO came in and say, can you take up the controller's role partially also? And we tried doing that. So there are two things missing in us. One is a concept of GPOs, in the sense that I have a person who's leading my controllership from the manufacturing side and the marketing side. But the end-to-end KPIs are not yet aligned. When I say end-to-end is paid on time is an end-to-end. Today, 80% of the credit period time which is available is consumed by my factory. I get maybe 10% of that time, but still we try and make it on time jointly. Now that is visible today, but the moment the CFO sets in a KPI which is jointly for the shared service and the commercial head over there, I think the paid on time and the discounting would zoom up drastically.
Thank you.
So we are
Thank
not
you
there.
for being so transparent. And we are in the interest of time. First of all, once again, compliments to the audience for active participation in this poll on the Mentimeter. But here is a clear winner to the question. What strategies have been effective in getting sponsorship and commitment of the board? And it says aligning transformation initiatives with the company's strategic vision. So thank you very much. And so the audience, you have earned your another chance of asking questions. And I will have a last word for 30 seconds. And this will be my 30 seconds, not Rakesh's 30 seconds. Okay. So before that, please, if any questions, please raise your hand and mic will reach you. There, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So I have a very quick question. So, though I heard like Tarun mentioned about transition of power to shared services similar to the HQs. However, the reality is a little different at the moment. So how do we see the transition of power to the extent of enabling decision making for the shared service centers happening in the current? I say even there are different setups having at different maturity levels, but still in general, the empowerment is limited is what generally we see in shared service centers making decisions, key decisions. So how do you see this transition happening in near future?
I probably could not follow the.
I think the question is around how do you empower a shared service team and ensure that the decision making is not held back? Was that around it?
That's correct. Correct.
So if you talk about from the SSC point, and what I understand the question, you're talking about how we empower the SSC from a GCC point. See, first of all, important is to build a connect and relationship with your counterpart. Give a comfort. The counterpart will only open with you. Your customer will only open with you when he has she has a comfort with you. Then talk about normally what happens. I've seen people get very defensive whenever there is any challenge talked about. So looking at the new Gen AI tools which are there, get a skill set of that, help the management or the counterpart with relevant information which is relevant to take him decision at that point when you are giving him. See, we have data, but the challenge comes when you provide the analysis later and it is of no use to him. So yes, by increasing the pace and by enhancing your skill set, you would be on the upper side, and then only you can get a comfort from a customer. It means getting more business from them, and but side by side, we are becoming from SSC to GCC.
I think if I can add to what Tarun said, Tarun had summarized it well. See, fundamentally, it's a culture. I think it's an organizational culture that you need to be clear. Are you going to be an organization that works on deviation and exceptions, or it's an organization that's going to work on designed out rules and exceptions are going to be pretty limited? Now, if that is not a tone that is set from top, it's very difficult for a GCC function to figure out how do they operate. They are one part of the organization. They are not the only organization, right? So it's a tone from the top that needs to be set right as culture, that deviations are not going to be part of life. Yes, it's good at a point of change or a starting period where you can allow it. But going forward, it needs to be rule-based. The moment you deviate from rule-based, life will be very tough for everyone, because there is always a good reason for an exception. So empowerment comes only when you ensure that the culture is set right, and you ensure things move towards rule-based and not basis deviation.
Good points. So before we wrap up, 10 seconds to each of the panelists for one quick success mantra. And Ajay, you are raising hands, so first you.
Yeah, just adding to what he said. So top management, mandate is important, but particularly for India to India businesses, one big success factor if you want to have for transitions, please get the right person on the board talking to the business leaders who understands and speak their language. If you're talking to the supply chain head, and if you go shallow without a process knowledge, nobody would give you a seat in front of him. So you need to have the right person talking to the right people in their language. That's the biggest success
So
factor.
we'll have to quickly wrap up. Each one, please, 10 seconds, your quick success mantra for the audience. Anyway, any can.
So I'll go first. So my success mantra will be fail fast, learn faster, simplify with speed, so that you are able to create a delightful experience at all touch points.
Wonderful. Anyone wants to? Yeah, Richard.
You go ahead. A quick one. I would say the division of power should still remain. The concept of retained organization and center should still remain. There is a huge concentration of transaction at the center, and you need somebody outside the center also. Otherwise, you lose the measurement concept also. Yeah, that's it.
So from my perspective, the key factor is understand what your stakeholders or customers want and put that into action.
From my side, I would say it should be from both sides, you and customer should be on the same page. What you are going to deliver and what he's demanding should be on the same page. Second, important, look for one thing. So when I say one thing, it means don't prioritize 15 different things. First, understand what is that one thing for that quarter for success of your GCC, and everything should revolve around that.
Yeah, I think while process systems, IT, technology are all important, I think the success is going to depending upon people and how do you handle people. That's going to be the underlying thing. If you handle people well, set the expectation right, clearly define what are you expecting from them, half the journey is already started and won.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Go back to.
That was the last of the technical sessions about leadership insights. Thank you very much, everyone. But please stay for a moment. I'd like to request Anand Maheshwari to give away the first memento to Kalishwaram Arunachalam, please. Yes, Sandeep Kulkarni, SVP and Head Worley Enterprise Services, to please come up. Sandeep, to give away a memento to Ajay Bhatt. Requesting Abhinav Goyal, VP Strategic Initiatives, SSF Global, to please come to give away memento to Tarun Ahi. Jaideep Agarwal from Warner Brothers Discovery for a memento for Sushil Kedia. Now, Shidalingesh Sukali, Director Global OPEX and Continuous Improvement, Alcon Global Service, for a memento to Richard. Many thanks, all panelists and the moderator as well. We can have a group photograph for the session. Thank you once again. So friends, that brings us to the end of all the technical sessions. And now it's time for the second part of the 13th Excellence Awards and Recognition, for which I would like to invite Mr. Ravi Ramakrishnan, founder SSF Global, Mr. Rakesh Sinha, co-founder SSF Global, and Mr. Urs Ulrich, jury panel member. And it's over to you, Rakesh.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I think this is the, Hi, good evening, everyone. This is the last session in a way. So we are going to just conclude the part 2 of the Excellence Awards, what we initiated yesterday evening. And for that, we'll request the team to send they're just clearing the chairs. So we'll request the team to send the first award. I request Urs if you can do the honors, please. I think yesterday we had the Leaders Awards announced. I'm sure all of you are aware of. We also had one category of the company awards announced. Now this is the different categories we're announcing now. Go ahead, Urs.
The award for delivering business impact through effective digital transformation in India goes to Tata Motors.
Tata Motors team. Like to say something, Ajay? In fact, for this, I would ask Manish to share few. He's the one who is the architect of this solution. And this solution has given 70% productivity, which is a big thing. So I probably would ask you.
Hi, good evening to all. Thanks SSF for giving this award to us. This basically is the service invoice processing portal which we have implemented. And because of that touchless system, I will say it has been implemented. Vendor transparency has been come. Vendor is uploading the invoices until payment. Everything is getting tracked online. And there is no one has to call anybody, no helpline is required. And whether the invoice is getting processed or it is getting not processed, everything has been very much transparent. And because of that, vendor satisfaction has improved, as well as the business query has been reduced. And at the time of uploading, all OCRs is getting checked, PO is getting validated, 100% validation has happened, then only the invoice is getting processed in the system. And because of that, a lot of controls has been placed and there is no anomaly has been found. So all kind of anomaly has been targeted at the time of uploading of the invoices. And because of that, we are able to get a great success in this particular portal. And we thanks our partners, those who are developed in that, our IT partners. I will not take the name of the here, but IT partners has helped a lot in that particular part. We have done a functional collaborations and well as the IT collaboration done by them. So thanks to them also, as well as the team which has worked, my team, those who are there in that work. So I thanks to them also. Thank you. Thanks.
Congratulations, Tata Motors team. I mean, as we were talking yesterday, and I think Mr. Ranganathan and even Urs was talking about, I think it was quite difficult to look at the various applications in these categories. They were very competitive and they were having a lot of stories to share in terms of the impact. So we looked at the impact as well as the kind of a story which has been shared and the quality of the application as well, the sincerity with which the details and the information has been provided. That, of course, like Mr. Ranganathan was saying, is very, very important. We believe that if you are really presenting your story, you need to be very, very, very elaborative and very specific in terms of saying what you want to say the story as well. So I think that was important in this case as well. The next one, please. Can I request Ravi, you to do the honors, please?
Delivering business impact through effective digital transformation. Same category, now this is for international. It's Hitachi Energy Technology Services.
So well done. Congratulations, Hitachi team. You want to just say a few words?
Yeah. So this is about ERP implementation. We are spread about 62 countries, 23 ERP across the globe. We are proudly now say one Hitachi, one ERP system. We moved to S/4HANA. This is a long 2 years journey and we have successfully made it. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, jury and SSF, for recognizing Hitachi Energy Technology Services Private Limited. So normally, what happens when a big implementation of this size happens is too much of collaboration that has to happen, and there are multiple tools which are connected to S/4HANA.
So that in itself, I feel is a really great thing, getting global support. And then, of course, from India as well, we have implemented very good, I would tell. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Can we have the next trophy, please? Yeah. Can I request Sanket Sinha from HCL to be here to do the honors? Sanket, you are here? Oh yeah, sir. Yes.
And this one is for delivering business impact through innovative people practices. And the winner is EY Global Delivery Services.
I think Sandeep, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, SSF, for the opportunity, and thank you, jury, for considering our application as well. Now, a little bit background on the project is, as a function, there are seasoned team members, there are new team members, and a lot of time that they spend in terms of, getting to know about the SOPs, the process knowledge and things like that, right? So this application or the project was predominantly solve this challenge, create a platform or a library wherein the one-on-one interactions are cut down in terms of the time, and also a central repository wherein, people can find answers real time to their queries, so that there is no dependency, there's no kind of, delay in terms of delivering the outcomes. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Congratulations. I think as he was talking about, the uniqueness of this entire thing was the productivity, moving from a quick capacity to the capability. That was the uniqueness of this. Can we have the next one, please? Okay, let me do that. This is for delivering business impact through exemplary customer experience. The award goes to Northern Trust. Northern Trust. Anybody from Northern Trust here today? No? Okay. So congratulations to Northern Trust team. Maybe we'll just get the trophy sent to them. Yeah, you can take this. We can get the next one. Ravi, go ahead. Okay, let me just do this one as well. This is delivering business impact through innovation and excellence in process. And the winner is Alcon Global Services.
Yeah, definitely. I think
from the day we started our GCC center in Bangalore and in other 4 centers. So the day we started with continuous improvement framework and embedding all the innovations within the process. Today, I proudly tell in front of our HR head that 96% of our employees are already trained and certified in continuous improvement methodologies. And we follow lean management practices and all the innovative technologies, whatever we have in the market today, we have deployed in various processes on that. I think, Indu, would you like to tell anything apart from that?
I think when we also do a survey with employees, one thing that they are really proud about when it comes to Alcon, that also got our GPTW certification thrice in a row, is about continuous improvement and action taking. So these have been always points about standing out for us as a company. So the DNA and the culture, there is definitely process excellence. There is always continuous improvement. So I think, thank you, SSF, for recognizing that and awarding us with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Hopes you can do this. I think there was a interesting a discussion yesterday about the size of the shared services or GCC, how it plays in terms of assessment of the application. And just to clarify, the size of the shared services actually plays no role in terms of the scores. So when we compare India shared services, we compare India shared services with 35 FTs to 500, 800, 1,000 FTs. And when we compare global centers, it could be 500 to 5,000. We look at only in the case if it is of a different kind, then that has to be carved out separately. And one case is like here.
So now we're coming to the next Service Excellence Award for Effective Business Services Implementation in India. And the award goes to Britannia Industries Limited.
Good evening to all. I am Shiva from Britannia. I would like to tell you a small story. Of course, we have been pursuing for this award for quite some time. So we could not able to understand why we are not getting it. This is 20 years back, we have started our shared services. Of course, it has added a lot of values and many processes are come into the shared services. Initially, the decision of the senior management was to standardize the processes and business enablement. These are the only two objectives we took it. Of course, it is working very well. I think like Tata, they have done the complete automation. We also did the same thing. So nobody need to see any invoice. Vendor will come to the vendor portal and will submit his invoice. After that, we can only see the statistics where it's waiting actually, whether it is waiting for GRN or XYZ reasons, we can see the monitor. So it is that kind of automation is done. So it is in-house automation. We have not spent single rupee. This shared services team is 50 members, is supporting 20,000 crores of the business. and it is having 29 legal entities and 4,000 customers and 3,000 vendors. Only this 50 member team is managing it. And the entire development, ID development is done by one person. He is like our Bill Gates. His name is Shubhendu Nag. Please. So all are domain experts. Everybody knows about the Britannia business complexities, right? That's why we are happily supporting all kind of legal entities as well as 100 factories across the India, right? Some of the 6 countries also we are supporting our companies. So it is a wonderful journey. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The congratulations, team. And I think this is the special recognition for the kind of work they are doing. It is not about that specific project. It's about connecting with the complexities and various other things. Because I know many of the companies will say we have a larger scale, similar deployment. So it's a point.
So this is very important, which is in recognition of successful launch of Business Services Center in India, international. Right. The award goes to Warner Brothers Discovery.
Congratulations, Devi. I'll just say it's the first baby step we have taken, and obviously the miles to go before we sleep, miles to go before we sleep. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think this brings to the close of the event. And I'll just mic, please. This one, please, the podium mic. Yeah, this works. I think this comes to the end of the. This brings to the end of the day and the day and the 2 days of the event. I just want to take this opportunity to express quick vote of thanks to the people who have been behind this to make this 2 days of event and 13th annual Global Enterprise Services Conclave. Whatever it has been, I hope it was a success. I think I would like to surely thank the organizers and the organizing committee, which has worked tirelessly for last many days to make this happen. The SSF Governing Council, the partners and sponsors, without them, this could have not been possible. Our knowledge partner, our value group, industry partners, as I mentioned that we have taken this event now global with US-India Strategic Partnership Forum, Australia-India Chamber of Commerce, principal sponsor HCL Tech, Supercharging Progress, thank you. Co-sponsor Quintus Global, corporate sponsors Upgrade Enterprise, Coca-Cola, World at Work, research partner Everest Group, workspace partner Brookfield Properties, financial wellness partner ICICI Prudential, academic partner SRM, and technology partner Muniver. Thank you, partners and sponsor, to make this event happen. A round of applause for them. I think this event would have been not that great without the kind of intellect sharing which we got thanks to the speakers who came and been with us for the last 2 days. And many of the speakers were also the audience. That's the beauty of this event, where it is like, you learn from each other. So thank you all the speakers and all the delegates, all the people who have been here. Thank you. Round of applause for all the speakers, please. I take this opportunity to thank the jury to really provide us the direction. I think as Mr. Ranganathan was saying, we had many applications in same categories, a company applying in multiple categories and so on and so forth. But I think they really made this simple for us to decide finally. Thank you, jury members. Really appreciate your support and guidance. A round of applause for jury, please. All the companies who applied, I know there are winners and there are people who were expecting the outcome differently, maybe next year. It is not that you have done something which is not that important or that critical. It is maybe comparatively, when we were looking at the application process, we felt other way around. So maybe next year, you may have that opportunity. You know, SSF award is a very coveted award. And I'm sure many of you know, SSF is the only forum on the awards which does not charge a single penny as a fee. And actually we spend money in terms of getting a trophy, which is from Fraser and Hoss. You can see that it is not a local trophy. This is a design which has been agreed with Fraser and Hoss. It's a silver plated trophy, which comes directly from Fraser and Hoss. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank the team which has worked on this event. A special mention to Pallavi Jaiswal. Pallavi has been very instrumental across multiple verticals. The terrific support has come from all the team which has worked very closely on this in various dimensions, be it Abhinav Goyal, Parag, Savanan, Sanjeev. I don't know where they are. Right. Thank you, the team. Sunil Singh has been a good support from our team. We got a great support from Shilpa on ensuring this Excellence Awards process is managed well and the trophies are not mixed. Thank you, Shilpa. Certainly, we'd like to thank the AV partners, particularly Hazari. Thank you, and entire team here. The hotel staff, you have been supportive. I think we have been sometime agitated with some of the areas, but I think you maintain your peace. Our MC, Sangeeta Bedi, I think she just left. Thank you. I also wanted to take this opportunity to announce that we are doing a select leaders roundtable on 11th of December, Wednesday, in Hyderabad. You all are cordially invited. If you're interested to be part of the select leaders roundtable, please do reach out to us or let us know. We'd like you to be part of that conversation. You have seen the launch of the TICE tool, which is a Tech Integrated Enterprise Services tool. It's a self-assessment tool. It is going to be a great opportunity for many of you. It's a free tool again, so you can do the self-assessment yourself, see where you stand on digital maturity in 15 minutes, get a report. And of course, you need a conversation on that to understand more. Please do reach out to us. I think this is all which I have for today. And I think we look forward to have many more conversations like this, many more interactions like this. And in this vote of thanks, if by any chance I missed anybody's name, my apologies. And thank you everyone who has contributed to this. Really appreciate it. Thank you and have a great evening and a time ahead. See you guys soon. Yeah, I think I've been told again, there's a time for a group photograph. So we all can stand here for a group photograph. And then, of course, people who have got the trophies, they have their ample of time available with the backdrop to click as many as photos they want to do that. So group photograph, please, can we have everybody here, please?